Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Rishi753.
Damn it.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Green Line.
You see, next.
And Randy is muted and probably not actually here. This is going to be awkward for him.
Yeah.
All right. So, I would like to start the show by thanking our generous supporters and inviting you to support us by heading over to ocapodcast.com/support. Any second now, you can directly donate to us. You can head to the Patreon, the Subscribe Star, the Ko-fi, all of our affiliate links. But you know what you can also do now? You can join our YouTube memberships. I enabled that shit. You can now, for the low price of 99 cents a month, I think it is, become a Chad. What?
Type of stuff. How do you enable that type of stuff to begin with?
You have to be invited into it.
Nice.
You reach a certain threshold and they'll let you do it. So I'm not sure, but I think YouTube said that I would get a bonus for everybody who became a member, up to $400. So that's a pretty nice way to fund the podcast. If you watch us on Twitch, I have also enabled monetization over there. So send us your bits or whatever the fuck it is.
Or your bitches.
Yeah. All right. Jumping right in. Sorry, I got a fucking painful wrist today. Oh. Let me double check my... Yep, audio's good. Speaker's good. Cool. All right, here we go. So, actually, you know what? Let me. All right. Let me open all of these instead of just one, and then that way we can. Oh God, this is going so slow. I had the opportunity to open them before the podcast, and I failed you. I hope I remember to turn on local recordings. I did. Good. Okay, cool.
Yep. You and Greenline are low on disk space.
As usual. Wait till you get to my pickups, and then you'll say, like, whoa, that's not going to be a problem anymore. Yeah, well. All right.
I always clear the cache, and it still remains as far as you're still running out of space. It's like how can I possibly be running out of space?
Fallen King says finally. I'm assuming referring to the Twitch stuff.
Yep. Turns out it was super easy.
Barely an inconvenience.
Any second now. Holy shit. Ah!
The Frozen Collector.
Oh, that's good. It's not just me.
It finally scrolled down.
Anyways, how's everybody doing today?
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, he's moving again. I'm fine too. I caught up with my Dress Up Darling and Didon today. I was a bit behind.
Didon.
Yeah.
Fallen King says subs are 30% off. I hope you still get the full payout.
Well, they already take 30%, so probably not. For every 99 cents you give us, we get, 39 cents? Or 66 cents, I guess. They get 33 cents. All right, cool. I think we're good. Yeah, okay. This seems wrong. Let me count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay, so there's 31. There should be 32 tabs open. Perfect. That's the amount. All right. Now, sorry about that. Last podcast, we covered this. This is what we said. More what I said, mostly. Don't fucking touch us. Little girls scream at a migrant recording them before brandishing an axe and a knife to warn him off.
Yes, you have a knife.
Fucking profit! You fucking bad and
Why are you fucking with us?
You're fucking cat bashers!
Show the knife. Show the knife. Show the knife.
Away from us!
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Don't touch us!
That's it. That's it. Show the knife.
Don't touch my weed!
Show the knife. That's it.
Don't fucking touch my little sister! She has fucking 12! Where's her fucking catching? She has fucking 12 and you just battered me, mate! Where's my fucking catching me?
Yeah, show the knife. Maracha.
Don't touch her gun to me! Don't touch her!
So, meanwhile, migrant calmly walking down the street in Liverpool, openly carrying a large knife. Now, I'm just saying, pretty sure what was happening in that last video is that the rules are only applied one direction. And so the migrant filming them was doing so because whites in Europe get punished for not following the rules when they're trying to protect themselves, and the migrants in Europe do not. Well, it is my immense displeasure to point out that I was right. The little girl in this video has now been arrested for possession of a weapon.
Oh, somebody pick up that phone call. Because you, that phone, you called it. For sure. Fuck, man. Like, did that immigrant get fucking thrown in jail for carrying that weapon that he was just randomly carrying around?
Doubt it. We're going to look at, I mean,
a 12-year-old? Like, they arrested a 12-year-old.
The dooming continues. So I'll be honest with you. There's a lot. I just want to say real quick that I've covered a lot of shit on the podcast over the years that has really upset me. This definitely takes the cake. Like, I am more upset about this than anything we've ever discussed. Now, I will say there is a lot of fog surrounding this situation because, number one, people thought the girl's name was Sophie. Then they thought it was Maya. Now they think it's Lola. She does not appear to be the one saying she's fucking 12 in the video. But people are saying she was protecting her 12-year-old sister and that she's actually 14. And according to some stuff we're going to look at tonight, there were actually more girls there that are not on camera that forced the hand of Lola to pull those weapons. But first, let's look at how the media has chosen to report on this situation. Girl arrested on bladed weapon charge. A 14-year-old girl has been charged after allegedly being caught with a bladed weapon in Dundee. Police were called to St. Anne Lane, just off Cooper Angus Road in Loki, shortly after 7:30 p.m. on Saturday. It followed reports of a girl having a bladed weapon. Several police cars were sent to the scene at the Belgay Street car park following the report. A Police Scotland spokesperson told the Evening Telegraph, around 7:40 p.m. on Saturday, we received a report of a female youth with a bladed weapon in St. Anne Lane, Dundee. Officers attended and a 14-year-old girl was charged in connection. She will be reported to the relevant authorities. Now, I get a bunch of suggested posts from the Peter Explains the Joke subreddit, and I saw this again. Media coverage skipping an important detail about the story. What is the media missing? Removed, 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 removed. How about that?
Is there anybody left that wasn't
This post
removed?
is locked. You won't be able to comment. Yeah, there's a couple. She was the aggressor moron. She wasn't defending herself. She attacked people. They defended themselves.
Uh-huh.
I've also heard that the current media spin is that she was a member of a gang. That a 14-year-old girl was a member of a gang, and that's why she had weapons. Anything to deflect from the reality, right? Now, on this same subreddit, I saw this. POV, you're a 14-year-old white girl in the UK. Removed, 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 removed. I just want to point out how many more removed there are than the dumbasses claiming that she's in the wrong. Right? Now, there's been a bunch of memes made of this beautiful soul over in Scotland. Tommy Robinson tweeted, weak politicians, authorities, and a full two-tier system rigged against them. A legacy media demonizing the native at every given turn in favor of the invader, all under the guise of tolerance. Young girls have been forced to fend for themselves on their own streets. Just show you a couple more. The warrior princess of the UK. That's a good one. They've painted her as though she is a modern crusader. A little bit higher fidelity with the help of AI. Although it ceases to look like her as much in a lot of these. Raise the colors. Here she is in a Ghibli style. Yep. Sounds about right. Some of these very much ceased looking like her because not everybody's as good at AI as we are. And also just putting Photoshop MS Paint stripes on her face. Right? It's ceasing to look like her at all, but the sentiment behind it is what is important, I assume. Here she is, right? The Braveheart of our time, Sophie of Dundee. Again, that's not her name. That's for some reason what people thought her name was. There's obviously William Wallace. This is one with the Mel Gibson William Wallace. It really do be like that, huh? Even this. Now, it pains me because, as this user accurately pointed out, this should be a picture of their men, not their kids.
Yeah.
Why aren't there any men helping us? Britain has no men. We are on our own. This is literally the reality of these kids. Now, this person posted an article on Twitter, which is a thing you can do apparently. Let's see. Yeah. This country needs liberating. She needs to follow Jason Statham and put pennies in a sock. Yeah. Yeah. There were reports that they were actually attacked earlier. Yes, we're going to look at some of that. What's up, Jordan? If she was in the gang, where is the gang? Yeah. Could have used their help, huh? New Aloy model. In defense of the men, the attackers likely waited for no men to be around. I'm certain even British men would intervene. Yeah, perhaps. But the point is, the men in Britain, and here in Scotland, right, specifically, they let it get this bad. That's what I'm talking about, right? The lack of backbone, the bending over backwards, the capitulating to sophists who are telling you that you have to be welcoming and inclusive and all the buzzwords that they've been whispering in your ear all this time. Those are the men I'm talking about. So I want to read this. This is an account of what happened. Lola of Dundee. By the way, this originally said Sophie of Dundee. A 14-year-old girl exposes Britain's broken promise to protect its children. On Saturday, August 23rd, 2025, at around 7:40 p.m. in Dundee, Scotland, a 14-year-old girl, reportedly named Lola, was filmed standing between her 12-year-old sister and two adult men described as Islamic migrants who had been harassing them. The footage shows Lola shouting, "Don't touch my little sister, she's 12." Again, I don't think she's the one shouting that. I'm confused as to what's happening in this story. As she brandished a knife and a small hatchet. To some, this was a shocking display of juvenile delinquency. To others, it was a symbol of a society that has so thoroughly abandoned its own daughters that children now believe they must arm themselves in order to be safe. The initial reporting, including my own, confused the identities of the three girls. In reality, there were three victims accosted and attacked by the migrants. Lola, the girl seen in the video, heroically wielding the knife and axe to defend her sister Ruby, Lola's older sister, who was attacked and hospitalized, and Maya, Ruby's best friend. This is also wrong, according to another report, if we're to believe it. We'll look at it in a minute. Maya, Ruby's best friend, who was with them and went to call the police after Ruby was assaulted. Below is the account of what happened as told by Maya's mother. I'm told Maya is the mother. I don't know. We're going to look at both of these, so this is going to seem a little bit redundant, but she says, yes, so what happened was the girls were out just walking, and the man in the picture made comments to Lola, the younger girl, calling her sexy and other sexual remarks. Then the girls started to tell this man to leave them alone and stop following them and making sexual remarks to them. After that, the man's sister, also in the picture, I didn't see another girl other than who I presume is Ruby, came around the corner and physically attacked Ruby, the older sister. She grabbed her hair, dragged her to the floor, started to punch her. Then both the men and woman were kicking her in the head while she was on the floor. At this point, my daughter, Maya, called the police, so my daughter's account after that is all a bit blurry. But that is when Lola had the weapons she pulled them out to protect Ruby. After that, the men came back at Lola, recording her, making sure she showed the weapons to the camera and antagonizing her. Ruby was hospitalized after the attack with a severe concussion and a tennis ball sized lump on the back of her head, as well as a lot of bruises. Fuck, man. The facts, stripped to their essentials, are these. Lola and her younger sister had allegedly been menaced for weeks by the men. On that Saturday evening, she confronted them directly. The men filmed the girls as they approached. Lola screamed at them, brandished her blades, and warned them off. The confrontation dispersed without bloodshed, yet the police arrived. They arrested the girl and charged her for carrying bladed weapons. The men were neither detained nor investigated, according to the official statement. This was a case of a female youth with a weapon and nothing more. The indifference of that statement reveals the heart of Britain's crisis. In a nation where Pakistani grooming gangs were allowed to abuse tens of thousands of girls over decades, where reports were ignored because officials feared accusations of racism or Islamophobia, one can no longer be surprised that the state sees a knife in a girl's hand as the crime rather than the attempted predation that forced her to carry it. The grooming scandal was not a one-off tragedy, but a symptom of a moral collapse. Lola's arrest and the simultaneous freedom of the men who threatened her sister shows that collapse is complete. Let me pull something from off screen here for a minute. Rape offensives have risen by 438% since 2013. Tell me, what is the common denominator? We have the same problem in Germany since Merkel infected Europe with suicidal empathy, aka refugees welcome. But if you say that, you may end up behind bars. Prison for patriots. 2002, just over 10,000. 2024, 70,000. This is what I'm talking about. The men in this country let this happen. This is fucking mental. Critics will ask, is it fair to frame one street altercation as a symbol of national decline? But that question misses the point. This was not just one girl in Dundee. It was the lived expression of a pattern repeated for decades across Rotherham, Rockdale, Oxford, and countless towns in between. Police knew about grooming gangs. Social workers knew. Counselors knew. They said and did nothing. Victims were mocked or told they had made bad choices. Why? Because acknowledging the scale and nature of the abuse required admitting that mass migration had imported a culture of predation and violence against young white girls. To say so was deemed racist, so the abuse was allowed to continue. Lola's case fits perfectly into this larger failure. A child protected her sibling because she knew the authorities would not. The men were free to pursue them. The men were free because to pursue them aggressively might risk headlines accusing the police of discrimination. Instead, those headlines were reserved for the girl, who is now processed through Scotland's youth justice system for the crime of refusing to let her little sister become prey. It is no exaggeration to call this a tipping point. When even children understand that the system is stacked against them, when a girl would rather face criminal charges than see her sister molested, then the state's legitimacy is collapsing. If government does not fulfill its most basic duty of protecting its citizens, especially its children, then citizens will seek protection elsewhere. Some will arm themselves. Others will turn to vigilantism. Already, social media reports suggest local men are patrolling Dundee because the state has failed. The images of Lola wielding a knife and a hatchet may be disturbing, but they are no more disturbing than the idea that without her, the 12-year-old sister might have been assaulted again. Defenders of Britain's current immigration policy will insist that crimes should not be politicized, that most migrants are law-abiding, and that tying grooming gangs or predation to mass migration is unfair. But this argument is a luxury belief that ignores reality. Grooming gangs were overwhelmingly comprised of Pakistani Muslim men. This is a fact recorded in official inquiries and confirmed by victim testimony. Even the Home Office was forced, under pressure, to admit that ethnicity and religion played a role in patterns of abuse. One can acknowledge that not every migrant is a predator, while also refusing to blind oneself to the undeniable correlation between the wave of Islamic migration and the explosion of organized sexual predation. Nor is it sufficient to say the law is neutral and that carrying a knife is always a crime, regardless of circumstance. A just society recognizes intent. A just society distinguishes between the predator and the protector. Lola's weapons were not used in an attack, but in defense. The fact that she is being criminalized while her would-be assailants walk free is an inversion of justice so profound that it delegitimizes the law itself. If the law protects predators more than children, then the law has ceased to be law in the moral sense and has become merely an instrument of state control. It is telling that legacy media outlets covered Lola's arrest while omitting all mentions of the men. All mentions. They did not even throw a passing phrase towards the reason why this girl was armed. The Daily Record ran with a sterile headline about a schoolgirl brandishing a blade. No context, no explanation, no word of grooming or harassment. This silence is not accidental. It is part of a broader pattern in which legacy outlets sanitize or obscure crimes committed by migrants. Only on Twitter, through a viral footage and citizen reporting, did the truth spread. The people no longer trust the BBC or the broadsheets to tell them what is happening on their own streets. They turn instead to social media. And when Elon Musk amplified the story, it was not merely a viral moment, but a signal that the public square is shifting away from the old gatekeepers. The image of Lola with her knife and hatchet is now etched into the public consciousness. Some see a dangerous delinquent. Others see Joan of Arc with a Scottish accent. But what no one can deny is that this image captures a society on the brink. If Britain cannot protect its girls, then Britain is not worth preserving in its current form. Reform is not optional. It is survival. What then is to be done? First, there must be a ruthless honesty about the failures of multiculturalism. The refusal to profile, to investigate, to name what is happening must end. Political correctness cannot outweigh child safety. Second, law enforcement must stop hiding behind technicalities. If grooming gangs can be named and pursued, they must be. If migrant crime is rising, it must be confronted openly. Third, the justice system must rediscover moral clarity. Protectors are not criminals. Children defending themselves are not gang members. And finally, political leadership must reassert the principle that the state exists to protect its citizens first, not to manage the optics of diversity. The Lola incident will either be remembered as a passing scandal or the spark that woke Britain from its long stupor. If it is the latter, then perhaps Lola will one day be recognized not only as a frightened child, but as the conscience of a nation. A 14-year-old girl in Dundee should never have had to pick up a knife. That she did speaks volumes. That she was punished for it indicts the entire political class.
I don't understand how people can watch that video and think that the 14-year-old is the one that had the knife and the axe. Like, the 14-year-old, if she was a 14-year-old, was the one saying, "Leave my sister alone," not the
She's
person.
fucking 12, right?
Not the person with the knife. Implying the person with the knife was 12, right?
Right.
Also, I don't know if you brought it up at all, but at one point the guy is like saying, like, "Show the knife,
Show the knife,
right?"
yeah.
He also says "Morochode" at one point, or something really close to that, which means like motherfucker. So he's like egging them on, like fully harassing them.
Yeah.
And chasing them down, like they're backing up. And the guy filming is chasing them, basically.
He got pretty fucking close. I mean, there might be a digital zoom, pinch to zoom on the phone or whatever, but he seems to be very fucking close by the time she pulls the knife out like this. Right? I mean, that is really fucking close. So this woman said...
And also, like, unless you have a telephoto phone, even a digital zoom on a normal phone, like, the zoom is only going to get you as close as what, like, they would be, Like,
yeah.
Like, it's I guess, if they zoomed much further than that, it would just turn to shit, like the image quality.
Faust says, in my opinion, everyone should be allowed self-defense, even if the country was safe. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's common law, man. Like, it's just insane. Like, literally, they are telling you, legally, to fucking die. That is what they're telling you. Just give up and die. It's sickening. In fact, knowing everyone is armed would aid in safety. Absolutely. That is why America benefits, especially in states with concealed carry. Because the way I always describe it is, if you were a robber intending to victimize somebody and you're walking down a street and there's an alleyway on your right and you see a businessman distracted on a cell phone carrying a briefcase, and you look at the alley on your left and you see somebody in a karate gi with a black belt, which guy are you going to try to rob? Right? I mean, it's fucking obvious. You're definitely not going to pick the fight with the guy who may likely be able to disarm you and turn the knife back on you. You're going to go for the distracted guy who isn't demonstrating a level of competency to fight back. Concealed carry is like everybody wearing a black belt underneath their coat. So now, the mere possibility that the person you're intending to victimize could kill you dramatically drops crime. This woman said, as someone who was stalked by a pedophile from the ages of 8 to 11, I can tell exactly what point this girl is at. This isn't the first time pedo Muslims have harassed her and her sister. She's exhausted every avenue of pleading to the adults to help her, and they've failed. They're afraid of the power structure. They don't know what else to do. They've essentially told her that she's on her own. That's what you see here. And again, I still have no idea if she's 12-year-old, the 14-year-old. This girl thinks she's 13. A 13-year-old girl that knows if she doesn't protect herself and her sister, they're going to end up like all the other girls who got abducted by Pakistani rape gangs. And she's decided she would rather kill than be a sex slave. Here, let me pull another thing off here. God.
It's turning into levels of V for Vendetta over there. Like,
can't, man. I can't fucking do this. I mean, this isn't even happening like this in America, and my blood is goddamn boiling over it. Let me pull this in here real quick, just to show you what Pakistan is like. This is a report from 2018. Rapist is let off for sexually attacking a woman after agreeing to allow his sister to be raped by his victim's brother in Pakistan. There are some cultures that are not compatible with modern society. She's decided that she would rather kill than be a sex slave. This girl has more courage than the adults who surround her, who won't risk their freedom, actually a subservience to the system, to stand up for what's right. I pray that we get to a point where the right people are in charge and every single one of these pedo invaders is hunted down like the dogs that they are. Leonardo Joni, end quote. Right? You know, a couple of years ago, I think it was when Obama was president, I was listening to a YouTube video with like commentators talking about the direction that the nation was heading in, which was not fucking good, by the way. Like tragedy. The great hope that I have for America is that Kamala Harris isn't president and that Elon Musk bought Twitter, or else you wouldn't have seen any of this. It would be exactly like the Reddit posts. Removed, except you wouldn't even see that it was removed. It just wouldn't exist. As far as you were concerned, you would not know about it. In this YouTube video I was watching, this person was coping. It was like hopium on full display, and it was honestly kind of repulsive. But they were saying that America is so fed up, and I don't believe that at all. Not back then. Maybe now, but not back then. They said America is so fed up that all it's going to take is a soccer mom lighting themselves on fire outside of the Capitol building, and everything is going to change. And I'm just like, that is the biggest level of cope I've ever heard. Right? That wasn't going to happen. But this might be that in Scotland, at the very least. Like, we might see that this story, thanks to Elon Musk buying Twitter, might be the thing that actually makes a difference. And I just want to fucking remind you that last podcast, we had to read a story about a guy who got arrested in Ireland at the Dublin airport because he had sexual images of anime girls on his phone, which may or may not have just been Brown Dust 2, the mobile game. Arrested. Meanwhile, this girl has been put into such a position that she has to carry around a fucking hatchet to protect herself and her sister. Where the fuck are your priorities? Jesus Christ. I love this. Why you have weapon? Why you have weapon? Get away from me. I'm 12, you fucking nonsense. So this is the post. They clipped this part here and put it into that article I was reading previously. This person said, I spoke with the mom of one of the girls, Maya. Okay, so maybe the girl was Maya. And the mom, I assumed that the mom was Maya. Maybe it was the other girl. And I guess we're right. So, yeah. Yeah. So I'll read the top part. We don't have to read this part again, but I got the entire story from that the media is covering up and lying about. So first of all, the reporting got the names of the girls mixed up. There were 3 girls who were there, who were accosted by the attackers, who were accosted and attacked by the migrants. Lola, the hero in the video, she's the one with the axe defending her sister from the migrant attackers. Ruby, Lola's older sister. See, who's 12, right? Older sister who was attacked and hospitalized. And Maya, Ruby's best friend, who was with them and went to call the police after Ruby was attacked by the migrants. Here's the summary of what happened from Maya's mother, right? Yeah, so what happens, the girls are just out walking. Lola, the younger girl, was being called sexy and other sexual remarks. I don't know about the man's sister also in the picture. I haven't seen a third girl, and I would have assumed it was Maya, but I guess she might be left at that point. But you can see this is supposedly a text or maybe a Facebook message or something from the mom of the third girl. Okay. Now moving past this. POV, you're a 12-year-old girl in Scotland that defended yourself from a rapist. What do you have to look forward to? The police, yeah. British police getting ready to arrest a white girl for being racist to her Muslim rapist. I wish it was just a joke. They sent an entire department to arrest a 14-year-old girl defending herself. Let me play the video here for you.
Die hat schon blaues Fleck da hinten bei ihm. Ist hier nicht weg. Platz! Entspannt.
This can't be right. This is German. No? That sounds like her voice.
Ja. So, und da wird zugemacht. Keiner kommt hier rein. Einmal bitte hier rüber.
If it's Ireland, it could be Gaelic. But
Maybe. So here, 2 things. So first of all, she's Scottish, not Irish, but
I think they have their own
yeah.
language.
Couple things here. Number 1, she's not wearing the same outfit that she was wearing in the other video. The report says that the event happened at 7:30. By 7:40, the police arrived and arrested her. She's not wearing the same outfit if that's her. Second of all, if that is her, the reason that they sent so many police, I would bet money, is to stop the people around there from beating the shit out of the officers arresting her and letting her get free. Like, I can't imagine. It's like this is like the kind of shit that makes you see red. You know, like if you were ever put in this situation, it would just be like you black out. I'd be so fucking pissed. So after this, I just want to point out, oh yeah, I love this. You're mad the little Scottish girl had a knife and an axe. I'm mad she didn't have a gun. We are not the same. Now, it gets my blood boiling, man. It's boiling.
It says Samo.
Yeah. You guys remember when we covered this? Remember when we talked about this?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. Today, after less than 2 years, he is free. If he had been a white Frenchman, he would have been sentenced to 30 years without parole. The judiciary in Europe is a serious problem. And if that doesn't make your blood boil enough, Ireland, Islamic migrants take freely from Irish children, everything from their bikes to their innocence. What the fuck, man? Jesus Christ. You have to forgive me. That girl looks like my daughter. My son is the age of the girl with the axe. I just can't fucking believe it. But don't worry. Don't worry. In Britain, they're really serious about stopping the crimes against children. The only problem is they have to be fictional children. High school DxD game ads banned in the UK as regulators cry they are sexualizing minors.
Uh-huh.
A trio of high school DxD mobile game ads, complete with partial nudity, boob-tastic quips, and underage high school innuendos, just got slapped down by the UK's Advertising Standards Authority for sexualizing characters that seemed under 18 and leaning on harmful gender stereotypes. The UK's Advertising Standards Authority has ruled against 3 YouTube ads for High School DxD Operation Paradise Infinity, a browser game hosted on the G123 platform, claiming they irresponsibly sexualized under 18s and relied on harmful gender stereotypes. CTW, the operator of the game, was warned and forced to pull the ads after viewers complained. The offending ads showcased animated girls in revealing outfits with cheeky lines such as "All rise for the gentleman's harem," "Boobtastic," and "Get your hands full." The sort of tongue-in-cheek fan service that has been commonplace in the anime and related games for decades. One ad even dared to show panties and thighs with the word "high school" stamped across the screen, which apparently was enough for the ASA to lose its collective mind. According to the ruling, the ads violated the CAP code under sections on social responsibility, offense, and depictions of sexualized under 18s. The irony, of course, is that no actual children were involved. These are drawings, the same sort of fictional content that censors and moral guardians have been hyperventilating over for years. CTW admitted fault and promised to revise its ad approval process, no doubt under pressure from regulators, even though the victims here only exist on paper and screen. The ASA has been on a crusade lately, banning numerous mobile game ads for sexual objectification or non-consensual content, instead of allowing consumers to decide whether a cheeky anime ad is offensive. The regulator has taken it upon itself to dictate taste, effectively treating fictional depictions as dangerous reality. CTW, ironically, just went public in July, raising $12 million to expand globally, a move that may now be hindered as it collides with the West's ever-tightening grip on what adults are allowed to see. The move is particularly ironic amidst the nation that puts women in jail for fighting back against rapists. And just to remind you that it happens in Democrat-controlled states as well. Rochester man gets 180 days in jail for raping 2 girls under the age of 9. Meanwhile, Shiloh Hendricks was charged and faces 270 days in jail for using the N-word at a Rochester playground.
Oh, look, the top comment.
WTF. So yeah, I'm not pleased. Anybody got pickups?
Oh, yeah, man, I got pickups, but I mean, wait,
I
is it? Wait,
saw
what a way to
one. Jesus.
sour the mood.
For those of us curious, Greenlight has a way to unsour the mood.
Yeah. Well, I've got one on-camera pickup and one off-camera pickup.
Yeah.
This is my, I guess, following after Reese, I picked up a non-anime title, but, you know, given how many of these he shows on Discord, it won't be reamed, I assume. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure Trilogy, or Most Triumphant Trilogy, more specifically, is...
Nice.
Me and my roommate watched this weekend. We had a housewarming party, and I showed all these because that was like the theme of our party, actually, is Bill and Ted. So I showed these, and then I have a pickup, but you're gonna have to visit our Discord in the Velvet Room to see that one. It's very nice. Nice. So let's just say that it's
When
very
we were
nice.
talking, I wasn't expecting that it would be in your pickup today. I was expecting like weeks from now.
Nah,
That's
I
why I
got
asked
that
you for the-
shit.
That's why I asked for the link. I was like, you
No,
said just when-
yeah. No,
I
already have it.
misunderstood you.
Wow. I recognize this from this chair from Attack on Titan.
Yeah, I was
Right.
gonna say that too. It looks like the chair.
Jesus. This is quickly just becoming the Green Line's pickups
Chair.
channel.
Right.
All right.
Just rename it. Green Line
So-
Velvet Room.
I've got some pickups. As expected, Metal Gear Solid Delta arrived. There is a crease right there
Uh,
that is right on the line of, do I send it back? Do I try to get another one? We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing. I also picked up The Negotiator, which is a Tokyo Shock release of a Takashi Miike movie. So, DVD only. And then I bet you can't guess what this is.
an envelope.
Good.
Can I have
You
a
win.
prize? What's
All
my
right,
prize?
let me try to cut it open without.
Oh, Randy came in.
Yep.
Hi,
Have
Randy.
you not heard me talk for the last 20 minutes?
No.
You clearly haven't been here then, Reese. You've just
Have-
outed yourself.
Has anybody else heard Randy talk? the
Yes.
last 20 minutes? Yes. Oh, okay. That's weird.
Deal for me. That's why I was like kind of weirded out. Like, wait, I heard Randy the entire
Okay.
time. Like, what do you?
So,
I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge your existence yet, Randy.
as a
Will this be
reminder,
the
You've been
replacement.
dead
disc?
to me this entire time.
Oh no, this is.
Oh. Oh.
saw cut, sun faded.
Oh.
Third time's the charm.
Oh. Oh, this will be.
Oh, it's stuck.
No, no. Oh, fuck. What, did you just get the cover sheet?
Fucking goddamn it!
Oh, fuck, dude.
Ah! Oh, fuck.
Where'd you get it from?
It was super cheap on eBay, so I thought I would just give it a shot. I
Does it have
messaged two other
pictures of it?
sellers, just asking them, like, because they didn't show a picture of the spine. Like, can I just get a confirmation? So they haven't gotten back to me. That
Oh,
one.
yeah,
fucked me
that's
over.
why.
And then last one, Zero Woman R in a Blockbuster Hollywood video style case. I feel like it's
Yeah.
got that texture to it, you know.
And it's got the weird, they can put a locking mechanism in the spine in it to lock it.
The what?
Show the opposite spine. Yeah, no, opposite spine.
Yeah.
Spine.
The
Spine.
bar goes
Yeah,
in here to
spine.
lock it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There's one of those.
And then it also has a 2-disc, but only 1 disc, and it's got like the
Yeah.
rental thing. So
But those discs aren't boobies.
Nope.
The other one was.
She's
The
only
other-
got one boob.
the other one was Naughty Guides to Tokyo Nightlife, though. That wasn't a Zero Woman one. All right. Anyway, so that concludes. I think there's one other Zero Woman, but it never got a physical release over here that I know of. So that means that I am now done with that nonsense. And those are my pickups. Where's my screen shared window? There it is. Okay.
Currently screen sharing.
Yeah. Let me pull these off screen. And I pulled them off screen, then they popped right back when they were. Okay. Come on. All right, let me open up the Discord pickups. You're looking good today, Reese.
This is what I was telling you guys about yesterday.
Nice.
First time's a charm after fucking up for 3 weeks.
Okay. All right, here we go. So, Bobby Hill picked up City Hunter, the movie Angel Dust. Nice. Reese, you picked up Squashed and Stretched, Blue Exorcist, and Angel Dust.
Yeah, the City Hunter case annoys the hell out. It's not like a regular, 1 to 3 disc case. It's in one of those 4 to 6 thickness case.
Wow.
Which is annoying as hell.
Just big enough to fit all the anime logo on the side.
Yeah.
John Wick.
All the John Wicks I upgraded to the 4Ks, and every single one of these fuckers are an Eco Box.
Ah, fuck that.
So I had to buy a bunch off of eBay.
Danny finally got his shit together and decided to watch all of Attack on Titan before I finished the manifesto. Right? That's what that's about, right? I finally convinced you. Is this complete? Not technically.
There's the live action movies, which nobody cares about.
There's 2 live action movies. There's the OVAs. That's the more important thing.
The 8 OVA episodes, which haven't been released over here. So
not on Blu-ray.
Yes. Well, not all of them have been released over here anyway.
I think the only ones that haven't been released over here are Lost Girls.
The last 3?
Yeah, the last 3, the 3 Lost Girls ones.
Yeah.
But the only one that's really necessary to watch, because it's actually part of the canon of the manga, is Ilse's Notebook.
Oh, and No Regrets, the Levi backstory.
No Regrets is not in the manga, though. There's just a side story manga of it.
But it is considered canon.
Okay, but Ilse's Notebook is literally inside the canon of the main manga. Yeah. I would recommend getting all of them, right, that you can get. They have been put out on streaming in HD with a dub. Right, but they haven't put them on disc yet.
Yeah, there is a Blu-ray release in Japan.
Yep.
But I don't think that has a dub.
So Danny also picked up Bungo Stray Dogs Season 4 and Season 5. Trigun Stampede and Revenger. Star Driver 2, and is that Eureka 7? High Evolution?
High Evolution. I think this is the first one, maybe, or second one of the trilogy movies.
And the Heike story. I'm guessing that's just the slipcover that goes over it.
Presumably.
Konosuba, An Explosion on This Wonderful World, and Saving 80,000 Gold in Another World for My Retirement. Watch Club Button. All right. Oh, damn. You also got Goblin Slayer 2. Shit, I haven't even picked that up yet. Reborn as a Vending Machine. I Now Wander the Dungeon, Season 1. Romeo's Blue Sky. Got that. Nice. Rent a Girlfriend. Oh, no. What have you done? Nobody's Boy Remy. Nasu Summer in Andalusia. Cool. Also, Dark Gathering. 2, 4, 5, 6, and something else. Yeah. 11. 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
Nice. Also, Gunsmith Cats. Is this the omnibus? Yeah, omnibus book 1.
Yep.
Speed Grapher Volume 1. If I click on this, am I going to regret it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, with the slip covers. Looks so good. So it goes Aaron, Mikasa, Armin. Worst picture of Levi ever drawn. Ervin, Aaron, Mikasa, Armin again. I guess that's appropriate. Yeah, just gotta go watch it now. Nice. Yeah, no rush. Oh, come on. That was my joke. Don't make it real.
I did it first hours ago.
Yeah. Enriv picked up the Anime Classics Gungrave and the Ryoma Prince of Tennis.
Yeah.
I didn't even I forgot this got a physical, the CG movie one. Also, you picked up Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun Iru Mafia Edition. Is this a special manga?
That is stuff.
Wow. How much did that set you back? 120?
I think he mentions it in the...
Oh, is that the greatest hits disc in the not greatest hits box? I would kill someone. Let me check mine. Is it down here? I don't think it's down here, actually. Never mind. I would be so fucking pissed.
Apparently, he says that the greatest hits one is the better disc.
Really? I mean, it probably is because it's the later pressing, you know? All right. You're going to like this podcast tonight. All right, let's move past this. Okay.
321.
Thank you. 322 is the next one. Japan stages. That's not right. That's supposed to be first. Then this. Then that. Why did that go? Okay, here we go. Ise City scraps plans for Islamic prayer space near famous shrine out of online outcry. Plans to establish an Islamic prayer space near the famous Ise Grand Shrine have been scrapped after online outrage and a wave of public criticism, showing once again how quickly netizens can push back against policies they find questionable. Ise City of Mie Prefecture had initially planned to include a small prayer area inside the Uji Urata Tourist Information Center, located close to Ise Jingu's Naiku Inner Shrine. As part of ongoing renovations, it would have been the first public facility in the city to provide such a space aimed at accommodating Muslim visitors. But after news of the plan spread in late February, the city received over 100 complaints and critical inquiries, ranging from concerns over the separation of religion and state to objections about placing a religiously specific facility so close to one of Japan's most sacred Shinto sites. Online, the backlash escalated, with some posts exaggerating the situation as if the city intended to build a mosque near the shrine. I mean, effectively, think about this though. Like, I don't. Realistically, here. I'm going to just get a shit ton of stuff out of here, huh? If I can find it. Is it here? No, actually, it's in a folder. Hold on. Okay. There is a post, a picture going around on Twitter in Japan. eCastro says, better to not take the first step, so I think the pushback is a good move.
Yep.
Old man says, I saw a UK comment say that they could hear Muslim prayers 3 times a day, but the church bells were not allowed. Looking at how militant a certain percentage of Muslims can be, concerns about vandalism of sacred Shinto sites would be on my mind. Yeah, so this post has been going around, according to this tweet, at least. For example, in France, many churches get vandalized even as mosques are being built. So this post has been going around, according to this tweet, on Japanese Twitter. Diversity versus multiculturalism. Sounds about right. Now, the thing here is that if you put a Muslim prayer space in a Japanese prefecture, right? If you put something near the shrine, you will naturally start to aggregate more Muslims into that area. Right?
Yeah.
So let's say that you've got, let's just say, 100 Muslims across all of Japan. And you put a place, and I'm sure there's actual mosques in Japan, don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, if you start to put a place that accommodates them, and they already live somewhat nearby, they're going to start flocking to that place for their religious practice. Right? And other people who live in Japan may move closer to that place for their religious practice. Over time, this creates an enclave, and it's sort of like what we have in the United States, where we have, Little Tokyo, Koreatown, Chinatown, you know what I mean? Where you start to have areas that are almost designated for foreigners, right? Now, ironically, in America, as I said previously, some cultures are not compatible with modern society. Fortunately, most Asian cultures are, right? So when I go to Koreatown or just Chinatown or Little Tokyo or whatever, for the most part, it is not a bad experience, right? But if you have less than ideal cultures that start to carve out a space for themselves, history has shown that when Muslims get together, they start demanding Sharia law among, where they live. And they start to carve out little areas. They have all sorts of stuff in the Quran. They have this thing called taqiyya. It's the ability to lie about their intention and whatnot. All sorts of shit that we've seen dismantle Europe. So, just saying, smart move on the netizens here. Let's see, where were we? Ise City of Mie Prefecture had initially planned to include a small prayer area inside the shrine. I read that part. But after the news of the plan spread in late February, the city received over 100 complaints and critical inquiries ranging from concerns over the separation of religion and state to objections about placing a religiously specific facility so close to one of Japan's most sacred Shinto sites. Online, the backlash escalated, with some posts exaggerating the situation as if the city intended to build a mosque near the shrine. Faced with mounting criticism and fearing disruption to the shrine and its community, city officials announced that the prayer space plan would be abandoned. The renovations will instead focus on other facilities, such as a nursing room. I mean, seriously, put your effort towards the thing that you actually want. A nursing space, a nursing room, if that's for nursing moms. If you want more moms, make life easier to be a mom, right? If you want more Muslims, build a mosque. It's that fucking simple, right? If you build it, they will come, right?
That how the podcast works?
Yep. The quick reversal highlights how online outrage can reshape local government decisions in Japan, especially when sacred traditions and tourism intersect. All right, let's pull this over here. In other news, sorry, I got to archive this real quick. PayPal reportedly closing accounts of gamers buying adult games, keeping profits of adult game developers. Thanks, PayPal. In the aftermath of Steam and itch.io purging illegal adult games, after pressure from... I just want to point out a fucking again, the effort to save fictional children versus the real children being harmed in the world right now. After pressure from payment processors such as MasterCard and Visa, it seems even adult games with legal adult content is under scrutiny. In the prior weeks, there have been claims of PayPal not only closing the accounts of gamers buying adult games, but even those of an adult game developer. The profits of said game, due to featuring cheating and corruption, resulted in PayPal allegedly keeping their profits. Reddit user Goro Majima, posting to the r/lewd games subreddit, made a shocking claim on August 20th, starting a thread titled, "Buying Not Safe for Work Games on itch.io? PayPal may nuke your account." Understand what this is saying. Your PayPal account, which you may use for business, which you may get payments in for all sorts of freelance work or anything, right? PayPal will just nuke it right in the middle of your day because you bought a game off of a legal website that has legal content, but they didn't like it. That's 100% what they're saying here. The user enclosed a screenshots of several purchases made on itch.io from August 6th to the 16th, totaling $47.27, and an email from PayPal. They mention here that the user didn't disclose the name of the game, so none of the screenshots that are in the article are from the game. That they're, I mean, they might be, but it would be a coincidence if they were. Quote, "Just woke up to an email from PayPal stating that my account was permanently limited, rather. Thinking it's a scam, I check, and lo and behold, I was limited. But what had I done? Well, my only purchases using PayPal were through itch.io. That's the only thing I use it for." Again, MasterCard and Visa cause them to have to ban games, send them to itch, then they also attack itch, then itch switches over to PayPal, then PayPal bans the user's entire accounts or makes them limited, right? So that sound about right? It seems that I was limited for breaking the policies of our partners mentioned in the first paragraph of the notice. It's no secret that PayPal are quite close to close with MasterCard and Visa, who have been pushing hardest for this porn ban. Specifically the not safe for work games sphere. So this is a public service announcement. If you're using your PayPal account for anything else, don't use it for itch. The alleged email from PayPal declared, quote, "We're no longer offering PayPal services for this account," barely elaborating. Quote, "Sometimes we can't offer services to an account for a variety of reasons, including local laws, our policies, or the policies of our partners. Based on the information we have today, it appears that there has been activity on this account that we cannot process. The email," emphasized Goro Majima, "could withdraw any funds remaining." That's weird. Based on the information that we cannot process. I think it should say stated could. I don't know. Architectural versions of manifesting. Yeah, I mean, technically, yeah. You build the facilities for the things that you want, and then they're going to be utilized largely by the things you want. Conservatives had their accounts shut down by PayPal years ago. Yep. Most of them will have no recourse or solution. Yep. An interesting wrinkle is that itch.io de-indexed their offending adult content on July 24th. Around July 28th, itch.io updated their frequently asked questions, explaining that to meet the terms of service of PayPal, along with Stripe and Payoneer, the non-exhaustive list of forbidden content. I feel like there's words missing in this article. This included the likes of sexual content featuring a lack of consent, underage characters, and the like. Several possibilities arise over the adult games Goro Majima bought in August. One or more were against itch.io's terms of service, somehow avoiding bans even though their content wasn't on their non-exhaustive list. PayPal refused service due to an older purchase that featured forbidden content, or PayPal refused service for buying games even within their terms of service. Mid-August saw some gamers unable to buy games on Steam via PayPal. A Reddit user shared a message that appeared when attempting to add funds to their Steam account, noting PayPal use on Steam, Steam US Steam is currently unavailable in my currency. Why? In early July 2025, PayPal notified Valve that their acquiring bank for payment transactions in certain currencies was immediately terminating the processing of any transactions related to Steam. This affects Steam purchases using PayPal and currencies other than Euro, all this shit, right? Skipping past this. Valve insisted they hoped they could offer PayPal in those currencies in the future, but the timeline is uncertain. Valve later confirmed with Rock Paper Shotgun that one of PayPal's acquiring banks pulling support is regarding content on Steam related to what we previously commented on surrounding MasterCard. Blah, blah, blah. It's great. I'm going to read the shorter article here instead of snipping in stuff because I feel like that's a lot of recap. PayPal freezes 800,000 pounds. I think it said euros in the other article, just so we're clear. It doesn't really fucking matter, right? From indie dev for making an adult game. An indie programmer who sold an adult game on Steam claims PayPal has frozen nearly 800,000 pounds in earnings, leaving him stuck with an unpaid tax bill to HMRC. The move highlights PayPal's iron grip over adult content transactions and the precarious situation for creators working outside of the mainstream. On Reddit's Legal Advice UK board, a developer shared his financial nightmare. After releasing an adult game on Steam, he was expecting around 80,000 pounds in profits. The money, routed through PayPal, was earmarked to pay off a looming UK corporation tax bill in August. Instead, PayPal froze every penny. According to the Post, PayPal interrogated the source of funds, demanding proof of where the revenue came from. The developer explained it was legitimate programming work sold through Steam. Once he provided the store link, however, PayPal flagged the game's adult content and flat out refused to release the funds. I owe a massive corporation tax bill to HMRC, and PayPal has frozen all my funds because I made an adult game. I'm a programmer for games on Steam, primarily adult games, and a month ago I was expecting a payment for a game I released, which netted the 80,000 pounds. This money was supposed to be used to pay the large corporation tax, blah, blah, blah. And this is important. I've raised complaints that have gone nowhere. I've been told that I've violated PayPal's terms of service. Bear in mind, PayPal is very far removed from the actual sales of this game. Steam pays lead developers. Lead developer takes money into his corporation. His corporation sends its share of the profits to my blah, 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 whatever. Even worse, the money hasn't been returned to the lead developer either, creating a limbo where thousands of pounds are stuck in PayPal's system. Complaints, he says, have gone nowhere. The official reason, a supposed violation of PayPal's terms of service, which prohibits transactions involving certain adult content. Critics note the hypocrisy. PayPal had no problem acting as a middleman long after the actual sales were completed on Steam. only to intervene when it saw the content type. Steam paid the lead developer, who then distributed the team's share through corporate accounts, but PayPal's blanket ban still crushed the payout. For small studios and indie devs, this situation is far from unique. Adult creators, whether in games, art, or digital media, have long accused PayPal of discriminatory practices, cutting off financial access while simultaneously profiting from transaction fees elsewhere. What do you, like, I don't even know. Like, I'm so flabbergasted by the entire concept that they will literally just say, your money, it's mine now. You can't have it. You did a no-no. Sorry, we're keeping it. Like, what the fuck, right?
I want to know how they were like, where'd this money come from? You facilitated the transaction. What do you mean, where
Fuck
did
you,
this money
that's
come
where,
from?
right?
Like,
So as I understand it, the lead developer got paid, and then the lead developer paid him.
oh,
And so the lead developer sent him 80,000 pounds, and PayPal's like, what the fuck is that? That's a lot of money, right?
yeah.
And then he's
Okay,
like, oh,
at least-
yeah, I made a porn game. They're like, no, you didn't. You know, like,
Yeah. I can see. I mean, it's still kind of bullshit, but I see the rationale at least.
Yeah.
I must have missed that part.
yeah, it was, I had to derive that after reading this. Like, it didn't come out straight across the board very clearly. The only reason I even got to that is because I happened to read this part. The lead developer takes money into his corporation sends it, its share of profits to my account, I'm guessing is what it would say. For a platform that markets itself as a trusted global payment processor, PayPal seems all too eager to play moral arbiter, deciding what creators can and can't be paid for, even when the marketplace itself, Steam, had no issue hosting the title. And Japan staged a secret meeting with MasterCard and Visa over financial censorship of anime. When credit cards start policing content, your culture dies a silent, bureaucratic death. Japan's anime-obsessed politician Taro Yamada just held a hush-hush meeting with the card companies to stop financial censorship from strangling legal content like BL manga and violent stories. Anime isn't safe, at least not from the clean-cut lexicon of credit card rules. Taro Yamada, a House of Counselors member and anime fan, confirmed that on August 25th, Japan's Visual Industry Strategy Promotion Research Group quietly held talks with international card banks, payment processors, and government agencies to address what they described as financial censorship of lawful anime, manga, and games. And again, I just want to fucking point out again that cultures for which you can get off scot-free for raping someone by letting a family member rape one of your family members are being protected by governments, and yet lawful things in a country other than the host nation for which PayPal and Visa and MasterCard exist, that does not involve real people, is too far. Right? Like, just, I cannot stress enough the bizarro world that we live in with these priorities. According to Yamada, the meeting conducted under strict confidentiality was meant to lay bare the opaque decision-making chain that's been blocking payments for content deemed too graphic, like boys love, violence, or sexual themes. Why keep it hush-hush? Because pressure had already cost Manga Library Z its business. That platform published out-of-print manga until a processor warned them of content flagged by MasterCard and Visa. Without details, threats of millions of yen fines, or contract termination, they closed in late 2024. Meanwhile, MasterCard continues to mouth PR lines. They allow all lawful purchases, but expect merchants to police anything that might hurt their brand. Their terms include vague bans on content that's offensive or lacks serious artistic value. So legally created works fall off the ledger at the whim of a corporate valuation. In other words, anime and manga creators are trapped in a Kafkaesque ordeal. Legal content banned not by law, but by whisper campaigns in boardrooms. Japan staging a secret meeting to push back doesn't signal victory. It admits how far censorship has quietly crept in. And until creators pay via transparent, unapologetic rails, the culture remains for sale. Any thoughts?
I mean,
Oh, shit, yeah. Yes, I know. Yeah. I didn't cover it, but there's shit going on in Germany right now. Like, shit is hitting the fan. And thank fucking God, the U.S. got a president who decided to seal the border and deport everyone. Right? Like, thank fucking God that we're currently in a situation where we're reversing the tide before it requires drastic measures. The vagueness of the PayPal rules is a feature not about. What were you going to say, Randy?
I was just going to say that I think that the MasterCard and Visa, and like, it needs that bill that someone put. I know Trump put in an executive order, but the bill that was also submitted just before that
about the reputational damage or whatever.
Yeah, where they can't use that as an excuse anymore. You just gotta make everything based on an actual issue, right? A financial,
an actual quantifiable issue, not just a hearsay.
Yeah, a quantifiable risk that's not based on like moral shit.
Yeah. Cool. Continuing. Any second now. The Beginning After the End print editions has 7 days to go. If you are interested in getting it, it's at 481,000. I believe they've blown past all of their stretch goals. Yeah, they've got nothing left. So everything you could have wanted from it, if you were interested in this, is available. To be honest, they look fucking cool. I
wanted except a good
animation. Yeah. Yeah. It looks fucking cool, but I'm never gonna read it. I'm just gonna decide not to buy it. Instead, I'm buying something else. 8 days to go. I found this, last second here. They're making a fan live action film of Guyver. Let me screen share it with audio real quick.
Guyver.
Here it is. All right.
Hi, my name is Maya McGowan, and I play Mizuki Sagawa.
I'm Cameron Tommy Rankin, and I'm playing Sho Fukumachi.
I'm Sherwin Kuo, and I'm playing Tetsuro Sagawa.
I think in general, I remember from my experience on set, the first day walking in, there was like this buzz, this electricity that I felt. And I think oftentimes when I walk on set for the first time, that is apparent for maybe about an hour to 2 hours. But the one thing I remember with Guyver was that was pretty prominent throughout.
Oh man, so
All right,
the
you said
experience
basically
of
nothing.
bringing show to life and coming to set was just incredible because like, oh my.
Anyway, I'm just going to show you a little bit about the visuals here.
Hi, I'm Mackie James. I play.
I hate that decision. Like, oh man, I'm sorry. Go back. The fucking. Okay, so first to preface this, I didn't say this earlier. But like the whole sitting on the couch, the whole presentation of this,
is bad. Yeah,
rubs me the wrong way, like
Yep.
completely. Right, my like cringe meter goes up, and I'm just like, what are you fucking doing?
It is a fan film, and it will be cringe.
But if you go back to that tree scene, having him go under the tree and then the other guy put his hands on the tree,
it
like
feels
he's taking
so
a Sears
staged.
picture.
Yeah, it
You know,
feels
like
very
the
staged.
family or like a school photo or something. It's like oh, like I can just picture the cinematography guy just saying, you know what, make an awesome shot. Let's have the tree split you because we're gonna be talking and they're, I don't even know what they're talking about, but it's probably gonna be like the one guy is he doesn't want to do the thing anymore, but the other guy, he's like, yeah, let's do it. And the tree is gonna represent the split divide between the two as they have this conversation. And then but like we need to get the guy on the other side of the tree. So why don't you just duck under the tree and have this weird awkward like oh no. I don't like it.
It's a little forced. So anyway, they talk about this as being, I don't know why he's stepping on a DVD here. But they talk about this being like a place where they're probably going to shoot some cool fight scenes and bullshit. I don't know. We're not going to watch this entire 7-minute video. But so they did a short film, very short, called Guyver Midnight. It was kind of like the pilot, the test for it. And this is Guyver Midnight, right? We watched it. It's not very good, and it's not bad, but it's not like the level you want it to be at. You know what I mean? But they're doing, the effort here. It's a fan film.
My expectations for fan stuff is kind of low, so it's, if it doesn't look like complete ass, then I'm fine with it. But
and what's neat is that they're hiring legitimate studios to do their prosthetics and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? I'm pretty sure this is from Men in Black. This is from Hellboy, right? This is from It, right? And they might have even been the guys who did the original Guyver with Mark Hamill and David Hayter, right?
Uh-huh.
So anyway, they do have a physical tier where you get, this is what I backed, you get a thanks in the end credits, plus movie, plus extras. You'll get a Guyver movie Blu-ray, plus Guyver Midnight. So they're going to put the short pilot film on the disc. A special thank you in the end credits, plus all the previous digital rewards, plus signed thank yous. So you get like data files, early access, whatever all this other stuff is. Anyway, you've got basically a week left. You could also get this tier. I don't know what this is. For $350, your name will appear in the movie in a digital form, such as on a sign, words written on a wall, or part of 3D animations. You'll also receive one of 15 Guyver units. Did they mean like the actual like outfit? Because that's a pretty cool tier for $350. If that's, just saying, right? Anyway, like I said, it's got 8 days to go. If you want to back it, you can. In other news, we have another update from Mike McFarland. It's kind of a weird one. Every hero needs a soundtrack. Mike's been fighting the good fight with a little help from this badass collection of his favorite tunes and thought, why not share the love so we can vibe alongside him? You may notice he has impeccable taste. Copy this link into a browser to open up Spotify and hear Mike's playlist. Yep, it's called McFarland. Anyway, in yet other news, we skipped this last podcast. Chaos on Royal Caribbean's Icon of the Seas after water slide glass shatters. Yikes. Yikes. On board the Icon of the Seas, a luxury cruise ship operated by Royal Caribbean, a water slide malfunction resulted in a dramatic incident that left passengers in distress and one guest injured. The event occurred mid-ride when an acrylic glass panel on the water slide shattered, injuring one guest and sending water rushing into a public area of the ship. The unexpected incident sparked confusion and concern among passengers. Let me share this bad boy with audio. One second. Here it is.
Did the person fall out? Did the person fall out?
The answer to that question is yes.
Look at that shit. That's a near vertical drop where the broken part happened, right?
I mean, if, like, just imagining shards that are still up there and somebody goes down in that.
Yes.
Yes. I think I assume it's going to be like an acrylic, not glass.
It is.
But still shards.
But imagine though, like, first of all, again, it's near vertical. So you've got people like grabbing on the thing and just like slamming down. Bam! Bam! Passenger after passenger after passenger is hitting that thing.
Oh, I think only. Oh, you mean just in general the slide?
In general,
yeah.
Right, yeah. So you're like slam. That's where you hit and start to like slide past.
Well,
right?
that's why they always tell you like
300 passenger in there. That's all it takes.
That's why they tell you to like sit. Always like sit with your back down,
Yeah,
arms,
like-
because if you do sit forward or you try to fuck around, you'll get air on this kind of drop, and then instead of because if you're on your ass and you're following the slide, it's not going to put any crazy amount of pressure.
Right.
But if you get air and now you're falling, and then inside the tube, and you hit. Yeah, and you hit the bend, then you're hitting, then you're causing the stress, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well, that clearly happened.
I just imagine being the guy that did this. Like you go down, and like I don't know if this person, I don't know if it was a guy or girl, but anyway, this person, like if they did that where they got air and they fell and broke through, that's one thing. But if it just over time broke because of so many people doing that, and it like breaks the floor, and then they smack their face on the edge of the upcoming segment, right? So you're sliding, the floor drops beneath you, you clothesline yourself on the
So
next part of the
So
ring.
you're coming down here. It breaks. Your feet go down. You start going down like the water. Your face collides right here.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And then you'll probably do a backflip, like somersault, all the way down to the bridge
Do a flip.
or deck, whatever.
What's underneath here is though. I'm dying to know what's directly underneath.
A bloody pool.
Oh,
That's
no.
what I want to know. I want to know, like, give me the angle from above. Like,
What do you land on?
Old man says today on Jackass. Yeah. Unfortunately, the video doesn't show us anything worth seeing.
We went on the slide. Someone just fell out of it.
Like, did they land in the pool of water? Did they land on the deck?
It sounded like they landed in a public area, according to the article.
the other thing is, I read that like it took them forever to just be able to turn the slide off because it's not something they were like expecting to ever have to do.
Yeah. Come on. There it is. All right. So, the chaotic scene unfolded when a glass panel on the ship's waterslide broke while a guest was riding it. In the video footage circulating online, several passengers can be heard screaming as water cascaded onto the area below. Several individuals are seen shouting for the slide to be stopped as water poured from the broken panel above. The incident caused a disruption on the ship, drawing the attention of both passengers and crew members. Royal Caribbean later confirmed the occurrence in an official statement. According to the company, the broken acrylic glass panel led to the injury of an adult guest riding the slide at the time of the incident. Though details about the nature of the injury have not been fully disclosed, the company confirmed that the guest was immediately attended to by medical personnel on board. Just imagine. It's like it took us ages to shut off the water, but the paramedics were there immediately. You're just like, breathe, damn you! Clear. Everybody's getting electrocuted, trying to resuscitate them. Oh,
I don't think that happened. That's implausible.
That's hilarious, though. Oh no, you're just getting fucking waterboarded. You're laying there with a broken spine, just like.
Yeah, they can't move him.
Oh.
Somebody get an umbrella over here.
Yeah, exactly. The best thing they could do is just put an umbrella up while they try to help him. Oh. The video footage from the scene shows a mixture of shock and confusion among the passengers who were present when the glass shattered. Several people can be heard shouting for help or attempting to alert the crew, yelling, "Stop the slide." The unexpected flooding of the public area and the cries of alarm added to the panic.
Do you think it was a fatty?
Yes. I don't think a 40-pound or a 90-pound woman did it, like.
Well, I mean, you could get unlucky. The fatty could have been the previous person, loosened it up.
Maybe. I think it was somebody who caused a lot of vibration. Oh, man. Okay. The unexpected flooding of the public area and the cries of alarm added to the panic. It's unclear how long the water continued to pour into the public space before the situation was brought under control. Water slides on cruise ships are popular attractions, and the incident has raised concerns about safety protocols for these attractions, especially when mechanical failures occur. While the exact cause of the glass panel's breakage remains under investigation, This event serves as a reminder of the potential risks associated with such high-energy recreational features. Royal Caribbean has stated that it is conducting a thorough investigation to determine the cause of the glass panel's failure. The cruise line has not disclosed whether any maintenance or design issues may have contributed to the incident. The company has emphasized that the safety of its guests is a top priority, and it is working to ensure that similar incidents do not occur in the future. Man, they didn't have that shit when I took a Royal Caribbean cruise as a kid. We played fucking shuffleboard on the deck. In addition to the ongoing investigation, there have been additional safety checks for other similar attractions on the ship. Though details have not been confirmed at this time, the cruise line has urged guests to report any concerns or issues they encounter during their voyages as part of its commitment to passenger safety. Damn. I want more details. I want more angles. I want people who are recording before it happened. Right? Oh, damn. Okay.
That would be golden if they had the footage.
Yeah.
Of the person falling.
So, in other news, I now no longer have to worry whether or not Mortal Kombat will stay in theaters long enough for me to see it with Dan when he comes back in December, because it's being pushed to summer 2026, which means I won't see it with Dan at all. Because I'm pretty sure he's not going to be going to Anime Expo next year. There's a chance, but we'll see. May 15, 2026. Even that's still, there's no fucking way. That's not happening. We'll see. All right. That's it for that. All right. Return to Silent Hill. The movie has garnered negative reception, according to this headline. I'm going to play it. Anybody who doesn't want to be spoiled, get the fuck out. But here it goes.
Something's happened here. Something really, really bad.
Hold the darkness. You can't keep it away.
Please don't go any further. You don't know what kind of hell you have to face.
So it's come out in January, where films go to die. Return to Silent Hill, a new upcoming movie from the seemingly revived horror franchise, has unleashed a new trailer replete with the game's staple sirens, horror, and enemies, and unsurprisingly also containing Pyramid Head, another attempt to milk the praise of diehard fans. While Pyramid Head has been shoehorned into many titles after the release of Silent Hill 2, his inclusion in this movie at least makes sense since it is based upon the second game. And what they mean by that is that Pyramid Head was in the first movie where he didn't really belong because he's only in, like he didn't exist in the first game. He's in the second game as a manifestation of James's guilt. And then they continued to put him in other games later on that were the ones made by the Western studios because they didn't understand the second game. The movie seems to include tons of memorable things from Silent Hill 2, which for some reason is a rarity when it comes to movie adaptations. So I just want to point out, I find it interesting that the movie trailer teaser thing starts with James in water. It seems, I don't know, they have to accelerate the timeline. They're not going to do a 17-hour long movie, right? It would make a great series, like a hour-long episode TV series kind of thing. But it seems strange. They're having to accelerate the timeline. I saw this post. They're bringing up how in the original PlayStation 2 Silent Hill 2, this is the Lakeview Hotel. This was it in the remake, and this is it in the movie. Now there is a part.
Guests.
Well, there is a part in the game where part of the mansion, the hotel, is on fire because each person in Silent Hill 2 is experiencing a different version of the world. So for Eddie, everything is frozen. For Angela, everything's on fire. And for James, he's experiencing all the nurses, Pyramid Head, and all the other types of monsters that are sexually themed around his like frustration of his wife's debilitating disease that was causing her to die, and his repressed sexual urges and whatnot. So anyway, obviously the nurses, because he was around all of the caretakers and stuff, and all that. So I also have, I thought this was hilarious. So that thing is only 40 seconds long, that teaser, and it got leaked because it showed up on the website for like a split second. And somebody made this post where they were trying to talk about it, but it was gone by the time anybody saw it. And the top comment was, there was a trailer here. It's gone now, right? I don't know if you guys remember. There was a hole here. It's gone now as a reference to the games. So I want to address this before we move on. Lead writer, what makes Silent Hill great? Writers, the spooky atmosphere, the sense of the unknown in the fog, the insane NPCs, the deep regret and sorrow, the music. Lead writer, we're giving them more Pyramid Head and more siren noises. We've got a hit, boys, right? Anyway, so I'm not going to read all these, but it's basically like everybody's looking for ways to, dismantle it, right? I did see this, and this caught my eye.
Odds are it's not going to be an award contender.
So, as you can tell, James doesn't look anything like the James in the game. I'm cool with that. I am legitimately okay with them changing things. I have played the original game. It's a masterpiece. I have played the remake. It's good, but not a masterpiece. And I'm ready for an alternate take on it, right? Where they don't try to, tell the story exactly as it is. And Christopher Gans is back. Pardon, Christoph Gans is back. He's the one who directed the original movie. And he did not direct the second movie, which was trash. Although the girl who played Heather was very a good choice, I feel like, for that film. So I did see this. They said Return to Silent Hill stars Jeremy Irvin as James and Hannah Emily Anderson as Mary, Angela, Maria, and Moth Mary, according to her official credit. It makes sense for her to play Mary and Maria. And Moth Mary is like probably the final boss version, right? That you fight in the game where she turns into like a twisted, evil form. But Angela as well is an interesting choice. And I'm excited for that if that's true. When I look at the IMDb, I only see Mary, Hannah Emily Anderson playing Mary Crane, right? And I just want to point out, shout out, Evie Templeton is playing Laura. This is the girl who plays Laura in the video game. So for Silent Hill 2 Remake, the little girl who calls you a fart face or whatever, she's playing the same character in the live action movie, right? Which is pretty cool. Apparently, she's also in the new season of Wednesday I haven't watched. She kind of reminds me of the girl who played Hit Girl, Chloe Grace Moretz. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I see it.
So this was the original Silent Hill movie, which is a fucking masterpiece, written by Roger Avery. Okay? This movie is very good in terms of it's not a good adaptation of the original game, but it captured the feel of the Silent Hill universe in a very uniquely good way. And Return to Silent Hill is being written by Christoph Gans, the director. And it says here Hiroyuki Iwaku and William Joseph Schneider. And I was like, oh, Hiroyuki Iwaku, who's that? Oh, shit. He wrote Silent Hill 2, the remake, and the original Silent Hill 2, right? Or the Silent Hill HD collection, right? Writer? That's pretty cool, right? Except that's turns out when I was archiving, writers in alphabetical order: Christoph Gans, Hiroyuki Iwaku, based on the video game scenario he wrote. No! So the actual writers are Christoph Gans, William Joseph Schneider, and Sandra Vo On. Who are they? Fucking nobodies. William Joseph Schneider, known for writing The Crow. You know, the remake with
the remake.
What's his name?
With Bill Skarsgård.
Skarsgård, yeah. Yeah. And then
Is it Bill? Is it Bill? I forget. There are too many Skarsgårds.
I think it's Bill. Yeah.
It's just Bill. Yeah.
And then 1540, he also did, and then Rain Who Kills Alone, like nonsense mate, like nobody knows what these are. But it's okay. There's also Sandra Voan, writer of Beauty and the Beast. Right? Fucking. What
is that the
happening?
Disney? Is that the Disney one with Emma Watson, or is that something?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
Click on it.
I don't want to click on it. I don't want to add that to the doc.
Coward.
I'll double check. It says Beauty and the Beast 2014. That sounds about right. Which Christoph Gans also directed. What? Hold on. I don't see. Oh no, it's not. It's not the one with
Emma Watson.
It's not the one
Disney
with Emma Watson.
Belle Bette.
Yeah, it's got this person.
So it's like a French.
Yes, I do. Oh, she was in fuck. She's in the newer Daniel Craig movies. Yes, I do.
Anyway, so there we go. I'm still mega hype. I think it'll be
Daniel Craig. You mean like James Bond Daniel Craig, or just Daniel Craig films? Reese.
Wait. Rephrase that question.
Are the new Daniel Craig movies with Daniel Craig, or are they the new James Bond films with Daniel Craig that she's in?
She's in the last two that Daniel Craig was in.
So yes, James Bond, Daniel Craig movies.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, I thought I said James Bond in there.
No. Okay. Cool. All right. Any thoughts before I move on?
Neat. It looks good.
Yeah. Yay.
Yeah, yay.
Let's go watch it.
Horror films, but it looks good.
All right. Okay. Back to this. James Bondage. Is that you, FTV now? All right.
I would not be surprised if there is a porn parody, but considering James Bond is James Bond, I doubt there is. But if there is one, that would be it.
Jane's Bondage.
James Bondage.
All right. Forbes Japan's 30 Under 30 2025 highlights VTuber Hoshimachi Suisei. She did get her own baseball card. Forbes Japan has unveiled this 2025 30 Under 30 list, but instead of a legion of revolutionary geniuses, the spotlight falls on virtual idols, TikTok celebrities, and creative types, proof that in today's climate, being trendy counts as changing the world. Forbes Japan has once again put its stamp on what it considers the future leaders of Japan, announcing the 2025 edition of its 30 Under 30 list. Now, in its 8th year, the annual showcase claims to honor 30 people under 30 who are changing the world. What it actually delivers is a buffet of online entertainers, pop idols, and social media darlings. Front and center is Hoshimachi Suisei, the Hololive VTuber whose digital stardom earned her the cover feature. She's joined by the likes of Issei, a TikTok/YouTube creator, Hana, a dance and vocal group that debuted just this April, and Takumi Ito, a 21-year-old shogi prodigy. Yeah, LOL, she might not be under 30. Under 30 list, it's VTuber.
Might not even be a she either.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Somewhere in the mix are actual entrepreneurs, such as Takumi Kitaguchi, CEO of Grand Central, whose company has hit 1.4 billion yen in sales in only 3 years. But when your World Changers lineup includes more animators and idol groups than groundbreaking scientists, it starts to feel less like Forbes and more like an audition list for a talent agency. Forbes emphasizes that nominees are chosen by over 80 advisors and past winners, selected on innovation and diversity. Forbes Japan's editorial certainly ties it all up with a bow, stressing that these 30 young figures embody that drive to create a better future amid climate change, geopolitical conflict, and digital inequality. But the actual lineup suggests the future is apparently being saved by idol groups and VTubers. All right, in more serious news, Amazon has been sued. You don't actually own that movie you just bought. A new class action lawsuit targets Amazon. Huh. How many times do you need to learn this lesson, old man? Right? What are you going to say, Reese?
Where have we heard this before?
Yeah. I'm going to text my wife.
I'll let her know that she doesn't own anything.
Hungry for onigiri.
You don't own that food that you bought.
Woman, my tummy has the rumblies.
You can only swish it around in your mouth a little bit, and then you'll have to spit it back out.
And you have to spit it back out, yeah. You only read the taste.
She texts back, hungry for violence. All right. So, a little known fact about
your face.
about movie and TV show purchases online. What's being bought isn't actually ownership of the title, but rather a limited time license for viewing access. Consider the $4.99 director's cut of Alien on Amazon Prime Video. Cheap, right? But if the tech giant loses the rights to that version, the movie can be replaced with a different cut, like the one for theaters. And if Amazon loses the rights to the film altogether, it'll completely disappear from the viewer's library. So should Amazon be able to say a consumer is buying that movie? Some people don't think so, and they've turned to court. On Friday, a proposed class action was filed in Washington federal court against Amazon over a bait and switch, in which the company allegedly misleads consumers into believing they've purchased content when they're only getting a license to watch, which can be revoked at any time. The issue came to the forefront at the California legislature in 2023 when gamers discovered that their access to The Crew would be cut off once Ubisoft shut down servers for the game. After the Stop Killing Games movement was born to stop publishers from destroying titles consumers had already bought. That's a weird sentence that seemed like it was going somewhere, but it didn't. Lisa Raingold, who filed the lawsuit, says she bought Bella and the Bulldogs Volume 4 on Amazon in May for $20.79, but soon lost access to the title. It's not an uncommon occurrence, similarly affecting consumers across digital stores, like those hosted by Apple and Google. If you bought Downton Abbey through Amazon as the 5 seasons came out through 2010 to 2015, you'd no longer have them by 2024. The way in which digital transactions are structured, the lack of transparency around them, and the streaming landscape is partly why physical media is kind of sort of cool again. Fuck you, it's always been cool. Fuck you! DVDs offer the ability, now and forever, to bypass the complicated web of licenses that leave fans unable to access their favorite titles. The lawsuit accuses Amazon, which didn't respond to a request for comment, of misrepresenting the nature of movie and TV transactions during the purchase process. On its website and platform, the company tells consumers they can buy a movie. But hidden in a footnote on the confirmation page is a fine print that says, quote, "You'll receive a license to the video and you agree to our terms," the complaint says. The issue is already before court in a 2020 lawsuit alleging unfair competition and false advertising over the practice. Amazon maintained that its use of the word buy for digital content isn't deceptive because consumers understand their purchases are subject to licenses. Quoting Webster's dictionary, it said that the term means rights to the use or services of payment rather than perpetual ownership, and that its disclosures properly warn people that they may lose access. The court ultimately rebuffed Amazon's bid to dismiss the lawsuit outside of a claim alleging a violation of Washington's unjust enrichment law. Recent legislative changes may make the lawsuit even more viable. Earlier this year, a California law went into effect barring the advertisement of a transaction as a purchase unless it offers unrestricted ownership of the product. Under the statute, sellers must obtain acknowledgement that buyers are aware they're actually buying a limited license, in this case, movies or TV shows that can be revoked. Amazon, quote, does not meet the standards set by the statute for a clear and conspicuous notice that the thing they're purchasing is a revocable license to access the digital good, writes Wright Noel, a lawyer for consumers looking to sue the company in the complaint. The warning is buried at the very bottom of the screen in font that is considerably smaller than the other font or the other text on the screen. The lawsuit claims violations of California unfair competition, false advertising, and consumer legal remedies laws. It seeks unspecified damages, including disgorgement of profits and punitive damages for allegedly intentionally malicious conduct. I think water is wet. Buy physical, bitch, right? That's it. I just, one more time here, sooner or later, it's nice to know that California is starting to make them have to consider putting in the old, you don't own this shit. Would you like to buy the DVD instead? Right? That would be great.
I don't know why they're so opposed to going back to the, because we had it for a little bit where you could buy the digital file, right, of a movie. You'd be able to download it somehow. But they were quickly to no, where it's just going to be streaming. You don't actually get the file anymore. Because I know I have a couple movies on
where you
iTunes.
do get the file. Where you do get the file is Pirate Bay.
Already matey.
That's where you get the file when you sail those 7 seas. Yeah. Bullshit. All right. In other streaming news, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3 premieres in January 2026. The latest Juju Fest was also revealed as the final celebration of the anime's 5th anniversary. Juju Fest 26 will be held in early fall 2026. Reese, why did you have me highlight that?
I think you highlighted the wrong things.
What? No. I think they changed the article.
It's your fault. It's not my fault. It's not your fault. It's the article's fault. God.
Yeah,
James.
No. They moved.
Hold
Oh,
on.
okay. I see. It's right here. It's this part.
Those two articles.
All right. Fuck it. Sorry. Jesus Christ.
You highlighted the wrong fucking
You're right.
thing.
The stream also announced a new compilation movie. There you go. Titled Jujutsu Kaisen Execution. Thanks for letting me get through the whole goddamn paragraph before correcting me. Shibuya Incident X The Culling Game Begins, which will be released on November 7th in Japan.
Don't know why they just don't call it the Cullen Games, but you're too good to him, Julie.
Delivered with violence. Which will be released on November 7th in Japan. The compilation will feature a recap of the Shibuya incident arc and the first 2 episodes of the Culling Game. Toho Animation and G-Kids will release the compilation movie under the title Jujutsu Kaisen Execution in North America on December 5th. Anything more?
They're condensing 18 episodes into a compilation movie, as well as showing 2 full episodes. How long is this whole thing going to be? Yeah. That's the question. It's going to be a shit show for that compilation movie, to be sure. Yeah. The trailer for season 3 looks like Mappa has never gone home since season 2. Huh.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
They're cooking.
It's a good thing for us. It's a bad thing for Mappa.
If it's a good thing for us, it's a bad thing for Mappa.
No. All right. Japan box office. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle first movie holds #1 spot for the 6th weekend. Huh.
We are #1.
Oh, are we at all surprised? Hey, remember?
Little sharks stay out, never stood a chance.
Yeah, remember when we covered this? And we talked about how it had just bumped out the only Japanese live-action film when it was in the #10 spot. And then a week later, it took the 6th place and knocked out One Piece Film Red. And then a week later, it took the 4th place and knocked out Frozen. And then, drum roll please, it has now taken the 3rd place and is now overtaken Titanic.
I'm surprised Titanic did that well over there.
I'm shocked.
Or is it worldwide? No, this is a worldwide thing. Okay.
This is just over there.
No,
domestic.
just over there.
This is Japanese.
But here's the trick. Here's the trick. They put Titanic back in theaters periodically. When I graduated college, stereo compositing was a huge industry where you would basically rotoscope the entire movie so that you could separate the layers and create a fake 3D effect. So you could go to the movies with stereoscopic 3D glasses and think you were experiencing something cool. There was actually just some random bullshit a bunch of freshly graduated roto monkeys had put together for you. So that's why Titanic is so high in so many different places, is because they keep putting it back in theaters in order to try to keep it at the #1 ticket sales spot by inflating the numbers.
Well, and similarly for the original Demon Slayer, because it was COVID, it stayed in theaters for a very long time because it was like the only movie that was around and that was doing well. Whereas in the West, like all of our movies went to streaming right away.
Yeah.
They didn't stay in theaters. So so I wonder if they'll keep this, like this one seems to be doing well. Like
this one's doing even better, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna put it out again when the 2nd movie comes out, and again with the 2nd movie again when the 3rd movie comes out.
I wonder how long they'll keep this one in theaters for, right?
I would hate to risk your sales not letting that 2nd movie get to the #1 spot for that bragging right. Maybe they'll do like a double showing where you buy 2 tickets and you stay in the theater for 6 hours or whatever?
What if they have a competition there? Like, you know how My Anime List has like little spats of people like voting up and down shows because they're that one finally beat Full Metal Alchemist. We got to go downvote it, right? So similarly, they'll put both movies, Demon Slayer 1 and 2, in the theater, and they'll say, buy whatever ticket you want to be number 1.
Choose your fighter.
You know, if you want the sequel to be number 1, buy the sequel ticket. If you want the original to be number 1, buy the original.
I don't think they do that kind of thing. That sounds silly.
You don't think they do that?
So I just
mean,
realized,
Japan's pretty silly.
I just realized that I forgot to show something in my pickups. And I
I
commented about it like verbally, and I forgot to show it. So this is a 6 terabyte hard drive that I back up the podcast episodes on. And at episode 319, it is now full. So it's full also because there's like 300 gigs of watch parties and game nights and stuff on here. In addition, so now I will have a designated 6 terabyte hard drive for game nights and watch parties, and a secondary additional hard drive for when I do fully fill it up so that we don't lose anything for any reason. There you go. Thank you for coming to my extended pickup segment.
Rip timestamps.
No, that's right. Rip me not opening these tabs before doing that timestamp ripper.
Back up the backup.
Yo, dog, I heard you like backups. Here's a backup.
How much did those things cost?
400 total. 400
total?
Yeah, like 200 something each.
That's not bad. That's actually.
They're not like the fastest drive, you know, but they're big.
Yeah, I mean the 1 terabyte micro SD express card I got for the Switch 2 was almost $200 on its own, and that's just 1 terabyte.
Come on.
GT Vegas said you should have waited for the sales.
No.
Black Friday that we have off.
All right. Here I am almost forgetting not to not open that last link. Thank God I thought of this. Oh God. All right. Whoa, we're going to scroll right past it so we don't accidentally show that on screen. Whoa, okay. Here we go. Now we're all queued up. Wow. All right. Oedo Fire Slayer.
I wanted to see it.
You can, believe it or not, go into the dock and open it on your own computer. Oedo Fire Slayer, The Legend of Phoenix anime announces lead cast. And who cares about any of that stuff? This is the one about the like Edo era like firefighting brigade. That's it. There you go. Here you have it. Wow. Such win. Okay, cool. Moving on. Potion Waga mi o Tasukeru. Literally, potions save my life. Has an October 2nd premiere day. Now, if you thought, you know what? Nothing is worse than T-bait. I don't know, that's pretty shit. Let me show it to you.
先生、これがポーション？絶対にここは私の知ってるどこかじゃない。魔物と戦うなんて私にできるわけがない。そのポーションを作っているのは私です。
We've got nothing to show. Let's not be like those other ones. Just use a
俺の
skill
怪
in
我
it.
を癒したのは君の売ってい
Let's
た
use
ポーショ
CG
ンだから
instead.
ポーション、我が身を助ける。
東京 MX にて
2025年10月放送開始。
Wow.
Coolest thing was the CG potion bottle in her hand for half a second.
And the fucking dragon, like from Studio Dean, right? Moon past that. Crunchyroll's gotten so lazy with these articles that I legitimately just hate doing this segment of the podcast now. May I ask for one final thing? Reveals its October 3rd premiere in a new trailer. All right. Legitimately, I'm disappointed I didn't see this at Anime Expo because it looks fire. Although it was in the segment, I think, of like Crunchyroll premieres where you watch like 4 different ones, and it was just one of them in that, and I was like, that's not going to make for a good video.
私は子供の頃からとにかく人を殴るのが好きでした。最後に一つだけお願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
金か宝石かそれとも
全員ぶっ飛ばしても構いませんわね。よくもふざけた婚約破棄に加担して私のこれまでの苦行を台無しにしてくれましたね。他人の甘い汁を吸うことしか考えていない畜生にも劣る豚野郎ども。そんな豚野郎たちを思う存分ボコボコにできるのは最高の気分です。さあ皆様踊りましょう。体を巡る
I'm gonna get a copyright claim for that. All right. Yeah. Anyway, so sometimes it's just fun to watch a bitch smack people up. Wait, that's not what I meant to say. Sometimes it's fun to watch. Yes, that's whatever. Moving on. I lost my comment tab. Hold on. Ah, there it goes. These fists are rated E for everyone. The anime. Hard drives always fail. It's only a matter of time when they are in an enclosure. That's another point of failure. Okay. Just so we're clear, I have a secondary cluster of drives that has episodes 1 through 286 and 287 onward that I keep separate. They do not stay in the same room, right? That one is a fast drive. They cost way more money. And there's like, I think they're 4 terabytes each. So I still have some more time on that one. And I'm not storing the watch parties and stuff on that one. So I do have these like, you know, segmented and backed up in multiple places and whatnot. So don't worry. Anyway, A Wild Last Boss appeared. Anime debuts on October 4th. I saw it at AX. First episode wasn't great, but it also seemed like it could be good after episode 1. I don't know. Moving past that. Any second now. There we go. Tales of Wedding Ring Season 2. Reese, you said you've been watching this? I couldn't help but notice the tatas.
It's a good job.
Odyssey. Bro, I stream to Twitch, to YouTube, to Twitter. Like, that shit is backed up. The reason these are... it's the local recordings that are making these enormous now. Like, it's like 60 gigabytes per episode now. Anyway, I couldn't know. Oh, God, that's a big-ass image. Holy fuck.
Zooming ahead.
Yeah, that was a 400% increase. Wow.
What the rare show that Crunchyroll streamed the first season, at least, uncensored.
Wow. A lot of stacked girls in this show, am I right? And then one very not stacked girl wearing a very tiny thong. Like, oh my God. All right, anyway.
If I can't show boobs, I'll show my butt.
No. I'm talking about, like, the tiny triangle over the nips thong.
Okay, I mean, you mean like top? Like she's like barely
Top.
showing a. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. I thought you meant she had no boobs.
Legal
It's in the trailer. Fine. Twist my arm.
Did you
Twist
test the
my
trailer?
nips? Why don't you?
No,
Oh dear.
I didn't test this one. Here's what we'll do.
We'll just leave ourselves overlaid over it.
2x speed.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let's try to keep talking just to speed it up even more. Da, 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 da.
Oh,
there she is.
There she is.
Yeah, it's her. Okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah. I'm just saying. They're as small as her boobs are. All right. Dusk Beyond the End of the World anime trailer debuts along with more cast and theme song info. And this character, it's got a very unique, I can't quite put my finger on it, style. Like Gargantua? Was that the show? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, a little bit. It reminds me of Gargantua.
Kind of has like that sort of aesthetic to it. It kind of makes me think of like an old JRPG PlayStation 1 game art style to it as well, in terms of the outfits and stuff. Anyway, it's the one where this is, I think, a robot recreation of his old girlfriend or something weird. We looked at the trailer once upon a time. Anyway, just keeping you in the loop. Hashtag Kanagawa ni Sunderu Elf manga announces a drama and a light anime adaptation. Follows a community of elves forced to abandon their home after a forest fire 2 years prior. Now, elves mingle among humans in Kanagawa Prefecture. The story follows elves, humans, and other creatures in different cities across the region. Wow. Sell me on it harder. Right. Okay. And the Food Diary of Miss Maid anime announced for 2026 premiere. Kayaki?
テレビアニメメイドさんは食べるだけ2026年放送開始今日は何をいただきましょう
Anyway, nice slice of life.
All the while, she's getting messages from her cousin who works for this one guy who wants to see his maid's panties while giving him a disgusted look.
You didn't need to sell me on it more, Greenlight. Why are they only eating taiyaki, though?
I don't know. Maybe it's like from the first episode. It's like that. It's like, what's that chocolate? No, the chocolate like stuffed like croissant thing that they've got in Lucky Star. That was like in the first episode. Like, which way do you eat this thing?
Yeah, the croquette. Is that what it was?
Maybe.
Also, Hana-Kimi has new voice actor members. Blah, blah, blah. I can't believe it's finally getting an anime after all these fucking years. It previously had a live-action TV drama in Taiwan in 2006, in Japan in 2007 and 2011, and in South Korea in 2012. Moving past it. My Friend's Little Sister Has It In For Me anime premieres on October 4th. The title alone sounds intoxicating, right? The only problem with it is that the big sister is actually the cute one. Plus size Misadventures in Love. Anime unveils a new trailer. Just a reminder. I mean, it seemed pretty silly. Can't wait to see which English voice actress they give her to.
Yeah. Hey, Monica.
Yeah, like totally, right? I could see it. And then, excuse me while I barf. With you, our love will make it through. Bestiality, the anime.
Yeah, I was like, what's wrong with this, AC? She looks cute. And I look over. Oh, no, never mind.
My wife tells me that there is a prequel series or a sequel series or something that follows the half-breed offspring of one of them.
Oh, okay.
Like,
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Does your wife like Beastars? What did she think about that one?
I don't think she's watched it.
Oh.
So, couldn't tell you. I'll have to watch Club It. Does it have a physical?
I don't think so.
I don't think it does, right? It's a Netflix show, right?
Yeah.
Cat's Eye, just a reminder that this is a thing. Has a new image here. It is on Disney Plus, and it will stream on Disney Plus Star brand with episodes 1 to 6 starting on September 26th, and episodes 7 to 12 starting on December 26th, one episode per week. So I would just wait till it's done. Like, why would I interrupt my watching by a month and a half or whatever it's going to end up being?
Yeah.
I also don't really like their old school character designs with the new style of animation. Just looks off. Like, it's leaving you nostalgic for things you're not going to get, you know? Sanda has revealed its opening and ending. Just a reminder about Sanda. I didn't go see this at Anime Expo, though I desperately wanted to. Sad face. I don't know if this is Ganglion or Gang Lion. The manga is getting a short-form TV anime on October 3rd. It follows... Oh, dear Lord. Set in the early 2000s, the story follows the everyday adventures of Kenji Isobe, a professional henchman for the Gang Lion Corporation, which plots world domination with evil schemes such as Operation Tokyo Cedar Pollen and Operation Mount Fuji Detonation. Kenji's workplace is a battlefield where every day he has to deal with workplace drama, unreasonable bosses, and crushing defeat at the hands of the hero Hope Man. Seems like it could be silly. All right. In other news, Sankaku Complex wrote this article: Anime's boom and bust. Industry revenue tops records, while 60% of studios bleed cash. Hello, Barbaric Ape. How are you doing? You just finished Reincarnated as Slim. Oh, I haven't even started that yet. Yeah, I don't know about the cat girl. I'm very off-put by so much of it, right? That's why I said it might be a prequel and that character is the offspring, or it could be that my wife was talking about the existence of a sequel, which is the main character. I don't know. We're only 2.5. Yeah, we're only 2.5 hours in. Amazing. All right. So despite anime's revenue hitting a glorious record high in 2024, a staggering 60% of actual production companies ended up with shrinking profits or outright losses. Proof that hype and hard numbers don't always line up, and that the middlemen and maybe bad labor practices are still hogging all the good bits. Japan's anime industry is basking in a record-setting year. The domestic production market reached approximately $2.45 billion in 2024, up about 4% from 2023, setting a new high watermark. Average revenue per production company rose to about $8.35 million, marking the highest level since 2000, and this is the 4th consecutive year of growth. Yet, despite the flashy totals and rising average revenue, a whopping 60% of studios directly producing anime, known as prime or gross contractors, actually saw profits decline or fall into the red in 2024. Only 40% managed to turn a profit, while 25.5% had shrinking gains and 34.5% posted operating deficits. Meanwhile, looking at industry-wide revenue distribution, 37.2% of anime-related companies saw growth, 41.8% were flat, and 20.9% reported revenue declines. That means only a slim majority even matched the hype creeping into the industry headlines. The odd disconnect isn't entirely unprecedented. A report last year noted that ownership of anime IP, commonly through production committees, is a huge detriment in profitability. A huge determinant in profitability. Studios acting as subcontractors without IP shares are far more likely to take on the burden of rising costs without reaping the rewards. So what they mean here is obviously that because the production committees put up the cost, but also reap all the rewards, if you're not a part of the production committee, or if you're not producing original anime, you basically are operating at a loss or at a steady rate where you're not increasing your overall budget, which means that you're effectively operating a loss long term because you won't have a surplus in order to cover anytime you are working at a loss, right? And more often than not, as the studio, you're going to quote a rate, and then the production committee is going to request changes or, more flashy, showy things, and then it's going to leave you unable to come in under budget, right? Take IG Port as an example. Despite landing big budget streaming orders from overseas, delays in production quickly ate into margins as fixed costs piled up. Even a flashy order doesn't guarantee profits if timelines slip. On the operational side, the animator shortage remains a chronic issue. Higher budget and global expansion efforts, famously spearheaded by players like Kadokawa, aiming to give animators Mercedes affordability, are still undermined by systemic labor underpayment and staffing shortages. Which leads into this article. Any second? There we go. PA Works founder warns crunch culture and slush pile of anime is draining originality. PA Works founder Kenji Horikawa is raising the alarm. The flood of new anime per season and soaring production costs are squeezing creative energy out of studios, making it harder than ever to launch original works. In a recent interview, ahead of the studio's Alice in Wonderland adaptation, Horikawa lamented that investors shy away from originals, viewing them as higher risk ventures. Fuck, man. High risk, high reward. Look at fucking Cowboy Bebop. Meanwhile, the sheer volume of current anime releases risks dulling the creative spark that motivates creators to tell stories that truly matter. Many will naturally draw comparisons to the entertainment industries in the West. This isn't just empty nostalgia. PA Works' legacy rests on daring originals like Hanasaku Iroha, Shirobako, Iroduku, The World in Colors, Appare Ranman, The Aquatope on White Sand, Buddy Daddies, Mayonaka Punch, Toa no Yugure, and others. Their portfolio shows an admirable pattern of creative risk-taking that stands out in an industry increasingly obsessed with sequels and safe bets. Freeren's director shared similar sentiments, though, as mentioned before, anime has been known to have trends where certain types are more popular / voluminous than others. As the anime pipeline swells with formulaic titles, Horikawa's warning carries heavy weight. If studios continue chasing volume over vision, the industry risks turning into a conveyor belt of forgettable content, while the most ambitious creators turn out or abandon originals entirely. Any thoughts on that before we move on?
I mean, it sounds typical for studios for this to happen, kind of thing. I feel like because you're so ingrained to take original IP, or not original, you're so ingrained to take non-original IP, an IP that's already established, as being successful. And so because of that,
taking the risk on some original idea where you bear all
second.
the losses.
Yeah.
If it goes bad.
You should do more originals, but it's like there's so many projects that people will think, well, why haven't they made this? Why haven't they made this? I mean, still to this day, I imagine there's so many manga that could use an adaptation that just haven't still.
I mean,
and
original IPs are a great risk. I mean, yes, you get more of the profits, but also you share all the burden on it if it's a dud.
Yeah. I mean, just look at a Gynax
It's gotta be lightning
Trigger.
in a bottle.
Yeah. They took many risks, and I mean, a lot of them paid off for Gynax and Trigger. Good lord. And I mean, but sometimes it's like, hey, we're gonna make this show, and it's an established IP. It's a lot of people are gonna see. So. And then production committees are obviously going to be involved in that. And then there's the mangaka who probably gets a cut, and then the executives from who fronted the bill for most of it. And then it's like, well, we worked all these long hours for this 800 episode shonen. Cool. We got nothing for our efforts, Well, not nothing, but next to nothing, I imagine, for their efforts. Versus something like an original, the more originals that they did back in the 70s and 80s with OVAs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry about that. I took the opportunity to take a leak as well. So.
Indeed. Okay. We've said what we needed to say, I think, on the subject. So
a Gundam director warns the mecha franchise may die within 10 years. I'm going to choose to read this article instead, but I felt like that was a more poignant. Actually, let's do it. I don't know. We're going to risk it. We're only less than 3 hours in, so. Gundam's hype may be sky high, but according to Gundam G-Quack's director Kazuya Tsurumaki, the franchise might not survive another decade, as younger fans increasingly ditch giant robots for phones. Nostalgia can only carry so much payload. Kazuya Tsurumaki, the FLCL veteran behind Gundam G-Quack's, recently sounded the alarm on Gundam's future in a Yahoo Japan interview, reflecting on his childhood fascination with motorcycles and cars evolving into the dream of piloting giant mechs. He worries that today's kids simply don't connect with that fantasy anymore. Gundam, he suggests, may have only another 10 years left unless it reinvents itself beyond the pilotable robot nostalgia. See, this is the thing, though, and this is the crazy thing. A story is more than the fucking gimmick, right?
Hopefully.
The gimmick is only a part of it. The actual character, interactions and whatnot, and the situations and the dilemmas and all that shit is what drives media. It's not just simply big robots, boom. The warning
right,
comes
but I get tired of. I mean, to kind of push back against that,
Mm-hmm.
I do get tired of the war is bad trope because the one they use it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Two, I feel like they use it very poorly. It's
friendship saves the day. Oh, Jesus Christ! It's
specifically, I was talking about Gundam.
trope, no, just specifically the trope where it's like, oh, they turned my friend evil, but if I remind them that we're friends, then they turn back. Jesus Christ, has anybody ever liked that shit? That is so fucking horrible every time it happens.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just. Anyway, my point being, like, just some of the things that they do, I feel like they could use a lot more, like.
Brave trope. Be gay, save the world.
Oh, man, yeah.
The warning comes amid industry-wide tremors, a chronic shortage of animators, rising production costs, and studios cutting seasons' length to stay afloat. Even Gundam's cross-media empire, powered by streaming hits, blockbuster films like Seed Freedom, global Gunpla mania, and immersive VR experiments, is feeling the squeeze in Japan's talent pipeline. The question now is whether Gundam can endure a relic of childhood dreams, or if it will become just another dusty relic of anime's past. I think it shouldn't matter. You shouldn't need it. As long as you actually, put forth the fucking effort to write a good story, and make memorable characters and whatnot. You shouldn't. The gimmick of the robots should be taking a backseat anyway. Holy shit. God damn, it takes forever. Anyway, so this is just an expanded article on this. I'm going to skip through it. I bet you it's going to just feature more quotes here. So, quote, I was focused on wanting to work as an animator. I was so focused on wanting to work as an animator that I never considered directing or producing. So when it comes to the aspects of directing beyond the visuals, such as sound, music, and editing, I'm still feeling my way around and honestly don't fully understand them yet. Ono is exceptional, not only in script writing and visual design, but also in those areas. Even when observing his work up close, I struggle to articulate or theorize those aspects. I haven't been able to learn and make them my own. Tsurumaki offered the simple explanation regarding his work in JUJUTSU. The reason I took on the role of director this time was because Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01 thrice upon a time producer Yuki Sugitani, who was working as the production desk, the most challenging position, during the making of Evangelion 3.0, approached me and wanted to respond to his offer. When I was a child, this is what he said before, motorcycles and cars were objects of admiration. In that vein, I think there was the idea of pilotable robots, which served as tools that could allow one to surpass adults, as if leaping straight into adulthood. However, I think the current younger generation doesn't need that. Even in today's manga and anime, the protagonist wields superpowers that surpass adults more intuitively through magic or psychic abilities. In games, you can freely control characters on the screen using a controller. Maybe that's enough for them. I wonder if they even understand what it means to pilot a robot. The generation that once aspired to motorcycles and cars is still barely active, but in another 10 years, the Gundam series might not survive. While creating the Evangelion Rebuild series, I once again felt the need to update the meaning of robots. I felt something different than usual. Normally, I create for myself first. I believe that creating what I found most interesting was the honest thing to do as a creator. Totally agree. However, this time was a little different, as I always had the feeling that I was creating for someone else. I was surprised to discover that this service-oriented mindset in myself. I'm not sure if it's because I had just finished the long-running Rebuild of Evangelion series, or because this wasn't something for terrestrial TV, but rather something aimed at the general public TV, or because it was Gundam. I'm not sure. It might be the mindset of someone in their late 50s like me now, or perhaps it's because I became more objective in the process of directing a worldview and characters created by others rather than my own creations. Wow. Jesus, that was a risk, a gamble of an article that didn't pay off. All right, you know what will pay off? This next one, because it's fucking funny as shit. Precure Universe's official website is showing the girls naked. When you visit the official link for the Precure Universe movie, you can see the characters naked.
Show me. Give me the link. I need the link. It's a terrible thing.
You can head over to precure-miracleuniverse.com right now and see that when you click on the characters page, which is this one.
It took you all that time yesterday to find it, and it was right there on the page. Come on.
Well, after I found the article, that's how I found it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So they took so basically what happened. I should probably have left this one open. Basically what happened was this. Context is needed. The website is currently no longer affiliated with the official Precure company. The owners lapsed on payment for the domain, and it was purchased by a private individual who edited it to show the girls nude. Right? So they took what used to be bikini-clad versions of them from the movie and redrew all the characters on this page to be completely naked instead and put kept the website up, which I think is fucking hilarious. Anyway, we have deliberately, I think, never once talked about Precure on the podcast in like the last 5 years, and now we're breaking that string just to share with you the hilarity of them putting naked characters on the website.
Wait, what is it's a dash? Did I miss something?
What was it? Precure-miracleuniverse.com. Then you have to click on the character. You have to click on the character page, which is going to be written in Japanese as.
Okay, I must have misspelled miracle or something. I know I spelled. Okay. Reese, send it to me in private chat.
Yeah. Okay. I can't. Why is my katakana gone? Whatever. Okay. All right. Fan-built AI translator, Sang Scans. You can also just go to ocapodcast.com/OCA-321 and scroll down to the very bottom of anime news. Yeah.
I can. I'll do that. Hang on.
Or you could just click on the link that's in the description of this very episode and then scroll down to the bottom of anime news. Fan-built AI translator Sang Scans slaps back at Western localizers. From today, I want to be called woke gambler Ogata. Oh, Jesus. Sang Scans, an open source AI manga translator built by a fan to give power back to accurate fan-driven editions, has emerged, finally giving a solution to corrupt Western localizers who refuse to stop inserting politics or their agenda into manga. You give it the Japanese, it spits out the English. And breaks right here, apparently. I don't know. If your patience for skewed translations where characters' motives are rewritten and themes are sloppily corrected has finally snapped, meet Sang Scans, a brand new open source AI tool for manga translation. Released by user Kisaki Bobo on Reddit, this. Get in the house! I have to get my daughter in the house after this. The program is explicitly pitched as the antidote to Western localizers who inject their own biases into scripts. Having gotten tired of localizers ruining tons of Japanese manga, I decided to create this tool to help fan translators create their own accurate translations. It is run locally via GitHub, complete with OCR and translation tools that output text-ready panels, easy for fan types who want faithful translations, not editorial spin. Sang Scans is a milestone in the underground battle for manga fidelity. It's for purists sick of ideological recasting of beloved stories. Now, fan translators can reclaim manga, row back the narrative distortions, and deliver versions loyal to the original Japanese. A tool like this isn't just useful, it's authorial revenge served pixel perfect. Jesus. That's a very verbose way of saying it translates it. I got to go get my daughter and bring her in the house because it's dark outside now.
I can't access the website. It won't let me in.
Was it taken down?
Maybe I can't seem to. It says the site cannot be reached.
Oh, must have been taken down.
Was it even real in the first place?
It was. We looked at it yesterday. AC even archived it.
Was that after I got off the call?
I don't know. So what have you guys been watching this last week?
I just mentioned that I was just finished watching.
Greenlight, you got to
thing.
click on the little L-shaped thing beside the title in the
She's
doc.
in the house.
That'll,
My wife's problem now.
that'll link you to the archive.
Vocalizers being replaced by AI is inevitable. I agree. All right. So you guys remember the Tenchi Muyo Kickstarter for the comic thing?
Yes.
So I got an email for this person's Substack. I assume it's that person. Says, do you want to write Tenchi Muyo's hot cousin El Hazard? Sure. So the start of this is promoting other Kickstarters they're doing right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and skip over that shit. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. My highlight's gone. The last one of these, I spoke of a short-lived project that was supposed to run next to Tenchi Muyo, Phantom Quest Corp. But there was another title that never got to be printed, and that was El Hazard. The first issue was penciled, inked, and even lettered, but the entire project was canceled before we got to the grayscaling process. I have to say, I was relieved. Allow me to explain. I wasn't in over my head, but I was. The reason for that is that I really enjoyed the El Hazard series, and I had respect for the story, and especially for the ending and the fact that it had one. Skipping over the promo for the other stuff. So it left me with little wiggle room. Unlike Tenchi or Phantom Quest Corp, where it was an ongoing adventure, this story had ended, an ending I actually enjoyed. So I had a tough time coming up with a new narrative that I thought would work. Now, the other real issue was I didn't have an ending worked out, and since I happen to be a pantser, a writer who writes by the seat of their pants, as opposed to an outliner/plotter, it could potentially cause some issues. Over the years, that's changed. I've constructed stories several different ways, but at that time, I was flying without a net. The second issue was written, and I had started on the third, and I was working towards something. Now, what that something was, I couldn't tell you. Once the plug was pulled on the project, I stopped thinking about it and moved back to creator-owned work. So we'll never know what would have happened. But here are a few pages from the El Hazard project that never got published. And as for the original penciler, I hate to say this, but it's been 30 years and I forgot my man's name. Sorry, dude, if you see this, reach out and we can talk. So anyway, the whole reason I'm sharing this is to show you some very unique stuff here. This is obviously from El Hazard, his artist drawing, or he said the original penciler. So maybe I don't know if he's the artist or if he's the writer, but here's some of the pages that they had put together. Anyway, I just thought it was unique and worth sharing. But that's it.
And so this is like an American comic in the style of the
Just like
anime
the-
El Hazard. Yeah, that's okay.
All right, now. Oh dear God! Why didn't I open these beforehand? Fuck. God, my wrist hurts. All right. These are some great still frames. All right. Any second. Turning off night shift. Happy Labor Day, everyone. I don't get to go to work tomorrow, which is fucking fantastic. MiHoYo announces new creature collecting game Honkai Nexus Anima, where you play as a loaf of bread. Is that what I'm gathering here? What the fuck? Anyway, so the announcement here is that they're making a creature collecting game. And the follow-up here
You catch me in bread sacks?
is that this opened in the wrong order. For
Hate it
fuck's
when
sake.
that happens.
God damn it. We'll save those for last. How about that? Okay. Nintendo's mount patent now claims Honkai Nexus Anima is infringing too. So you remember the mount patent that they made so that they could sue Pal World? Well,
Yep.
they're getting a lot of mileage out of it.
I feel like
good.
They could get away with it with the developers of Pal World, but with Hoyoverse, MiHoYo, whose pockets are significantly wider than Nintendo's, or not Nintendo's, like Pal World's
Pal
developer.
World.
Excuse me. Like, it's gonna be, they're gonna have a harder time.
Yep. Nintendo's notorious mid-lawsuit patent expansion, meant to clip Pal World, is now sweeping up Honkai Nexus Anima. The move reveals just how wildly broad Nintendo's claims have become. I almost feel like they're going to fly too close to the sun and lose both. You know what I mean? If you let players ride a flying creature, brace yourself, you might be infringing history. Just when we thought Nintendo's patent siege on Pal World couldn't get any more absurd, an IP consultant suggests the next target may already be in the wild. Honkai Nexus Anima, the upcoming open world monster collector from Hoyoverse. According to Florian Mueller, a patent veteran tracking the Nintendo versus Pal World lawsuit at GamesFray, Nexus Anima's gameplay footage shows players mounting both ground and airborne creatures within seconds of starting. This, Mueller argues, clearly infringes on Nintendo's amended mounting of flying objects patent. Nintendo's patent was originally about seamlessly switching between mounts, but in mid-case rewrites, language Mueller calls puzzling, it now sweeps in any scenario where a player summons and rides a flying creature, a basic game mechanic seen in everything from Ark to Zelda. Shit, man. Footim's not here, so we're not covering it. But there's fucking mounts in the new Digimon game, right? Like, so if Nexus Anima lets you jump on a griffin or bat mid-flight, Nintendo's case says it may be illegal, or at least patents covered. Mueller doesn't mince words. Quote, it's so basic that it cannot be right to prohibit all other game makers from implementing it. To be clear, there's no sign Nintendo will actually sue Hoyoverse yet. This isn't about imminent courtroom chaos. It's about how far-reaching and completely overboard a game's design can be endangering. Huh. You think that they're going to let Hoyoverse go when they're making a creature-catching game? I bet you they're going to go after them for more than just the mount thing.
Yeah, well, especially since I mentioned, like, their pockets are deeper than the small developers. I mean, they make billions of dollars a month.
Yeah.
but I don't know
Honkai-
if they'll
wait.
be able to.
Hoyoverse.
Hold on. Go back.
It's loading. God damn it. Okay, here we go. Yes.
So Honkai Nexus isn't getting sued yet. It's just named as potentially infringing.
No. I think the headline is a little misleading. They're saying that a patent expert covering the Pal World thing has said that the patent is far-reaching enough that it would cover them if they wanted to sue this as well.
That's so dumb. That's so dumb. I thought this was something else. So when you originally showed this article, there was this whole thing where there was like another game that was like trying to copy, and it was a really bad game. From my understanding, maybe that is the game. I don't know, but anyway, from my understanding of, man, maybe this is wrong, but just my headspace. This other game was trying to copy Pal World, and like I've seen this shitty like mobile game ad where it was like clearly trying to copy Pal World, and therefore if they're copying Pal World, they would then also be copying, Pokemon. And so I thought Nintendo was suing them, but if this is just some person saying, "Oh well, Hoyoverse has a mount," yeah, no shit. There's mounts everywhere, and it's Nintendo's choice to sue.
Yes, but I think
it's not like copyright where they have to sue.
Right.
So if it is literally the case that it's just like, oh well, Digimon hasn't pissed me off, so of course I'm not going to sue them.
But I think the difference here is that it is a creature catching game, just like Pokemon and just like Pal World, which puts it a little bit closer into the realm of, like the whole point is to catch and collect the creatures, right? So that's a little bit closer. Whereas
but if you
Digimon, yes, there are like raising the Digimon and stuff, but the core mechanic isn't to collect them.
Yeah. If you remember though, we covered some articles way back now, months ago, but that covered the process of like patenting different mechanics in Japan and how everyone does it just so that they don't have some troll patent stuff and then sue them. And so there's and they're very broad about their patents, and it's kind of just like we all kind of handshake agreement that we're not going to sue each other for these, but we're just going to grab them so no one else does.
Yeah.
And then the only time they use them is when you cross a line that, they might not be able to get you on what you actually did wrong, but they're going to go after you on the patents just to fuck you.
Yeah.
And so Pal World, it very much seems, it's not so much you made a creature catching game, right? It's you made a creature catching game and your designs look exactly like ours, right? And now people are saying this is Pokemon with guns.
Yeah.
So now we're going to fuck you.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So as long as Honkai Nexus doesn't do that and they have unique creatures,
doesn't give the creatures guns,
and they're not pulling Pokemon's name through the mud, I think they're safe, right? For the most part.
Maybe. Yeah, I was under the impression that they were being sued as well until I read it. Anyway, moving past this.
I should say they're probably going to be safe.
Yeah. I'm going to skip over these.
Because the other example was some dev or something that took like the idea of walking behind a tree. If you remember that example, where Nintendo had this patent on, well, when the character walks behind a tree, the character turns into a shadow.
Yeah.
And that game also copied some other thing from Nintendo, and they were like, well, we can't get you, it's like designs, like character designs or something, and they were like, well, we can't get you on that. It's trying to prove copyright on two different characters is hard, but we're going to go after you on the tree shadow thing. So yeah, I think as long as you are not trying to make your game copy Nintendo is characters, you're probably going to be safe.
Yep. So Blue Archive EP rejects generative AI art in cute girl games. Says players dislike images that are simply clicked into existence. I don't think it's that they dislike images that are clicked into existence. I think it's that they dislike paying for images that are clicked into existence, right? Like if I'm going to give you $60 for a game, I want you to have put in a lot of work. You know what I mean? I don't want
especially
to
what do you call it? Gotcha games where it's like you're paying literally for the JPEG,
or the image.
right?
Yeah, exactly. As the capabilities and availability of generative AI continues to expand, Blue Archive executive producer Young-Ha Kim has warned that while said technology may have some beneficial applications in the field of video game development, using it to create art assets is not one of them, especially when it comes to gacha-style games centered on cute girls. Kim, who has overseen the development of Blue Archive ever since it was first proposed in 2018 by Nexon Game CEO Park Young-hoon, offered his thoughts on the topic of generative AI in video games as part of a recent open lecture given to participants of South Korea's 2025 Content Creative Talent Mentoring Program. Aptly titled Developing Cute Girl Games in the AI Era, Kim's talk was not a one-sided condemnation of AI, but rather an in-depth reflection on using it effectively, intelligently, and in a way that wouldn't torpedo a given studio's reputation. Users who enjoy character games do not prefer AI-generated content. I also feel a strong aversion to spending money on images that are simply clicked into existence, he told the crowd. So ironically, that is what he said, right? Like he did really actually say what I was saying. As recapped by South Korean news outlet, blah, 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 blah. Therefore, I would like to share my thoughts on how to approach AI in this genre. From there, the producer recalled even further instances in which AI would only cause trouble for a given developer, as based on his own personal AI video game experimentation. These include level design. Quote, I thought it would be great if AI could handle level design, so I tried having it create puzzles. I had it try the classic Japanese puzzle game Sokoban, where you move boxes to fill in spaces, but even the latest models struggled when the difficulty level increased slightly. If it can't solve puzzles, creating them is even more difficult. The animation process for in-game models. Rigging must always be done before animation, but since it's repetitive work, I tried it based on a paper claiming that AI could do it well. When I actually tried it, I found that the bones were attached in an abnormal way, making the character unable to move. I thought it might work with a little more effort, so I tried it for a couple of months before giving up. And any such novel mechanics, with Kim raising the example of voice recognition. Quote, we incorporated voice recognition for users into Focus on You, a 2019 VR photography title he worked on during his time with his previous employer, Smilegate. And to do so, we introduced an AI service. However, maintaining the service incurs costs, and it was difficult to include those costs in the game's price. Even though it is a packaged game, the structure requires players to pay each time they play, so the voice recognition feature has been removed. In summarizing his AI caution, the Blue Archive EP posited to his audience that when all was said and done, the technology was not ready for widespread handling on the video game medium's mechanical and personal intricacies. Quote, when people think about using AI for development, they might imagine that AI can draw images, write dialogue, and code, and that the game will just pop out with a click. In fact, many such games are available on Steam. However, these games don't sell well, receive poor reviews, and aren't fun to make. I don't think this is the right approach to game development. However, as noted above, Kim's attempted tempering of AI expectations was not based.
I was muted. God. What I was trying to say was, well, I was muted. His comment of the rigging not being
the bones going to the wrong abnormal
yeah.
places. Yeah.
In my own experience with using AI for like doing various things, like AI will just lie to you, right?
Mhm.
So you'll be like, oh, I remember one time I was like, I need one of the various planes crashed. I can't remember. I think it was the one where they hit the icy runway or something, and it was like they didn't flare. And so I'm like, well, give me a diagram of the plane to show the different parts of the tail and stuff. And it was like, all right, I'm gonna draw a diagram of the plane, and it drew like a rectangle and a circle, and was like, there's a diagram of a plane. And I'm like,
Wrong kind of plane.
Trying to make it, yeah, and trying to use it for coding, you get the same thing, right? Like, oh, like make me a website that does like has a game on it, and the game is this, and it's like, okay, here you go. And it's like, no, you have to spend so much time going in and fixing things, because it's put a square and a circle there, and now you're like, you got to redraw the whole plane, right? It's same with the game, like so the rigging being like a total mess where all different parts of the body are connected to each other, and you can't move it because they're all linked up to each other, is classic AI.
Yeah. I mean, there are auto riggers available, and the way that they work is they give you a bunch of locators, and you move the locator around and position them where the joints should go, and then you hit the next button to proceed, and it does the rigging for you based on you inputting where that shit goes, and they work pretty good considering. However, your description of the of asking for a diagram makes me think of the countless numbers of these I've seen. ChatGPT, he's a boy, and yes, can you make a diagram? So they were talking about the baby being a boy, but as you can see, the baby is going to come out the thing labeled the rectum.
I mean, at least you got more detail than a rectangle.
I'm pretty sure there were more of these. Didn't I share them recently?
Isn't the rectum supposed to be on the chest and two of them?
What?
That was a shitting dick nipples joke.
Oh. Gotcha. I feel like I shared another one of these not too long ago. I'm trying to remember what it was. God, they're hysterically bad when they come out, though.
Let me take this image down.
Yes. Is it bothering you?
Are you getting hot and bothered, or just bothered?
I could have sworn there's another one. I'm going to do this for another like 20 seconds here. Just see if anything was in there.
That's a
10, 9.
Old man says I was a man trapped in a woman's body. Then I was born.
7, 6, 5, 4. Come on, 3.
Maybe that's how you cure people with gender dysphoria. You make them go through the process of being born again.
Oh.
And suddenly they're Christian.
Yeah. All right. I don't see another one. I must not have in the last, dear Lord, 4 months. Okay. Anyway, cool. That weirdly is going to become relevant in a couple minutes. Let me say that one. Replace. Upload again for later. Not for now, for later. Okay. All right. Anyway, where was I? However, as noted above, Kim's attempted tempering of AI expectations was not based in the sentiment of all AI bad, but instead playing to its strengths. With the Blue Archive team making use of large language and large image models for clerical and randomization work. We've also provided services in Japan and China. Currently, there's a feature that translates comics when you input them. I think we just talked about that. It reduces the communication burden and repetitive tasks that arise when multiple people work together. Quote, the animation that plays when you unlock a character is a composition that zooms in on parts of the character, which is a necessary task every time a character is created. Since it's somewhat repetitive, we thought about training it to automate the process and tested it. When we actually tried it, we found that it could be used as a tool to create cutscenes by highlighting notable parts of the character. This allowed us to complete a task that previously took 2 days in just 30 minutes. We also considered providing users with unique experiences through AI rather than just reducing repetitive tasks. Currently, this is applied in Blue Archive, where Arona calls the user's name. Originally, we considered automating lip sync animation, which synchronizes character mouth movements with pre-recorded voice lines. However, feedback indicated that in scenes where the character's face is prominently displayed, the results did not match the intended outcome and required significant adjustments. Instead, we thought that synchronizing the mouth movements when Arona calls the teacher's name would be acceptable. Drawing his thoughts to a close, Kim ultimately told the crowd that when it came to AI in video games, quote, we need to approach this from the perspective of how we can improve the convenience of those who are currently developing. I think that a position that provides focused support for such work is extremely important. As such a position, I believe that the roles of machine learning engineers and technical artists will become increasingly important in game development. It's interesting. I cannot see Hatsune Miku when I look at this. I see the character from Zombieland Saga.
Okay.
Reese, have you seen Zombieland Saga?
No.
Okay. Anybody in the chat? Doesn't it look like Lily or whatever that character's name is? That's like a dude.
All I saw when you had that on there, when you were looking for something else, and it was just cropped off at the bottom of the image, I was like, yeah.
Of course, Fudanari King, or Captain Fudanari, whatever you used to call yourself.
That wasn't my idea.
All right. Oh, dear God. Trails in the Sky remake even censors the Japanese version. Yep. Yet another Japanese title has been censored to appease the absurd feminist narrative of the West, as the Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky remake had some dialogue censored to remove the implication that women should wear skirts. The dialogue change was spotted by ever-vigilant Twitter users who pointed out the text of the Japanese version was specifically changed in the remake. Says here, apparently saying a girl should wear a skirt is problematic in modern day Falcom. It has been changed in the Japanese script. So in the original, it said, a child, you say? What a thing to say to a maiden. What do you mean, maiden? You're dressed without any sex appeal. If it bothers you, then put on a skirt or something and try acting like a girl your age. And then that got changed to, if it bothers you, then at least a little bit, act like a girl your age and dress the part. This is the clothing for using a staff. If I wore a skirt, you'd be able to see everything, wouldn't you? This is the clothing for stick fighting. What do you mean, like a girl? What do you mean, like? Oh, same one. I should have just clicked on that one. Great. Good job, me. This is as bad as what Square Enix do at this point. Censoring the games during development is worse than localization censorship, since the Japanese script can't even be trusted anymore. Shame on you, Falcom. Initially, it was only the Western releases of games that were having their dialogue altered to push some nonsensical feminist narrative, but it seems the original Japanese versions are being forced to kowtow to Western politics as well. Damn, I really should have done this better because this would have been a great lead into the Silent Hill article. Sadly, this has started to become rather common, especially for remakes, as the Chrono Cross remaster, for example, also had its Japanese version text altered, which many assumed was changed to avoid offending women, or at least the people offended on their behalf. All right, into Metal Gear Solid. Okay, so they're saying here that Metal Gear Solid Delta producers hint at more remakes, where they said, quote, producers Noriaki Okamura and Yuji Korikato confessed they were genuinely surprised that even after 2 decades, the original Metal Gear Solid 3 still had so many good points. So much charm and emotion, even with not really changing anything or adding new features at that point. But Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater alters spicy cave scene. I could not disagree with this anymore. I think that they are seeing a bug in the original version that doesn't happen in the remake, and they're assuming it's censorship. However, with that in mind, Eva is way hotter in the original. The higher fidelity makes this look not good. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, a remaster of the old 2004 title, has apparently changed the game's spicy cave scene, altering Eva's breast physics and arguably making the moment less sexy, which should surprise few considering the trend of censorship that has enveloped games in the past 10 plus years. Yeah, so they include this video. That's so fucking cringe. Okay. Watch for the boob bounce. So you can kind of see a tiny bit of it there. Okay. All right, maybe I'm a little bit wrong about this, actually. So we're going to watch the top one first. Note the absurd amount of jiggle. Boing, boing, right? Now look at the bottom one. If I had to guess, man, I can't. The old game looks so good, man.
That's because of the boing, right?
No, I meant even Snake looks great in the old game. So looking at it again here, I don't think it's as likely that this is what's causing it. But my impression originally was that I thought that when that switch in the camera angle happens, Eva goes from a T pose to I'm on all fours in one frame, and then the jiggle physics go, like to adjust for that. I think that might be happening, but she's down on all fours for a good chunk of time. Now that I look at it again, no, it is right at the beginning, right of the thing where the jiggle starts. It's hard to tell because my connection sucks so bad today. Yeah, no, I think that is what's happening. Anyway,
I have a different theory as to what is going on there. Let us remember what happened with Lollipop Chainsaw, where some people were saying, "Oh, they removed some jiggle physics," and the creator or one of the people that worked on the games anyway came out and said, "No, we didn't do anything different. It's actually running like mostly the same code. It's just the engine that they switched to doesn't support the jiggly physics, so they would have had to do something different specifically to give you the more jiggle."
Right.
So I think that might be the case because this is an Unreal Engine 5
It is an Unreal
game.
Engine 5 game, and that has brought its own problems because it is capped at 60 frames per second with Unreal Engine 5. That could definitely be the case. I feel like they're jiggling in this scene, though, at the very beginning. There's just a little bit of oh, maybe not. I don't know. Now I'm second guessing everything. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? While subtle, many will find the change disappointing, as the lack of breast jiggle does make the moment less erotic. The alteration, while possibly unintentional, also aligns with the corrupt narrative that has been pushed in games for the past 10 plus years, where female characters are no longer allowed to be physically attractive. Oh. I don't remember what this is in here for. Oh, yeah, that's right. It also starts with a trigger warning. This game contains expressions and themes from the original version, which may be considered outdated, and have been included without alteration to preserve the historical context in which the original game was made and the creator's original vision. Player discretion is advised. Yep. All right, moving on to Konami's other games.
They should just put the date on it, like Metal Gear Solid 2012, and just like, or whatever year that came. Sure, 2004. Whatever year that came out, and just like the date implies it was a different time, you know?
Yeah.
You don't need the whole like it was a different time back then, and before we had better jokes. Like
yeah. Why is the color tone changed in the Metal Gear remake? I don't know, but I'm hoping that they'll patch that and give us the old color grading, because I definitely think that it looked better previously. And honestly, when they first did the announcement trailer for it, the graphics in that game looked so fucking unbelievable that I was like, pre-order on the spot. But now all the trailer shit and all the game footage does not look that good compared to what the, you know, because like I guess the important stuff, like the thing that they really pushed and I guess that's Unreal Engine 5, right? They pushed the envelope on the Quexel scan, you know, high fidelity mud effects and whatnot versus the actual, you know, character models just don't look that impressive. And they looked really good in the original games. Like they got a lot of mileage out of the polygons. The San Andreas remake devs did the same thing. The color change ruined the atmosphere in the game. Yeah, and again, I think Randy's right. I think it is partially the switching over to a more modern engine that doesn't have the same stuff. Doesn't Unreal Engine 5 discourage fan service in new games? I swear I remember terms of service changes putting... I don't remember that necessarily, but I do know that a lot of games have been actually developed in Unreal Engine 4, and then they lie and say that they're developed in Unreal Engine 5, including Silent Hill 2 Remake. Silent Hill F, A Nightmare Come True. It's all about women's rights. Konami's upcoming Silent Hill F isn't just about rotting flesh and creeping dread. It's about feminism. Developers confirm protagonist Hinako Shimizu's arc is tied to Japan's 1960s women's rights movement, meaning players can expect less horror and more gender politics pandering. On its own, I don't think necessarily that this is, you know, an affront to nature. How do you even phrase it? Like, I don't know that I would say that this is enough grounds to disqualify the game from being good, especially in a Silent Hill title where the, you know, the uncomfortable nature of whatever, you know, the reality of the situation is expanded on in the, you know, nature of the other world, right?
In terms of being politically correct, some people, and I believe probably you as well and other people on the podcast have said that Japan is like 10, 15 years behind the West, right? And so there are definitely some people who are trying to get there quicker in terms of the wokeness, right? So I'm not saying that it doesn't exist in Japan, but this could be, we need more evidence, but could be a situation of, okay, we're doing women's rights from 1960s, so this is going to be like a 1990 like feminism movie, as much as like Alien was a feminism movie, right? Or a feminist movie because it starred a female character. Like, just because it starred a female character, I wouldn't call that woke, but some people could argue it was a 90s feminist or 80s. Well, Aliens was
I get what you
90s,
mean.
I think.
I
Anyway,
get what you mean. Yeah.
you know, of the time, it was a feminist movie, but it wouldn't be considered like a woke movie now just
Right.
because it had a female lead.
So I guess the issue that Silent Hill has is that after the fourth game, they stopped making them in Japan. Like, Konami outsourced them to Western studios who either missed the point of the games, or worse, with like Silent Hill Ascension and Short Message or whatever, or maybe just Short Message. I don't know if Ascension was bad. I didn't play it. They have gone off the deep end in terms of like it was full on woke. Right? The game was fucking woke. Like, it had a gay sex scene in it. Like, that's how off the rails woke it went. Like, they had a young, high school aged boy having gay sex in it, right? Like, it doesn't get woker than that for a game that you're forced to play and endure a sex scene in. You know what I mean? So that doesn't help. Now, I don't know. I assume the developers for this game, I think it's Neobards is what they're called. I assume that they're a Japanese studio, which is the thing that excites me about this, right? Because Bloober Team did an amazing job on the atmosphere of Silent Hill 2 Remake. The atmosphere alone was reason enough to pick up the game. But their depiction of Maria was fucking horrendous. However, they did make her boobs bigger in a patch to the game later. That wasn't the problem with her for me. I'm just at least acknowledging that they seem to have thought that was an issue and rectified it. The issue I had was that she was an insufferable cunt I hated listening to, was not at all appealing in the least. And she's supposed to be flirty and alluring in a way that is meant to make you sort of like lose sight of what you're in the town for, right? Which is to find your dead wife, right? She's supposed to look exactly like your dead wife, but like a vivacious, like sexy version as a means to distract you and to sort of pull you off focus, right? As part of the draw of the game. And instead they made her not sexy in the least from my perspective. And then they had all this like preachy feminist stuff about about the woman who got stoned by the Christians, and this whole big thing where they like really drew a magnifying glass to an extremely minor part of the original game, to a degree that it felt like it became personal for the developers. And it was just like, what the fuck is that shit? Anyway, setting that aside, Bloober Team, I thought, did an amazing job on the atmosphere, and some of the updated puzzles were kind of interesting, although I wouldn't say that they were better. It felt like a different, like a Western studio developing a puzzle game. But with this, I'm interested to see the Japanese taking control again, and especially Ryukishi 07, because Higurashi is one of the best horror experiences I've ever had, right? In terms of like truly giving you a visceral, unique experience for horror. It did it like nothing else I've ever experienced, right? So and to your point, I guess something that should be said is I don't see this as a deal breaker, right? Being set in 1960s Japan's women's rights movement. especially because it's happening fucking in the other world and all that shit. And part of it is that she's having to fend for herself, much like the girl in Scotland we started the podcast talking about, right? And that's sort of the idea is that she is taking on that responsibility. Now, that tees into the real problem with this game, which is the fact that they are making it more combat focused, and they've introduced like a stamina meter and like a mental stability meter and stuff, where it just feels like it's going to become annoying to deal with rather than what the game is supposed to be, which is unsettling and unnerving and you know, a slow drip of torment, right? So anyway, I say, remember when Silent Hill was about psychological terror, personal demons, and nightmarish environments? Konami's newest entry, Silent Hill F, seems determined to replace that with an academic lecture on women's rights in 1960s Japan. Producers openly admit Hinako Shimizu's story is shaped by the Japanese women's rights movement and revolves around the heroine mustering courage against repression. And again, that's the other thing, is that the women's rights movement in 1960s Japan is not the same thing as modern third wave feminism in the West, right? And I think that even like the first wave feminism, or maybe second wave even feminism in the West, would not be as repulsive as a storyline, right, than what we're currently at, which is, again, this is a problem that movements have, is that you reach your goal and then you have to justify your existence as a movement. And so you start setting ridiculous goals and ridiculous demands and absurd, goals that you strive for or demand, really, that you have lost the plot with, you know. Anyway, story was shaped by the Japanese women's rights movement that revolves around the heroine mustering courage against repression. Instead of a haunted town reflecting deep trauma, we're now being force-fed a historical morality play about gender politics. Horror as a genre thrives on ambiguity, dread, and subtlety. But here, subtlety is being thrown out the window for a textbook case of feminist framing. Yeah, and I guess another thing I would say about it is that choosing a female protagonist, the value in playing as Heather in the third game is that you are... So Harry's a badass in the first game. James is an everyman. And Heather is taking that everyman thing a step further. Because now you're not only an everyman, but you're a young girl. And so like you're even more vulnerable, right? And I haven't really verbalized it, but I do feel like this game is missing that that aspect of it. In fact, let me pull up an image of Heather Mason. Oh shit, I'm typing in Japanese. Oh, fuck. Heather Mason. Okay. So there's an aesthetic to let me find one that conveys it. This is from the soundtrack cover. So fuck, why are these images so goddamn small? No other sizes. Are you shitting me? Okay, how about Silent Hill 3 OST? How are these so fucking small? Google's reverse image search has gone to shit, as we all know. Here we go, large. Now we're not going to look at a 400 pixel one. Okay. Here it is. Pulling it in now. Open image in new tab. For fuck's sake, whatever. Okay. So let me grab a picture of Eileen too from. So one of the things that Silent Hill's aesthetic has is there's almost like a sickly look, especially to the female characters, right? Like there's an unnerving lack of health, right? Or turmoil that the characters exhibit that makes them feel extra vulnerable, right? Let me show you Eileen. Fuck, how are these images so goddamn small? In the fourth game, Silent Hill: The Room, there's a character named The Room. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a character named Eileen Galvin, who you do play as for a brief moment. Whatever. We're gonna look at the small image. She also has this like slightly sickly eye, texture and whatnot that makes the character feel that much more vulnerable, right? Almost like your soul is tired. Do you get what I'm kind of conveying, right? Whereas, let's look at the trailer here a little bit for.
Cargo 1 to HQ. We haven't found the suspect at the scene. Chances are good, but it's still in the water. We better consider the hunt. Over. Last seen fleeing Tsuneyoshi Shrine. Exercise extreme caution.
You saved my life and laid claim to my soul. In turn, I shall save your souls by claiming the life of your old self.
Who was that? What is this place?
This way.
Better get going.
Oh, that reminds me. Well, I'll bring it up.
A good day.
God damn it. Anyway, does she look sickly or vulnerable to you?
No.
Not really, right? She's honestly a little bit too clean for, and you'll see as I keep playing.
It's always an extraordinary day. An extraordinary day isn't always good.
The game also has like a mechanic where as she gets damaged, her outfit and stuff gets bloody and torn.
This is where you are. I wondered where you had gone. You need to start getting ready. It's time to say your goodbyes. You're going to kill them with your own hands.
See?
What's going on?
Right. So there's like, that's a good effect. But then you see her face and she doesn't even look tired.
No. It's got my home too. The halls, the doors, everything's changed.
That phone ringing makes me think of Higurashi so hard too. Also, I gotta say, I'm watching the English trailer for your guys' benefit, but I am not gonna play this game in English. It sounds so bad. So again, I'm just pointing out again, her knees, her outfit, her arm with the blood coming down, face looks fucking normal, right? One of the things that Bloober Team did, and again, just to be clear, this is not being made by Bloober Team. It's been in development by Neobards for several years, even to the point where this game was not expected to come out this quickly. From what we've heard, it seemed like it actually swapped places with Townfall and is now coming out first. But in Bloober Team's Silent Hill 2 remake, over time, because the game takes place over several hours, they photo scanned and developed a texture for James that gets more and more exhausted looking, so that at the end of the game, it looks like he's been up for over 24 hours. Whereas at the beginning of the game, he looks pretty fresh, right? And I don't know, maybe they're not going to show us enough to really experience how much detail has been input into the game, but I'm not feeling, I guess it's not living up to the benchmark set by Bloober Team's work, right?
Please. Just die.
Dear God, there's no way I'm playing this in English.
It must be hard for you to bid farewell to childhood friends.
Yes.
It kind of sounds to me like she's killed her friends in this version of Silent Hill.
No. It had to be done. As soon as I could.
Okay, back to this. So, Hinako Shimizu's story is shaped by the Japanese women's rights movement and revolves around the heroine mustering courage against repression instead of a haunted town reflecting deep trauma. So the other issue here, by the way, is that the 1960s in Japan was 60 years ago, right? In order for you to have lived through it in a meaningful way, you'd have to be in your 70s as a player. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, it seems like a strange thing. Like, I can't see them really hyper fixating on that as a concept to the point where the only people for whom playing it would be super, like, overtly meaningful would be old grandmas. You know what I mean? Like, who lived through a time frame where that was important and necessary and reflected in their lives and all that kind of shit, you know?
I mean, based on the character design and the time period, it could be a situation where they're trying to evoke I forget what it's called, but like the delinquent girl trope.
It is Sukeban.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because that was around, that was 70s, I think, 60s, 70s. And there's been anime that have been based on that kind of era.
Sure.
They're newer anime, but like 80s anime, and maybe 90s. So people that grew up with that stuff might be
maybe
more the target. I don't know.
I don't know that that's what they're going for with the thing. I think it's more personally. I think it's more about Japan has, and rightfully so, a big hard-on for schoolgirls with swords, right? And shit like that. And I feel like that's what they're kind of going for. I don't really get the Sukeban vibe. But I think also that Sukeban as a genre,
the Sukeban genre is just girl with swords and attitude, right? It's
I'm just saying, I think the Sukeban genre lionizes the trope more than the reality of it. The reality of Sukeban is a lot more like a legit delinquent, whereas the Sukeban genre, like Sukeban Deika, for example, is more about the delinquent with heroism, right? So they say here, instead of a haunted town reflecting deep trauma, we're now being force-fed a historical morality play about gender politics. Horror as a genre thrives on ambiguity, dread, and subtlety, but here subtlety is being thrown out the window for a textbook case of feminist framing. I think that's an overstatement. That's all I'm going to say.
If you're saying you're saying that you think that she ended up killing her friends, right?
No, I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying is I think that because of the way that the world of Silent Hill works, there is usually a personal demon that they are processing through in their experience in the town. Yeah. And I think that what they're going to reveal, and Old Man kind of put it here, maybe she killed her friends because, quote, they look like monsters to you, which is a quote from Silent Hill 2, I believe, where somebody remarks, or maybe it's the first Silent Hill, actually, or the third. Anyway, somebody remarks about, I think it's probably the third game, remarks that that the main character has been killing monsters, and somebody remarks like, oh, you see them as monsters, like basically meaning like it kind of instills that you have been killing things that might actually be real townspeople, but to you they look like horrific monsters, and so you feel justified in killing them in self-defense.
Oh,
right?
I see. So you think, okay, let me ask a question then. So you think that during the game she's going to be killing her friends?
I think that the twist that they might pull in the game is that she has been like, that she's probably trying to save her friends only to reveal that she's killed them all.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. I don't know.
Because I was going to say, if you think that she previously had killed her friends and this game is her living through the grief of that.
Well, see, that also could be true because the original teaser trailer made it seem like she was at odds with one of her friends. I think that the idea behind it is that there's a guy character in the game who I think is the guy wearing the face mask because they look similar enough. I think that there is a rift in the friendship that causes them to fight. And one of the characters that we've seen, the one with like the jaw all torn down and the big hole, like a keyhole shape in the chest, I think that's her friend. Like that looks just like her, the character that she's friends with. And then one of her other friends is the scarecrow thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like with the arm all bent out in a weird way. So I think
she
that
could be in a Sukeban gang war, kill all of her friends, and then live through the group. All I'm saying is, I'm gonna assume that there's gonna be a yo-yo weapon in the game.
I doubt it, but we'll see. So writer Ryuki Shio7 insisted Hinako would, quote, make her own decisions rather than passively suffer. A statement that basically screams, don't worry, she's not like those old horror heroines. She's empowered now. Translation, the horror is secondary, the message is primary. I think this is
sounding more like Sukeban.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I think
that yo-yo is coming.
I think that Sankaku
rolling
Complex
down the stairs right now.
I think Sankaku Complex is editorializing on like hardcore on top of everything. But you know what? I've been wrong before. I have been wrong before. I thought for sure that people were really blowing things out of proportion with Resident Evil 3 Remake, and that they ended up giving you the original costume. I thought the new costume looked better. I've always hated the pencil skirt look on Jill Valentine. And then they absolutely fucked everybody by putting her in a skirt instead of a skirt. Right?
For what it's worth, the Suke, my understanding is the Sukeban like whole like delinquent girl movement where they like make their skirts like super long was like a whole rebellious like feminist movement in itself. So I don't know, it kind of fits in my opinion.
Well,
I have no clue. They might
her skirt is not super long.
Not yet.
I'm gonna see real quick. No, okay. I was just seeing if I could grab something, but no.
Maybe
I
she's
do
trying to
own
put her Sukeban life behind her.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, if you want to do a watch party, I have all the Sukeban movies, including Yo-Yo's Sexy Girl Cop, which we've talked about previously. That is almost, what is that, a porn parody of Yo-Yo Girl Cop, where it's the same cover except that her skirt is flipped up, right? So I don't know. I'd have to get them out of the storage unit though, so I couldn't. I was doing a quick search to see if they were available. They're not.
I think you should focus on finishing the manifesto first.
Yes.
I actually think that you should just ignore the manifesto and move on as if it happened, and then just
forget about it.
Forget about it.
So again, tomorrow I have the day off, so I'm going to try to finish up the remainder of the book, at least the stuff that I can do, right? And then the guy that I'm ghostwriting for, he took a printout of the book with him to Costa Rica for a vacation, and he is writing notes to update the book with, and so hopefully. And honestly, I really only have this next week to finish the book before we need it to be done by. So if I can get that finished, and we get our 1 million sales, right? No, that's what he keeps saying. We're going to get 1 million sales, but that could, I mean, things could be unlocked for me if that goes well. We'll see. Anyway, all right. So it's the same formula Western studios have been hammering for years: inject real-world activism into escapist fiction and hope audiences applaud the progress. Except fans of Silent Hill never asked for this. They wanted twisted body horror, suffocating atmosphere, and stories about personal hells, not a playable pamphlet for 1960s feminism. Sure, some defenders will argue that repression and social critique have always been part of Silent Hill's DNA, but those themes used to be woven into the horror, not spoon-fed as identity politics. And again, I just really think they haven't actually been given anything that would make the amount of leaps in logic here for expectations justified. Instead of confronting the primal fears that made the franchise iconic, Silent Hill F looks poised to turn into a case study in representation. Horror fans signed up for foggy streets and psychological terror, not a focus group approved feminism simulator. If this is the new direction, then Konami isn't reviving Silent Hill, they're burying it under feminist slop. Okay, so I do want to say, for me personally, I am going into this game not as a Silent Hill entry until it proves otherwise. Because, well, actually, I got something here. This will make it easy. Because it doesn't make sense to me, and I'm not sure that I like the idea of just randomly changing the location of Silent Hill, especially when each of the previous franchises entries had carefully chosen its location in such a way that if you connect all of the previous maps together, it actually makes a giant map of the same place, right? Like they link up so that once you combine them all, you realize that it's the entire town, right? Let me grab something real quick. Not that. Here. This one. Come on. Sorry. Bad, slow internet, 1,000+ tabs.
Reese, are you touching your microphone?
No, I'm not.
Are you?
AC is
are you
also
on the
typing.
right?
No,
Are you on
that's
the
not
right?
me typing. Hold
Are
on.
you on the correct microphone?
I will check in a second. Nope, it switched to me. Damn it. Now I am. Old man says, I think she probably saved herself and her friends died. Now she feels guilty. She couldn't save them, and their apparitions are haunting her because of guilt. That's an interesting concept. Whether or not she's guilty will be revealed through the story. So what happened in 1960s Japan? I know there was like U.S. occupation. I'm going to turn the AC here.
Gets in the middle of asking a question and leaves. Classic.
What were you saying, Reese?
Nothing. You'll have to watch the VOD.
Okay. So I saw this post that plot twist: Japanese village is actually Silent Hill, right? And they just showed, a vaguely similar, whatever from 2 remake, I think. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Previously, we've only witnessed the town of Silent Hill manifest individual components inside its fog world. Monsters, humans, and apartment floors. Meaning Silent Hill 4. But we've yet to see we've yet to see is Silent Hill. But what we've yet to see is Silent Hill manifesting an entirely different town within itself. At the conclusion of the game, it will be revealed that the Japanese village is actually a village-level manifestation inside Silent Hill. The Japanese village is real, but it is not the actual village. In the events of Silent Hill F, what we're experiencing is Hinako's version of Silent Hill, and the entire village is the manifestation. The original Japanese village is actually normal. All the supernatural and crazy shit is a manifestation born out of Hinako's psyche and trauma from her youth, only that it actually takes place in Silent Hill, not in Hinako's actual hometown. Hinako is a middle-aged Japanese-American immigrant who stumbles upon modern-day Silent Hill. Just like how James Sunderland forgets that he murdered his wife, Hinako forgets that she's no longer a high school student in Japan. And yes, that means that the real Japanese village is no longer in the 1960s. Hinako arrives at the revelation at the last section of the game, and the manifestations will shatter completely, revealing the desolate streets of Silent Hill. That is the main ending. There is an alternate ending where she doesn't gain acceptance and is forever trapped in the 1960s village of her youth. So to those who expressed grievances about the idea of a Silent Hill game not being set in Silent Hill, you can kind of rest easy knowing that it's not really the case. The exciting part, this sets a precedent for future Silent Hill games taking place in other areas of the world where they are seemingly desolate while still technically being inside Silent Hill. Other games might dive deeper into this plot mechanic, right? This is just a thought, right? A what if theory, yeah. So, but it's an interesting concept, and one of the things I find
game theory.
One of the things I find interesting about it is that in Silent Hill 1, if you beat the game and get a bad ending and a good ending on the same save file, there's a house on Levin Street that has a door that's locked. But if you play another game with the same save file that you've already gotten a good and bad ending on, then the door is unlocked and it's a Japanese style room with a katana. That's what I sort of was looking at here.
Oh, like an OP weapon you can unlock?
Yeah, basically. started it over. Hold on. It kind of loose. I mean, it's a very small room, so it doesn't actually, it fits in with the old PS1 game, but it very much kind of reminds me of this room, right? That's a naginata, which is it's basically a sword on the end of a staff, right? Kind of like a halberd. But this kind of reminded me of it, so that's why I kind of brought it up. Anyway, I don't know. I'm reserving my my judgment on it. I'm gonna play it, even if it's terrible. I'll probably live stream it like I did the last game if you guys care. But I'm interested to at least see where it goes. So anyway, I think that's it for that. I do have this as well, though. This is the map. Look away if you don't want to be spoiled. Click. Thank you. See, I think these are like the rice fields and stuff, right?
The rice fields.
Yeah. They've also got like a bird motif kind of woven into it here, So it's kind of interesting. Like I said, I'm excited to play it just because I would play it no matter what, but we'll see. Anyway, we can move past this. Thank you for coming to my Silent Hill TED Talk. Okay. Now. Oh dear. Where am I? Am I here? Okay, there I am. Okay. If you needed a more faithful PlayStation 1 style survival horror game, I'd like to introduce you to Ground Zero. And I'd like to show you the trailer for it because it looks fucking great. And is it coming out for PS5? I don't think it is. Steam, god damn you! Why can't I have nice things? Here it is. That shit looks good, huh? I love the low poly aesthetic and rendering engine look of old PS1 games. So that's fucking good for me. If that's not enough for you, though, I would like to remind you of perhaps the only Silent Hill clone that I will ever actually give 5-star recommendation behind. And that is Tormented Souls, which is fucking fantastic. One of the best games I have ever played. If you're into what Silent Hill and Resident Evil, the original like locked camera angle versions of the games did for you, this game is a must play. However, I am not going to show you the trailer because due to how the first game ends, everything in the trailer is a spoiler. So go play the first game. I've already pre-ordered this. Fuck, it comes out in October? Shit. That does not leave me a lot of time to finish. October 23rd. I have almost a month to finish Silent Hill F.
You almost have a month to finish the manifesto before you get to play Silent Hill F.
Yep. Less than a month, but yes. All right. Anyway, and then if that doesn't do it for you, well, then here you go. Let me introduce you to Japanese horror shooter Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau coming to consoles. Yeah.
That's right. I forgot how hilarious this was. Now, if they're being uber amazing, and it won't happen, but if this is like Japanese audio, then they need to dub it in English and hire Hillary Hag as the.
Just in case you wanted to play a survivor horror where the horror is trying to survive you. Right?
Yeah.
What does kinky mean in Japanese?
I don't know. Don't know off the top of my head, but it's that kanji right there. So, and in case you needed something more a la Chex Quest from the 90s, allow me to introduce you to the Japanese household cleaner maker who released a survival horror scrubbing game on Steam. Honestly, this is the most brilliant marketing strategy because if you sell a bunch of different cleaning materials, it teaches the user who's playing it just to have fun, right? Oh, I could use that to clean my toilet? I didn't think of that. I've always been using this other shit that doesn't work, you know? And it like shows you like, oh yeah, use this for the grimy shit on your fridge. And then it's good as new, right? I'll show you this trailer. Cow?
I think that was a brand.
Cow means face. Doesn't it? Yeah, it is the brand. Cow. Weird. Anyway. Let's get caught up on... Yeah, I was going to say, you probably couldn't hear me because it was so fucking loud, but I'm like, there's your Sukaban when we were watching the other one. The Kinki Spiritual Detective one. It's Korea, 1994. Yeah. Let's see. I like the Japanese setting. It would be funny if it takes place in Silent Hill, but only looks like Japan because of her past trauma. Maybe she's not even a young girl, but an old woman. You must have said that before I read that thing, huh? The idea occurred to me seconds before. Yeah. Yep. It's already been established that everyone sees Silent Hill in a different way. Some only see the quiet, unremarkable town of Silent Hill. There are remakes where you can change the world with the touch of a button. There are schizophrenics who see and hear entire worlds that aren't there. Resident Evil 7, The Cleaner, DLC. Finally, someone is cleaning that kitchen in Resident Evil 7. I haven't played 7 yet. I have articles about Requiem, but I didn't want to bring them in yet because I can't find one that features footage of the chasey creature thing.
I like this idea of Old Man's Comment, like how there's the pressure washer simulator, and there's DLCs where you can clean like iconic places. Like I remember one being like Lara Croft's mansion, right? Having something like this, but for horror game settings.
Yeah, like
cleaning up the Doom, all the Doom levels or something.
It's
like
the goblin cleanup, but for that'd be fucking hilarious, right? You have a mod, you walk into, a really grimy, disgusting setting that's
clean
like
up
really,
the entire town of Silent Hill.
Yeah, it's like super unsettling, and it's like, you know what? This would be a lot less dangerous if I tidied up a bit, picked up the chair, pushed it back into the desk so you can walk around more. There's so much more room, like, oh look, I found another med pack, like all right.
I'll just set that here on the desk for whoever might need it.
All right. Microsoft finances Take Us North, a video game that glorifies illegal U.S. border crossing. Elon Musk calls it weird. That needed to be
a headline.
Silent Hill F clothing damage might make the game better. My wife just said, do you not read Twitch comments? Is my wife making Twitch comments? Because I don't see any from her.
So that's the last one I saw.
What could Silent Hill do to turn AC away? Release it on PC only. Right?
Which one only? Android.
You did miss this one.
You put it on Android.
Lollipop did add the jiggle, but after they realized it was a bug that the jiggle wasn't there. They went back and they were like, okay, well, we're going to make a different solution.
We're going to change the code just a little bit just to bring something back.
I love this. Where's Luigi? This is his time to shine. And what did Luigi use it for? Not just skirts. People look under guys' pants, too. Get out of here. Only
and
you.
The last time we read Luigi's comments for the rest of the day.
All right. Microsoft finances Take Us North, a video game that glorifies illegal U.S. border crossing. Elon Musk calls it weird. Not sure why that needed to be in the headline. Microsoft is once again dipping into politics, and this time it's raising eyebrows worldwide. The tech giant is funding a video game called Take Us North, developed by Anima Interactive, that puts players into the role of a guia, essentially a coyote, tasked with leading migrants illegally across the U.S.-Mexico border. For many, this is not just tone-deaf, it's dangerous. Anima Interactive bills itself as a socially conscious. Also, look at how low-ass quality model these are for a modern game. I mean, you're not even giving me the PS1 vibes I want.
If they're giving the hoppers this kind of expectation, let them just fuck around and find out. I mean...
So they bill it. Anima Interactive bills itself as a socially conscious game studio that wants to expand perspectives and drive positive cultural impact. Their flagship project, Take Us North, is a survival narrative game where players guide groups of migrants through deserts, fences, and hostile landscapes. According to coverage from Wired, Spectrum Local News, and the studio's own Kickstarter, the game is meant to highlight the humanity and resilience of migrants. It draws inspiration from interviews with people who crossed borders in Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East, aiming to create what the studio calls an empathy machine. It's a border smuggling simulator, yeah. In practice, that means the player essentially becomes a coyote, the very term used in real life for human smugglers who guide, in reality traffic, migrants across dangerous terrain, often working hand-in-hand with cartels. The project received early-stage support from Microsoft's ID at Xbox Developer Acceleration Program, a funding initiative that helps independent studios bring their games to market. The studio has also launched a Kickstarter campaign, raising tens of thousands of dollars to keep development going. Microsoft's money is tied to the project has sparked serious backlash. Why is one of the world's largest tech corporations financing a video game that portrays illegal border crossings as heroic journeys? Oh, dear Lord. Here we go. Here's where the problem comes in. In the real world, coyotes are, by and large, not selfless guides helping vulnerable people on a noble trek. They are criminal smugglers. Cartel connections. Many coyotes are linked directly to cartels who treat migrants as part of a broader criminal enterprise that includes drugs and weapons. In essence, the people being smuggled are just another product to them. Exploitation. Reports from U.S. Border Patrol and humanitarian organizations alike confirm that migrants are routinely robbed, abused, and even abandoned by coyotes once money has changed hands. Deadly practices. Coyotes often pack dozens of people into trucks with no ventilation, push them into deserts with little water, or place children on top of freight trains like La Bestia. Countless lives have been lost in this process. To portray a coyote as the protagonist of a heartfelt video game is to whitewash criminality. These are not heroic guides. They are profiteers preying on desperation. I wonder what the most northernmost Mexican encampment city town things are, like it just seems weird that you have to go illegally. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a door. I just go the right way. To portray Cody as the protagonist of a heartfelt video game is to whitewash criminality. God damn, it's like they think they're Grand Theft Auto. These are not heroic guides. They are profiteers preying on desperation. So far, the public has not been impressed. The official game teaser trailer for Take Us North has been up for months, but hardly anyone has noticed. On Game Trailer's YouTube channel, the trailer sits at just 3,500 views, with a dislike ratio of 307 thumbs down to only 67 thumbs up. Meanwhile, Anima Interactive's official YouTube channel has a grand total of 61 subscribers, hardly a sign of genuine excitement. Man, not even everybody who liked it is subscribed. This is not a project being demanded by players. It's not a hit waiting to happen. It's a niche ideological product that would never exist without corporate backing from Microsoft. The controversy caught even more fire on August 25th when tech billionaire Elon Musk responded to a post by former Blizzard developer Mark Kern, who had blasted Microsoft for funding Take Us North, calling out the game for its focus on sneaking across the U.S. border illegally. Musk's reply was short but cutting, with a single word: weird. Yeah, it's cutting. I'm so glad you included it in the fucking article. Damn. Mic drop moment right there. Weird. Jesus. Musk signaled his agreement that Microsoft's involvement in the project raises eyebrows. How about you just fucking share Mark Kern's thing about the news is Microsoft. It's not weird. That's not the news. For a game that had mostly flown under the radar, this was a turning point. Musk's massive following on Twitter, numbering in the hundreds of millions, has now put the spotlight on a project that otherwise might have slipped by unnoticed. His reaction ensures that Take Us North won't just be a gaming controversy. It's now part of a larger cultural conversation about illegal immigration, corporate priorities, and the role of video games in pushing political messages. The debate isn't about whether migration is a complex and emotional issue. It is. People do flee violence, corruption, and hardship. But that doesn't change the reality that sneaking across a border with the help of smugglers is illegal and incredibly dangerous. By turning this into a game and framing the coyote as a player's avatar, Anima Interactive and Microsoft are crossing a line. They're not just making art, they're normalizing criminal behavior as something and romanticizing an industry built on exploitation. Who fucking wrote that? That criminal behavior sure is something. At least in games like Grand Theft Auto, while the player engages in criminal behavior, there is at least the underlying narrative that what they are doing is wrong. No one has ever tried to make it seem as though crimes committed on the streets of Liberty City are some grand noble act. I don't know. When I blew up that ice cream truck, that was heroic, right? Anima Interactive doesn't hide its politics. On its website and promotional materials, it emphasizes that its team is over 60% Black, Indigenous, people of color, and over 60% female/non-binary, stating that they are determined to challenge the status quo in gaming. Well, you're going to fail. It's clear the studio's purpose goes beyond storytelling into activism. No, what gave that away? What gave that away? Really? Jesus. geniuses over here at that park place. The question is whether Microsoft should be pouring money into projects that promote border law breaking and gloss over the violence of coyotes in the process. Take Us North is marketed as a heartfelt survival story. In reality, it's a dangerous piece of political propaganda dressed up as an entertainment. By funding the project, Microsoft is actively lending credibility to the glorification of illegal border crossings and human smuggling. Wow, it's also tiresome, right? Like, on the one hand, good.
I was gonna say, imagine this game comes out and like it's actually subverting the like normal activism thing, and it's actually like pro lockdown border game. So like you have to like you're playing as like a person, and then at a certain point you have to run away from the coyote that's trying to rape you, like, you know, because
well, I think you play as the coyote. That would be really fucking funny if like the objectives are get them across the border or rape them all, right? Like,
yikes.
This is not just misguided, it's reckless. While American communities deal with the fallout of record-breaking border encounters, cartel violence, and humanitarian disasters in the desert, the last thing anyone needs is a video game making coyotes look like heroes. Dear God. Seriously. I mean, what platforms is it coming out from? Because I just don't think that the people in Mexico crossing the border illegally are going to be like getting the idea to go do it because they played a fucking game, right? Like I just don't see that as the reality of the situation. Imagine they get over to America, then they play the game and leave a bad review. This wasn't my experience at all.
That's what I said earlier. If they're getting all their information from this video game, just let them fuck around and find out.
Oh my God.
Oh, this was so easy in the game. I'll bet easy in real life.
I obviously disagree with the virtue signaling. I disagree with the premise of the game. I disagree with the illegal immigration, but I fully support the existence of the game and the right to make it. I'm not going to stand here and be like that park place and the people who are trying to ban games are like, you can't enjoy this. This character might be underage. And it's like, I don't give a fuck, right? This character is a series of pixels.
I mean, my only issue with it is that Microsoft is giving them money, presumably, because they're.
I don't even care about that. Microsoft can waste their fucking money. I don't give a shit.
No. Well, so it's fine. Yes, you are correct that they can give them money, and I wouldn't have an issue with that, except they're actively harming people if they say anything in the other direction. It's, you know, censor, you can't have that on our platform and all this shit, right? So that is the only issue that I would have with this situation. But if they weren't doing that, if they weren't censoring and saying, oh, you can't have that opinion, it's you know, not a it's an uncouth opinion and we can't have that on our store, they weren't doing that, then definitely no problem. I would, like, whatever. You want to make a game and put millions into a game that does like $2 in sales and has one player in
Concord 2.0. Let's go.
Yeah, like go ahead.
Yeah. So the only reason I'm covering it is because there's a significant controversy coming up behind it, and I'm hoping that fucking that park place actually wrote about it. Take Us North, the illegal immigration game dev Anima Interactive scrubs internet presence after explosive backlash. Anima Interactive, the studio behind Take Us North and one of the most controversial games of the year, has erased itself from the internet just days after growing scrutiny connected it to Microsoft, Wings Interactive, Sweet Baby Inc., and even the United Nations.
Oh.
At the center of the firestorm is Take Us North, a narrative survival game developed by Anima Interactive. The project was pitched as a socially conscious experience, an empathy-driven title where players take on the role of let's just say coyotes, or guide, escorting groups of migrants across as they cross deserts, fences, and border patrols on their way into the United States. On paper, the developers described it as a way to shed light on migrant smugglers, drawing from interviews and anthropological research. Mainstream outlets like Wired eagerly promoted it as an empathy machine. Microsoft lent legitimacy through its ID at Xbox Developer Acceleration Program, blah, blah, blah. Man, you know, when I asked ChatGPT to find the repetitive bullshit that I didn't want to read, and it said there is none, fuck you, GPT-5. But critics saw something different. To them, Take Us North was less about storytelling and more about glorifying criminal coyotes and normalizing illegal border crossings. After all, in practice, the player isn't just telling stories. They're actively role-playing the process of smuggling migrants in the United States, and that has to be banned. Dear God, these people. The controversy might have stayed within gaming circles if not for the independent watchdog channel Gothic Therapy, hosted by Master of the TDS and Writing Raven. Their investigation argued that Take Us North wasn't a grassroots indie project at all, but rather the product of a carefully constructed pipeline of institutional support. And dare I say it, no amount of support would have done fuck all for it had you not written an article and drawn attention to it, and Elon Musk tweeting weird, right? Like, all of this, like the 61 subscribers on its fucking YouTube channel. Like, bullshit was this going to take the world by storm without you guys. Here's what they uncovered. Wings Interactive, the shadowy funding group, once again emerged in the picture. Wings co-founder Audrey LaPrince publicly promoted Take Us North, endorsing it and helping pipeline it into the indie festival circuit. While Wings may not have directly bankrolled the title, its blessing carried institutional weight. Sweet Baby Inc. Gothic Therapy reminded viewers of the connection between Wings and Sweet Baby Inc., specifically through Kim Belair, a co-founder of SBI, who served on Wings' board. While there's no evidence Sweet Baby Inc. directly worked on Take Us North, their influence within Wings ties them indirectly to the project. Did frickin' Luigi write this? Cleaver Endeavor Games, another studio, Cleaver Endeavor Games, reportedly invested in Take Us North while also financing Wings' 2025 Elevate program, which funnels money toward activist-driven projects. Microsoft, through ID at Xbox, Microsoft gave Anima Interactive corporate legitimacy, pushing Take Us North into the mainstream. The United Nations, perhaps the most shocking. Is it? Is it really? Is it now? Is this not par for the course with the United Nations? Don't give me that. You know who they are. Perhaps the most shocking revelation, Gothic Therapy reported that Take Us North was showcased at the United Nations under the codename The American Dream just 9 months ago. A game simulating illegal border crossings had not only corporate, but also global institutional support. And did fucking Zoe Quinn and goddamn, what's her name, Anita Sarkeesian not speak in front of the United Nations? Do not act like this is fucking like pearl clutch worthy. We know who they are. This web of connections painted Take Us North as far more than an indie experiment. It was a case study in how Wings, Sweet Baby, and their allies funnel activist projects into the spotlight, and how corporations and even international institutions help protect them. For all the institutional backing, the public wasn't buying it. On the Game Trailers YouTube channel, the Take Us North trailer languished at only 3,800 views, with an embarrassing 433 dislikes to just 69 likes as of August 26th. I'm guessing that they read your article and jumped over there to pile on the dislikes even more. They got 2 more likes than before and like 300 more views. The Anima Interactive YouTube channel fared no better, with just 61 subscribers without Microsoft, Wings, and festival endorsements. The game would have likely gone unnoticed. Without you! Like, seriously. The project only broke into the mainstream once influencers like Asmongold, Smash AT, Grums, and Gothic Therapy began exposing its premise and connections. Even Elon Musk responded to the controversy, calling the project simply weird. Seriously, the only reason Elon Musk is being mentioned at all is for the SEO, right? Like, there's just some aspect, like, that's fucking all that they're doing here. It was in the midst of this growing scrutiny that Anima Interactive made its most drastic move yet. It scrubbed its entire online presence. See, this was like interesting when Asmongold covered it. As Smash JT documented, the studio's official Twitter account @AnimaCreates was deleted. Founder Carla Reyes also erased her personal account. The company's Instagram was set to private, and even the official Take Us North website, once used to promote the game and connect to its Kickstarter campaign, was locked behind a private wall. In short, the studio vanished without a trace as soon as people started looking into its connections. Why the Anima Interactive disappearance matters. Instead of defending their project, explaining their artistic choices, or addressing critics head-on, Anima Interactive chose to run and hide. What? That kind of sounds like the plot of their game, right? Instead of crossing the border legally and doing it the hard way, they chose to run and hide and climb the fence. The choice sends a loud message. It suggests the studio was unprepared to answer tough questions about its funding sources and institutional support. And would they? What pressure could you possibly have put on them that they would feel compelled to do? They were fucking at the UN. Like, they don't give a shit. The backlash pierced through the PR gloss and struck at the heart of the project's legitimacy. Anima may have feared that further exposure would unravel even more uncomfortable truth. Possibly. Far from quelling controversy, the disappearance has amplified it. Every deleted account, every locked page becomes fuel for those arguing that Take Us North was never just a harmless indie story, but a part of a pipeline the industry doesn't want discussed. By scrubbing their presence, Anima Interactive has triggered what's known as the Streisand effect, where the attempt to hide something only draws more attention to it. Had the studio simply weathered criticism, this story might have died down. Instead, the disappearance is being read as confirmation that critics were right all along. The optics are terrible. A studio that loudly marketed its socially conscious identity now looks too ashamed or too compromised to defend its own work. Take Us North is transformed from an obscure indie game into a global controversy. First came Microsoft's funding, then Wing's endorsement, and then the United Nations showcase. Now, in the face of exposure, Anima Interactive has chosen to erase itself entirely. This is no longer about one video game. It's about transparency, accountability, and the pipeline of power driving ideological projects into gaming, whether players want them or not. Jesus Christ. They write these articles as though they're literally forcing the game into your game console and bolting you to a chair, holding your eyes open and stapling your hands to the controller. And if Anima Interactive thought hiding would make the story go away, they miscalculated. The scrutiny has only begun. Watch as we write 3 articles in 3 days about this topic. Take Us North, the illegal immigration game, reportedly has connections to the United Nations, Sweet Baby Ink, and Wings Interactive. Gasp. It's almost like you said that in the last article, but you needed it to be in the headline for SEO purposes again. How much of this is going to be recapped? The illegal border crossing simulator game, Take Us North, has been exposed for having connections to Sweet Baby Ink, Wings Interactive, and even the United Nations itself. If you thought the Microsoft funding game glorifying coyotes and the illegal border crossings was bad enough, buckle up to blah, 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 blah. So woke project is all going to be... Fuck this, man. Bank-related titles. Their Wings is back, and their fingerprints are all over Take Us North, according to Gothic Therapy. Wings co-founder Audrey LaPrince personally promoted the project. Wings didn't just nod at the game; they endorsed it and helped pipeline it into the indie festival circuit. Remember, Wings doesn't operate like a normal publisher. It functions as a grant body, distributing large sums, often up to $500,000, into games that rarely attract more than a few hundred players. Critics have long suspected that Wings functions less as a legitimate market investor and more as an ideological filter, funneling money into projects designed to push political narratives regardless of commercial viability. Take Us North lets you smuggle in children, criminals, and women who will clean progressive toilets for pennies on the dollar. They've caught children working in factories multiple times in my state. Democrats in the Civil War. Who will pick your crops? Democrats in 2025. Who will do all the work for next to nothing with no benefits? Take Us North. I got you, fam. Wings connection to Sweet Baby Inc. is well documented. Sweet Baby co-founder Kim Belair served on the board of Wings. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you for saying the exact same shit over again. The story doesn't end there. Gothic Therapy highlights another key player, Cleaver Endeavor Games, which also poured money into Take Us North. Conveniently, Cleaver Endeavor bankrolls Wings 2025 Elevate program, the same program designed to push marginalized voices into the gaming spotlight. From Xbox to United Nations, dear God. The public doesn't buy it. Oh, how many do they have now? Oh, it didn't change. Same amount of likes and dislikes. You wrote the exact same fucking article again by merging two of them together. Great job. Thank fucking God.
I want to make a game called.
Oh, here it is again.
North now.
Elon Musk calling it weird. Wow. Fucking goddamn it. Okay, we're done with this article. What's up?
I want to make a game called Take Us North now, but I want it to be Americans trying to sneak into Canada.
Sneak into Canada? That would never happen. That's too unrealistic.
It'll be set in like let's say a 2020 I guess 2025 where Biden won, you know.
Yeah.
And your Kamala one.
Doesn't matter which one.
At least keep with the historically accurate candidate.
Well, neither of them won, so neither of them would be historically accurate.
I candidate, I said. Like, Biden wasn't even the one running. It was Kamala.
Well, he was running.
He was running at one point.
They made Kamala the pick without any without any, what do you call it?
Primary.
Primary, thank you. Sorry, before I think I had another. I'm just pulling something up, just in case. Is it here, or did I failed? Whatever. Fuck it. Don't care. All right. Okay. Moving on into release news. That's not it. Wait, is this it though? Is this? No.
You can skip that Devilman Crybaby one.
I'm not skipping it.
Are you up to date?
Why
on
should
comments?
I skip it? Is it because it's already in Right Stuff?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
what
Good to know. Well, that's unfortunate. Where is my fucking... Here it is. Okay. I think we are, right? We're up to date. I mean, like... Yes, I think it's up to date enough. Okay. So, Mill Creek Entertainment is now Alliance Home Entertainment. Same love for movies. New name on the marquee.
You know Mill Creek. They're going to have been releasing all the Ultraman stuff and Metropolis on Blu-ray.
I also
okay.
I also know Alliance. I also know Alliance.
Do you also know Plot Twist?
Allow me. Do you also know
introduce
AE?
you.
That's clearly AE. Is
Alliance Home Entertainment.
Yeah, AE.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of there's a dairy brand local to me called AE.
Do you guys recognize these box
yeah.
sets?
I thought those were bootlegs.
You thought they were bootlegs. I had these ready to go into my bootleg series to talk about my conspiracy theory that these are, in fact, not bootlegs, as evidenced by the fact that they have decent transfers with footage that does not have the Fox logo in the corner. They were released, as you can see at the very bottom here, 2008, Alliance Entertainment Inc., all rights reserved. They also released some individual DVDs. What do you know? Why don't we look at that font? Alliance Entertainment. Those A's look familiar, don't they?
Wow.
Yeah.
Hashtag AC was right.
Hashtag AC
is unbeaten in the bootleg game.
In the
wow.
Obsessive compulsive also game is undefeated.
I take payment in super chats. Anyway, so yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. I was dead certain when, like years ago, when I started the bootleg series, I was going to need to include those, and I was really convinced. And I had some other stuff. I don't remember off the top of my head what they were, but I had some other stuff where I was like, this was also released by Alliance. I think Alliance is a Canadian brand, actually, because I think Disney titles released through Buena Vista or whatever, when released in Canada, were released under a brand called Alliance. As evidenced by a Canadian release that I have. I think it's Princess Mononoke. I don't know. As you can see, I don't have my collection outside of storage. But when I sell 1 million books, I'll probably be able to do that. So it'll be okay. All right, anyway.
Just go to the storage to pull out that one title just for me.
No. I need to get a refurnished room that has enough like storage space to last me 10 lifetimes of collecting, and then I can start pulling that shit out. Find out that it's all destroyed. I'm sure, because some of the they're stacked, man. Like those ones on the bottom. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Have you seen any? Are you subscribed to Giga Frosty at all?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of his content.
When he does his talk after the opening of all the packages, he has stacks on his tables behind him that have been stacked there for years, and it's just like, oh my fucking god, dude!
Doesn't Giga Frosty have like every anime released ever?
He buys like everything in the slate every single time, even when they're sold as DVD and Blu-ray options.
He buys DVD and Blu-ray options for some reason.
When he dies, that haul on eBay is going to be $10 million. All
right.
All right.
I mean, I wish he could find a place to store it all, like as in like a place to display it all. I mean, like the man, I really wish he would just like move out of his apartment and just
1, 2, 3, and 5.
To cart. 1, 2, 3,
and 5.
And 5. Yeah.
Covered the other stuff elsewhere last podcast.
Yeah, but I haven't added it to my cart yet.
You're buying Ruby?
God, I don't.
Why?
No, I'm not adding Ruby to my cart.
You
said 1, 2, 3, and 5. 1, 2, 3. Did I add it to cart? I was trying to open it.
Yeah, you added it to cart.
God damn it!
I saw that flash in the cart when your cart slid over.
I want this. I want this. I don't want to spend that though. Ooh. All right.
Get it at a Sentai sale.
Yeah.
When it's like $30 off.
Let me know when that happens. All right. Okay. Cyberpunk Edge Runners Complete Series Blu-ray. Me likey that. Finally can watch it. Oh, he's naked. Put the baby on screen.
130 isn't bad. Or 123, but like.
How many episodes are we?
10.
10.
Yeah.
$13 per episode. That's a steal.
Yeah, looking less like a good deal. Never mind.
Yeah.
It looks like a clear plastic slipcase.
I hate those too. Where they couldn't get fucking chipboard. They did that with a Cells at Work and a couple other.
Yeah, and it's a digipack.
They did that also with the Digimon, or not Digimon, Durarara Season 1 DVDs.
Yep. I had that.
I have.
Is it too much to ask for them for Aniplex? We're paying this much for them to put in work, like put in a fucking chipboard with, with actual Blu-ray cases.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes.
So, Devilman Crybaby. Is this being released by all the anime?
Yep.
No, Shout Studios.
Or through Shout Studios.
Oh.
Funny enough, I shit you not. I know we're way past this. Bill and Ted, my pickup for today, was also by Shout Studios.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even realize that. I looked down. I'm like, wait, oh wow.
So,
it's AIDS though.
Yeah.
Hey, look, guys! It fits the book. Our super big art book fits in your.
Go down
box.
to the special. Go down to the special features. And read what's in the book. Hold on. What was it listed? Does it show? Okay. I read somewhere that it includes like a breakdown of the soundtrack or something, and I was like, oh, that would be something. That would be nice to have in there to accompany the book. You know, the soundtrack.
So,
to have.
I bullied them on Twitter, and got them to answer the fucking question as to how big this thing is.
It's a size of a vinyl.
No, it's not. It's not. Thank God, right? I'm still not sure I want to own it, to be honest. Remember how I said that Silent Hill short message had a gay sex scene in it or whatever? And maybe that was Ascension. I don't even remember. This has a gay sex scene in it. A very aggressive gay sex scene in it. And also, I hated this because when it came out, I did a video. I was on a live stream with Mr. Nice Guy and Holden Reviews, and I just couldn't. I was so goddamn annoyed at the anime community creaming their pants over this visionary thing. It's like, this has been out for decades, and you never watched it. And then because they told the story again in Devilman Crybaby, you're like, oh, absolute cinema. And it's like,
just because of Masaki Yu's house. Just
Fuck
because of
you.
Masaki Yu's house.
This series has existed for ages, and it only now is popular because Masaki Yuasa directed it, and you guys can go fuck yourselves. All right, let me
real fans actually watched the original 40 episode series.
Yeah. Bitches. All right, let me
It'd
grab.
be like the equivalent of like a fuck. I'm trying to think of an example. like guys, have you seen the show called One Piece by Wit? Is it Wit Studio that did?
Yeah,
like the remake. I was like, oh, it's
the One Piece.
Yeah, the One Piece.
All right, let me pull up my bullying. All right, this. I was so mean and they were so kind. I honestly feel a little bad.
now you kind of force your hand. You have to buy it as an apology.
Yes, I yeah. So let me pull it up here. Hold on.
Or just wait for the standard edition.
Is there going to be one?
Probably. In like 5 years.
Because I don't want to risk not getting it.
You don't want to risk the FOMO?
Yeah. So, all the anime, Angels Fall, Devils Rise, Devilman Crybaby Deluxe Edition is available now for pre-order. Don't miss out, right? And then that goes... No, we're not going to go there. To the All the Anime store, which the only reason that was in my thing is because they say at the top of the thing that they aren't shipping to the US because of the tariffs. But now I've learned it's in the Crunchyroll store, so through Shout Factory. So they said that somebody said, how this box will be big? It's vinyl size like a Japan version. It's standard collector's edition height, but square to accommodate the book's The booklet. Yeah. So I said, Jesus Christ, what kind of an answer is that? Collectors are asking you a simple question. Is it roughly between standard Blu-ray case height, 171 millimeters, and standard DVD case height, 190 millimeters, or does standard collector's edition height mean it will be an absolute cancer in our bookshelves like that shit NIS America and Pony Canyon tried to pull? Collectors hate that shit and will be passing on sets that are net negative in the collection. To which they very calmly replied, what we mean is that this release is the same height as all of our regular collector's edition products, which is roughly equivalent to a DVD case in height. Which means that in your collection, it will stick out. Let's do it this way. It will stick out like that, which is honestly not that bad, right?
It's still,
but it's going to stick out like that all the way up. You know, that could be way worse. You know, to their credit, that could be way worse, except for when you put it next to your Blu-ray, and then it's going to be fucking like that, right? Which is still not terrible, right? So I don't know. I don't think it's a deal breaker. I don't really want to buy it because I didn't really think the show was that good. And then of course I came in and said, thank you. Your follow-up response is exactly the information we needed. Apologize for coming in hot previously. Collectors have been burned by companies in the past, so your added clarification goes a long way to let us know if our collections will be able to accommodate the set.
So you're saying they're not going to honest? So on their website, they're not.
Get the fuck out of here.
They're not. They're not selling it to the U.S. except on Crunchyroll.
On all the anime, because this is all the anime is a European.
No, I know.
So
I'm aware,
on their
'cause I bought some
website,
of their
it says that they're not going to. It says that they're not going to ship. Note to all customers: all shipments to the U.S. are now paused by Royal Mail until the 1st of September due to issues with newly introduced tariffs. So only to the 1st of September, but
because I know it's cringe, but they have a Naruto set that I want to get.
€49.99. What's that?
Pounds.
USD?
That's pounds.
Okay, sorry, I had to step away. Why did you remove it from cart?
Oh, I didn't remove it. I removed. I accidentally, when I was
Ruby.
opening the
You
tabs,
accidentally
I accidentally
put Ruby in
added
there.
Ruby to my cart.
Oh, okay.
Instead of. It includes
Get
our
this
cards,
shit out of
though.
there.
Oh God, I need it. Oh, fuck off. Nobody
the
wants
one,
this.
The one from all the anime one is $67.57 USD. Comparative.
What the fuck, Crunchyroll? You know why? It's because Crunchyroll's paying the tariffs. Does it say all the anime anywhere on this set? Nope. No, it does right here. Yeah. So it is the all the anime.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm buying it for the same reason that I'm buying Cyberpunk Edge Runners, which is that I want them to know that when a Netflix original series gets a physical release, that shit gets bought, right?
Did you buy
Except
the
for Ghost in the Shell 2040s, whatever, because it doesn't have a depth.
I bought that. Sorry.
You did? Oh.
did you buy the Stranger Things Target exclusive VHS releases?
I did not. Because I'm talking about anime here.
The VHS Blu-ray release, like they look like they're not actually VHS.
They look like a VHS box, but they're
I might buy it when the finale airs, and they if they do like a set that is the entirety of the show.
I don't think they've only ever released the first 2 seasons on this.
I
They haven't put
really...
3 and 4.
First 2.
Anyway, then the last thing is Naruto Shippuden set 8. Oh, it includes exclusive art cards. Oh, that's gonna move the needle.
How many? What episodes does it have? Let's see.
This is up to 220.
Add to cart.
Yeah,
220.
193 to 220. Don't
Good
add to
job.
cart. Don't add to cart.
Don't add the card.
No.
You're
Wait.
gonna wait until they.
For the fucking box. I
Yeah.
already got burned on the
Are
first
they
set.
gonna are they gonna put out an 18 set Blu-ray box?
Fuck yeah. For $300, right?
It's gonna be.
But will it have the exclusive cards?
Dear Lord, look at how jank that box code looks. What the fuck? That's not right.
Missing some lines.
Not only is it missing some lines, look at the text. Oh man. Okay. All right, we go with that.
Yes, I believe so. I think. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about Ruby until they redo the whole thing in 2D animation and hire an anime studio.
What if they redid the whole thing in 3D animation but made it look better?
What
Maybe.
if Monty Ohm came back from the dead and they didn't fuck it up?
Yeah.
How about that? Would you read it? Would you watch it then?
Maybe.
What if they
Come on,
remade it in 4D
You honestly
animation?
cannot sit there and not say yes to that. Like, if such an unprecedented thing would happen, you're like, I gotta see that shit.
Yeah.
It would be the
okay,
number one anime
fair.
on my anime list just by that alone. Creator literally came back from the dead to fix this shit. You gotta watch it, right?
Secretly, the previous announcement of their death was false. He's been in hiding for 10 years.
I don't even like Ruby. I never even watched it when Monty Ohm was alive. But I have honestly, you know how you have those shower thoughts of like, if I could use a single-use time machine and prevent one person's death, who would it be? Honestly, I think of Monty Ohm a lot. Like, I honestly, legitimately think it would do the world.
You would pick Monty Ohm over Kentaro Miura?
Well,
Fuck you.
Hey, most of my thoughts on this happened before Kentaro Miura died. Okay.
Oh, you
I had a
didn't even
good chunk
include
of years.
the news about that I included.
Which was what? That he died again?
No, that I don't think I put it in. There wasn't an article. It was a video that they're releasing a new manga that he made. It's not related to Berserk.
Is it Japan?
I don't remember what it was called.
Is it Duranki?
It was about like fairies and shit.
Duranki.
I think pretty sure we covered that.
Yep. I mean, we've covered that it exists, not that it was getting a release or whatever. I thought you were talking about. Anyway. Come on. I'm here. All right, cool. If you guys want to support the OCA podcast, you guys can shop at stealthweeb.com. And if it doesn't work, you can send an email to stealthweebstore@gmail.com and tell me what item you want. And I will send you a PayPal invoice. And then I will custom order it for you at a discount through the back end. So there you go. Also, you could shop at OCApodcast.com/store. And we haven't really had an opportunity to use it yet, but I was considering.
What happened to fuck blind people? Oh, there it is. The
You're blind, bitch.
I forgot. Yeah.
We have our famed, amazing, horrible piece of shit, and we've got a new got a license for that wank, which I don't know. I can make that in merch. I'm just gonna announce it now. We made a new baby, the YouTube compliant baby, right?
We collectively made a baby.
Yeah.
All four of us.
No, just you.
So let me know if you think that would be good merch. Otherwise, we're moving on.
It was deemed that Reese was the father.
We are all the father.
I should also say that you missed my other article, although I put it. Anyway, it's I put it in article submissions where the Marines were getting past an AI. Or is that coming up?
I have it. I just didn't put it in this week.
Okay, fine.
It's
We'll
open.
talk about it later.
It's in the list of things to throw in when we don't have anything to put in opening discussions. We'll get to it. All right. If you go to the hospital in Japan, your doctors might be wearing a Pokemon coat and scrubs.
Professor Oak is going to be my hospital attendant.
I'm not gonna lie, I want that.
Yeah, it's like a lab coat, right? For the manifesto, I kind of wanted to put on a lab coat and like dark rimmed glasses as like for the parts where I talk about quantum mechanics. And now I have a lab coat of it. Yeah, so it has
lab coats are in generally are like only $20, but
yeah. Well, yeah, I was gonna get a cheap one. Halloween's coming up, right? Anyway, it's got like Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Pikachu, right? It's got a Pokeball as the button.
that's cool as hell.
That Eevee really fades into the brown there, huh?
I'd feel better if they were wearing Nurse Joy outfits.
Ooh. My blood pressure is working, nurse. You're bringing me some joy, nurse.
I saw this video on TikTok. It was like an animated thing where, like a pixely animated thing where every time you leave the town, the Nurse Joy gets out of the Pokemon Center and runs to the town that you're gonna go to.
But you just don't see her trying to catch her breath and take a shower real quick before you
Old man, what is wrong with you? I like those collector's editions as display pieces on top of the shelf. No. No.
Banned.
Banned, yeah. The coffee table set piece. Jesus Christ. Nobody is going to spend over $100 for something you're going to spill coffee on. Fuck off. Like, that's
are we talking about the Kogias one that even I wouldn't put on my coffee table?
And then they always fuck you right in the ass. They're like, this enormous thing you don't want comes with that OVA that was never released before. Like,
and this is the only way you're ever gonna get it.
News at 11: stolen Pokemon codes, hottest new seller on eBay. Oh, hopefully I can find them. All right, Uniqlo includes a cool Easter egg for Pokemon game card game players bundled in its. Nope, we didn't. I didn't cover it yet. So I guess I think these are all the Pikachu cards, right? Over the years. I recognize that fat boy right there. So its tag is a well, that's really fucking small. Its tag is just the right shape and size to act as a card divider in your card box, right? The only problem with it is you only get one. So, like, what am I going to buy? A shit ton of this shirt? Oh, I'll get it in black and white, right? Like,
well, you need at least 31 copies of the shirt so that you can wear a new shirt each day.
Yeah.
Right?
31. Yeah, once a month, you mean?
No, every day of the month.
Yeah.
So you only have to do laundry once a month.
Once a month, yeah. All 31 shirts get washed. All right. Anyway.
And you'll have to buy a new wash machine every month just because you burn it out and freeze it up.
Animal Crossing Crocs announced with Isabelle and Tom Nook Gibbets charms. Is Isabelle the dog?
No, that's Tom. Oh my God, my brain.
Tom Nook is this one. Isabelle's the female dog, right?
Yeah.
Isabelle has. Where the fuck is Isabelle?
I don't even see Isabelle.
False advertising.
Oh, what's his name? The dog.
There's Isabelle.
Yeah, there.
The dog everybody wants to rape on the internet for some reason.
It
Weirdos.
starts with a K, I think. Now it's gonna bug me.
Google it.
I am animal.
The white
I think
dog.
I like how they have the little house. I mean, I fucking hate these games with a passion.
KK. That's just what it is. KK.
Okay.
KK slider.
All right. Anyway, nope. These are not Gundam Char Aznable glasses. No siree, not at all. To which, if you don't know, when he's not Char, he wears glasses and he is a secret identity named Quattro Vagina, right? Quattro Vagina. Yeah.
I feel like you should get that just for the lulz.
Maybe that's the reason kids don't like Gundam anymore. Oh shit.
$115, eh?
Vagina. Oh. Monster Hunter's grossest monster is now a super cute deformed room lamp. I need more alcohol. I'm gonna have some plum wine. Designers say Kezu will not electrocute you, but no promises about him not freaking your guests out. Oh, Jesus. Whoa, that's a strong flavor. It's good, though. Anyway, that's a thing. It's very off-putting. Moving on to something more on-putting. On-turning, one might say. Senran Kagura girls get sexy new goods in book-off collaboration.
Ooh.
She can book me off, right?
Book off as in the store you regularly visit.
Yeah, it's a Japanese store.
Oh.
Let's drop us for a second.
Yeah, I'll just take them framed. How about a figure? Can I get a figure, please? I don't want a damn acrylic standee. I actually don't want any of them anyway, so I'm just going to move it past that. All right. Super tiny manga that you can actually read. Our new capsule toy obsession. Oh. I think we've looked at something like this before.
I'm pretty sure we have. Like they had, I want to say there was one for Dragon Ball's first volume.
Maybe. Undead Unluck.
Ooh, that's cool.
They even have like the dust cover.
Flaps. The flaps.
Anyway.
I wouldn't call them dust covers because they're just a part of the actual, paperboard cover. Like a dust cover actually comes off.
I think they do come off in the Japanese version of the manga. Yeah, that's it. Off. Yeah. Japanese manga actually is like a real book. I have several School Rumble volumes. Gacha capsule sake shop opening in Tokyo to serve up randomized rice wine and liquors. Damn, I started just slightly too early. Yeah, so it has like
no, I don't like this flavor. I gotta drink it. No, I don't like this flavor. I want to get this one. No, I don't like this flavor. I can't wait. No, I don't like this one. You just get hammered trying to find the right flavor you want.
Unfortunately, I've only got one flavor. And it's me getting skewered. Ouch.
Oh.
Throw that shit away. It's plum wine. It says plums, but those look like peaches to me.
Well,
Right?
Plums. Those are plums.
All right. Back to the articles. Japan's Kirby Choco Eggs hide figures that are too cute to resist.
Oh, that's a choking hazard.
This article gets weird. So you open it. Ah, ta-da! Right, that's inside.
Oh, okay, not so much a choking hazard. Aww.
Yeah, they're so cute, but wait. What happens when you collect them all in one single go? And then you have all this
Lucky.
chocolate left over. What do you do with it?
Break it
You
up.
melt it down, of course.
And make fondue.
Make a fucking chocolate ass pie.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Because it would just be weird to eat it straight out of the bowl.
Now it's civilized.
All right. Who's ready for OnlyFans galore? I've only been sitting on it since last year. This is just the lead-in. What does sleeping with 100 men in one day do to the soul? I found this article because it was shared on r/Jordan B. Peterson. For years, progressive activists have insisted that sex work is work. Simply Googling the phrase now produces an AI-generated answer that affirms it. Yes, sex work is work. When I first heard this several years ago, I thought of Body Without Soul, Wiktor Grodecki's 1996 documentary that follows a crew of impoverished young rent boys through the social and economic wreckage of post-socialist Prague. In one scene, Grodecki asks the boys, most of them underaged, how much it would take to buy their souls. You can't sell it, says one. I sell my soul together with my body, says another. The smallest says simply 2,000 crowns. A rosy-cheeked teenage Czech hustler, smoking a cigarette in bed, tells the camera, the soul wants money, the body has to sell itself. Now, 28 years later, another documentary. I slept with 100 men in one day. Lyrical genius on that title for your thing. When Paris Hilton's sex tape dropped, it was titled One Night in Paris. Right?
I forgot about that. Yeah.
The creativity is gone. Sex work is not work.
But it's funny as fuck. Come on.
No, the creativity is gone because it's just titled I slept with 100 men in one day.
No,
Is that your light novel title?
I'm talking about this. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
One Night in Paris.
Yes, that was funny. Right? That was clever. Now there's nothing clever about it. Now it's just the light novel title of what happens. Anyway, the new documentary, I Slept with 100 Men in One Day, interrogates sex work again to a devastating conclusion. It has an artistic subtlety that eludes its clickbait title and a message similar to Grodecki's, that selling the body means leaving it if you want to survive. People call me anything, porn star, escort, OnlyFans girl. I don't really care, says Lily Phillips, 23, in a chipper, middle-class English accent. For the next 47 minutes, British YouTuber Josh Peters follows the efforts of Lily and her staff to organize and ultimately execute Lily's plan to have sex with 100 dudes in a single day. Lily tells Peters that she started doing sex work while attending university. I was being a slut anyway. I figured I could make a bit of money, she explained. Her content, which she posted on OnlyFans, started out vanilla enough. Hand bras, where a woman poses for a photo covering her breasts with her hands, and panties, she explains. Soon, though, she tells Peters, the nature of her content became more extreme. I kind of realized how much money you can make and also how much I loved it. In an internet awash in pornography of every conceivable kind, it takes novelty to stand out. And yet you called your documentary I Slept with 100 Men in One Day. That's not novel. That's a light novel. That was funny. You shut up. Lily explains to Peters that her previous record was sex with 37 guys in one day. Quote, I genuinely can't remember any of their faces, she says. That video and others have nonetheless paid off. In the film, Phillips has 9 employees who help her produce content, and she's apparently made around $2.5 million from her account. She calls her plan to have sex with 100 men in one day a fantasy. As the day approaches, though, Lily seems increasingly apprehensive. She confides in Peters that she feels too ashamed to tell her parents, who are generally supportive of her career, about her plans. As men send in applications, she admits that those who return negative STI tests are prioritized. Prioritized. What a fucking weird way to phrase it, right? Like you're leaving room to say, if I don't get to 100, I'll have sex with the guy who has AIDS. Because all that matters is my work, the novelty of it. My documentary must be completed.
Yeah, when you said when you repeated the article where she said, "Oh, they got the green light if they had STDs," I'm like, it took me back. Like I had to, my brain couldn't comprehend what you had just said. I was like, wait, they had to.
As men send in applications, she admits those who return negative STI tests are prioritized.
Okay.
But that she's well aware that some of the men might be lying to her. On the day of the actual event, she shakes from apparent nervousness, but insists to Peters that she's excited. After the 101 deeds are done, yes, one more than her original goal, Lily emerges from the shower, teary-eyed and exhausted. She shows the filmmakers the room. The cameraman gags from the smell.
Oh, God. Yeah? I didn't even think about that. Jesus.
At first, I want all of these details ingrained in your mind as we enter the articles that this is just the precursor to.
This is just the appetizer, remember?
Yes. Okay, I just want this to be ingrained in your fucking mind because it will make the following articles that much more delicious. At first, she assures them that everything has gone well, but the facade quickly crumbles. Okay. OnlyFans star Lily Phillips breaks down in tears after sleeping with a 100 man in 24 hours. I didn't know if this article was going to bring it up, so I just brought that up so I don't have to remove it from the doc. Here's that video, which you're about to quote.
It's not for the weak, girls. If I'm honest, it was hard. I don't know if I'd recommend it.
Why not?
I think if you're a different type of girl, it's very like, it's kind of like being a prostitute in a sense of like, it's just a different feeling. I don't know how to explain it. Like,
It's not like just having sex with someone.
yeah, just one in, one out. Like it feels intense.
Like more intense than you thought it might.
Definitely.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Just take
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yeah,
Thank God they censored the word prostitute. And thank God they censored the word sex. Oh my God. I don't know if I could handle it if they didn't. Yeah. It's intense, Lily says, looking despondent, her makeup washed off. More intense than you thought it might? Peters asks. Definitely, Lily says, breaking down. Through tears, she admits that, yet again, she cannot remember the faces of most of the men she's just had sex with. At first, she pretends she's upset because she feels badly that some men haven't been satisfied, despite traveling a long way and supporting her. But soon, what appears to be the real truth behind her grief is revealed. I think it was like feeling so robotic. She wipes tears from her eyes. I've got this routine of how we were going to do this, and like sometimes you just disassociate and it's not like normal. So she's upset some men didn't finish. What constitutes having sex with 100 men in one day? Like
30 seconds in.
No. Just think about it. For like, really, we need to dissect this.
We need to go back to the Lisa Sparks one. She had like what 800 something in one day.
We've got the record breakers. Don't worry.
No, but still.
If you had sex with someone, let me put it this way. If you had sex with a woman and that woman had a strap-on on and she was having sex with another woman while you were having sex with her, does that count as having sex with two people?
I don't think it counts as sex. Only sounds one-on-one because technically the
you had sex with two people.
I see it. Only two people are having sex. The other one is just masturbating.
Right. So just she's not. She's being stimulated by the other woman. Right?
With a fake dick.
Yes. So if you are having a threesome, you're having sex with two other people, right? But let's say you finish in one of them and fall asleep. What amount of interaction with the other one would be required for you to consider it having sex with that other person?
At least proper full penetration.
So penetration is you don't have to finish, you just have to penetrate. Right?
I'd say bumping uglies is at least the bare minimum.
Because if that's the goal, like if we're going to lower the bar to that, 100 is rookie numbers, right?
Yeah.
Like for me, like if this is an honor thing,
you have to fucking finish. Enter.
If this is an honor thing, if this is an honor thing, dear God, like they need to slip and fall walking away from the amount of jizz that is dripped out of you onto the floor, right?
I mean, sloppy seconds is one thing, but sloppy 99.
Sloppy 100. Seriously, that's another question. Like, you're about to have a sex with a woman with 99 other guys. What do you just rock, paper, scissors? Like,
well, they just formed a line, man. Alphabetically, as is intended, or just went smallest in front, biggest in back.
Whoever's the worst at edging, get at the front of the line. The most embarrassing thing that can happen is you finish too early. Oh no! You're standing in line
before he even gets to her.
Jorge, I'm so sorry. I got it all over your back. Oh no! Oh, dear God.
And that causes Jorge to finish because he likes it.
Yeah, it's just like shouldn't have recruited all these bisexuals. I do not think sex should be treated like fast food drive-through during the lunchtime rush. All those male feminist allies, right?
It's like that one scene in Kuro, where they're just going in. One goes in, and then literally just the one pulls out, the next one is just pushing it out of the way to go in.
Sorry, what? In what?
It's in Kuro, that's a hentai.
I don't know what you're talking about. I am not a man of such culture. Maybe Greenline could unmute and regale us with.
Which title was it again, Reese?
Kuro-Inu.
Black Dog? Disgusting. What are you guys watching?
It's the Dark Elves. There's the Dark Elves. Where Olga Discordia or the other one.
Oh, that way. Yeah. Oh, good time.
I just had a name drop.
Good times.
I don't like. I don't like that I was so confidently able to know you would have known what he was talking about.
I knew Green Knight would know it. I just had to give him some more hints.
Oh my God. Okay.
Then there's that episode with the slime in episode 4.
I think I only like the first one, to be honest.
Okay.
In other words, she endured her ordeal by separating her body from her soul. The way Lily describes her experience is virtually indistinguishable from the symptoms of rape trauma syndrome: mood swings, disassociation, self-blame, guilt, and sometimes hypersexuality. Maybe that explains why the film ends with Lily announcing her plans to have sex with 1,000 men in a day this February. This was just the warm-up, she says in a self-shot video for her fans filmed days after the 100-man event. I'm going to be the first person ever to reach 4 digits of guys all in one day. All right.
Let's see.
24 hours.
I was just grabbing my calculator to do that too.
24 hours times
1,000.
60 minutes
1,000
divided by 1,000. 1.4 minutes per guy.
Okay. At some point, she's gonna have to take a shit.
Damn. Thanks, Reese. Wow.
I mean, you think she would stop for that?
Maybe she should fast.
I feel like some guys would pay extra for that time.
Well, hold on. Reese and every gentlemen of the panel. I don't.
5. I mean, if we're going,
Does it
not
count?
needing to finish, I'd say 30
No.
seconds
Fuck
per
that.
John.
Fuck that. No, you must finish. I don't agree with her made up rules.
What if you whack off yourself to the point?
Yeah,
And then you just go in
I'm
for
fine
the
with
finish.
that. A little insertion and bust and walk out the door. Yeah, that's fine.
Wham, just a quick
Right.
wham bam, thank you, man.
But the question is, if you're in the back door, does that count? Because technically, you could double the amount of time by having a simultaneous thing.
Well, I mean, you could triple it, right?
You could
Yeah,
quadruple it.
which leads to the next thing, which
They
is
get 4.
mouth stuff. Does that count?
No. Blowjobs don't count.
And then hands. Like you could do,
No.
you could multiply it by 5 times, right?
I was
Maybe
going to say
even
triple
feet.
it by.
Maybe even feet. Well, I don't know.
So I was going to say triple it by going to
hold
the
the fuck on.
going to the mouth, right? That would be triple. I don't know how you get to quad. I don't think hands
Yeah, I
would
don't know.
count.
I don't
Feet
know
are
where quad
definitely
came from.
feet are
definitely out.
definite no.
You haven't seen very much creative stuff, Randy.
Oh, In 1996, when Body Without Soul was released, people didn't need to be convinced that sex work was traumatizing. Today, it seems they do. Grodeki's rent boys hustled to survive and abhorred their Johns, largely German sex tourists who had money and particular taste. The Germans have the most disgusting reputation in brothels. Hands down. If somebody wants you to shit in their mouth, they're gonna be German. Just saying. From what I've read on
I thought that was like the men from Dubai or whatever. Like
You're
that.
German, aren't you?
Sadly, I am. Right? I'm actually mostly Scandinavian. But
He's like,
my last name is
I'm
German.
Scandinavian. Just avoid the allegation.
I'm just saying. I've read enough Reddit posts where people are like, "I am a yada yada. Ask me anything," and the German I live the trauma of the stories of the German clients. Like, holy
The
fuck.
German is like the shit soul on their face hole.
Yeah, no. I have read things I can't unread. In 1996, when Body Without today it seems they do. Grodeki's Red Boys hustle to survive. They abhorred their Johns, largely German sex tourists who had money and particular taste. Now, in the age of OnlyFans, sex workers are encouraged to think of themselves as part of a community with obligations to a fan base that will always push them further and harder. It's not just a money trap, it's a psychological one. Not all porn is equally exploitative, and there will always be exhibitionist types who just as quickly make it for free. But OnlyFans isn't a neutral platform. It's a market designed to sell the body, even if it means stealing the soul in the process. And what Lily Phillips just put herself through is not labor, it's self-abuse. Thanks, River Page. Thanks for writing that. All right, let's get into the actual shit. I just want to remind you, the cameraman gagged from the smell. Here's what they don't tell you. Fuck, man. It's so goddamn slow. Here's what they don't tell you. Oh, actually, no, let's talk about this first. OnlyFans star rushed to hospital after 583-man sex stunt. The 27-year-old dubbed Australia's most sexually active woman. God. What the fuck? Where did all of the creativity go from One Night in Paris? I am Australia's most sexually active woman. Like the whore from Down Under. Like, I don't like. Come on, you can do better than that. The boomerang bitch. Surely there's something else. Anyway, Australia's most sexually active woman has ended up in hospital after sleeping with 583 men in a single day, revealing her body had enough. Yeah, see, this is why I asked the question about the back door. Because legitimately, if you have sex, like legitimately actually have sex with 1,000 guys, there will be a hole that goes from your vagina cavity into your anal cavity. Hands down, that's happening. You're not going to escape that, right? You will tear. It's not, the body is not made for this, right? Annie Knight was hospitalized on Wednesday after suffering with excessive bleeding, an alarming symptom of endometriosis. Should have fasted. A disease in which tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside it, causing severe pelvic pain and fertility issues.
I've heard it's like as bad as like testicular like torsion and like testicular pain and like all kinds of shit, or it's just like oof.
Knight was diagnosed with the painful condition that affects around 1 in 7 Aussie women after coming off the hormonal contraceptive pill when she was in her mid-20s, and has been vocal about her struggle with her 200,000 followers. Oh man, you know what? When I'm following a slut I want to hear about her period pains and her cystic ovary and her like. That's what. Share more with me, mommy. Like, come on. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Being hospitalized after taking 583 men in a day was not on my 225 bingo card. The former marketing executive has been forced to take as many as 6 days a month off. Oh, no.
She can't work weekends?
Oh. I can't believe it. No. Those 6 days a month are your fucking period. Like, I've been forced to take time off from getting pounded. Take as many as 6 days a month off work due to the horrific symptoms she suffers, including cramping, heavy bleeding, bloating, and even an inability to go to the bathroom. That's your period, honey. But recently, Knight's issues have worsened, with the adult sex star visiting the emergency department for the second time in the past month, just days after she filmed a video with 583 men. Yeah. Tonight on Maury Povich, you are the father. 101st person gross out episode. I got my period the day before the big challenge. Oh my god.
Oh god.
But I have an IUD fitted, so the bleeding was very light. The Gold Coast-based porn star told news.com.au. After the challenge, I felt fine. But a couple of days later, I started getting really bad cramping and my period became very heavy. I started to become concerned that something else was going on, so I went to the hospital to be safe. Knight said that the medics were aware of her recent stunt and were worried about the physical toll it had taken on her body. Oh, God. Nurses were concerned I'd ruptured something or had caused damage to my body. So they did a bunch of scans and tests, and thankfully, almost everything came back normal, she said. Tests did show I have low iron and progesterone, and oh no. Isn't progesterone the thing that like makes your body like retain its elasticity over time in women? No, maybe that's something else. Oh my God. Tests did show I have low iron and progesterone and eventually concluded that it was my elevated stress levels that exacerbated my endometriosis. I was sent home and told to rest and try not to stress. Knight's recent challenge saw her prepare for 200 men to take part, but when 583 blokes showed up for the filming, she decided to accept them all. If you were setting a record for having sex with some number of men, if by the time you finished the 583rd guy number one was ready to go again, would that count as 584? Or does it only count if it's different guys?
I think it should be different guys.
Okay. What if he wore a mustache and big nose glasses? Just that. The shoot was just
beard off his
yeah.
It's like baby face now.
The shoot was just one of many things the sex worker is juggling at the moment in her role as a popular X-rated content creator. I have been working myself to the bone, filming a lot and trying to organize the challenge, which was stressful as there was many moving parts. I just bought a house 2 days before, so I've been signing contracts and organizing documents, and I've just come back from a huge trip overseas. Boo-hoo. It's all very fun, but a lot of work, which contributed to my high stress levels. I basically have been working every day for the past 5 months, and I think my body just finally had enough. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, fucking God. Cuck of the year over here. While Knight said she appreciates the flexibility of being her own boss, she said her endometriosis does affect her ability to work at times, which makes her fear for her income. The industry is oversaturated.
And meanwhile, the guy next to her in that photo is like, I appreciate the my boss's flexibility.
The industry is oversaturated, so even taking a week or two off can mean people look elsewhere for content. I'm working on realizing that my health is more important than anything else, which is why I am taking a break from filming. I want to make sure my body recovers and is back to its best. Night is now on the mend and is spending time with her fiancé, Henry Brayshaw, a FIFO worker who was away during her hospital stay. I get the feeling this asshole doesn't even know. He seems that retarded. Look at that face. I've been living with endometriosis my entire life, since puberty. I just never knew what it was, so I'm no stranger to the highs and lows of the disease. But my recent flare-ups are worrying, so I'm now seeking out a specialist, as it has been an incredibly difficult few months. The cramps I've been getting are quite insane, but I'm hopeful that resting will get my body right again. Night's 583 men marathon took place over 6 hours, a feat most doctors don't recommend.
That one, though, he was in line. The one that did recommend. 4 or 5 doctors don't recommend. The 5th one was in line.
That's almost 100 an hour. That's less than a minute.
Yeah.
Right? Let's just say it took exactly 6 hours.
He didn't want to take the whole 24 hours.
6 hours times 60. Oh my God. Divided by 583.6 minutes.
It's like what, 35 seconds? Or no,
like
40 seconds? Or no, 36 seconds.
That doesn't fucking count. Did anybody finish?
Look, they were all just they had their 30 seconds of fame, and then they all just stood around her until they finished on her face.
Are you trying to set a record, or are you trying to create content anybody actually wants to fucking see? Because, you know, you can watch a speedrunner play a video game where they put in like a glitch at the beginning and it goes straight to the credits. Nobody wants to fucking watch that shit, though. They want to see you actually play the fucking game fast, you know? Jesus. Sydney medical practitioner Dr. Zach Turner, who specializes in preventative health and wellness, has previously warned that when pushed to the extremes, such activity could have a negative effect on the body. Elaborate, please. Sex, at its core, is a physically demanding activity that engages various muscles, the cardiovascular system, and the release of endorphins. Done in moderation, it's akin to a rewarding workout, promoting stress relief.
I'll
dumb
bet you
bitch.
anything,
You're supposed to be relieved of your stress.
She wasn't the one working. She was just laid spread eagle on a bench.
Seriously, starfishing. Cardiovascular health and emotional bonding. However, when pushed to extremes, like a lengthy sexual marathon, the physical and psychological toll can be severe. Okay, all right, now we're ready. OnlyFans model Lily Phillips, who slept with 101 men in one day, where the smell made the cameraman gag, faces an Airbnb ban for using a rental for the sexual stunt.
I'd sue.
It is one thing. It is fucking one thing to do this at all. But to rent somebody else's house and leave a stench so significant that the cameraman gagged in their fucking house, that is a whole other level. Like, holy shit. The British OnlyFans... What? Good?
They better force you to buy the house.
Like,
And
she
then-
could have fucking afforded it too. 2.5 million a month or whatever it was.
Yeah. Buy the house and then some.
The British OnlyFans model who had sex with 101 men in a single. I wonder, like, did they do it in the homeowner's bed? You guys remember?
I bet it was in the living room.
You guys remember when I first started working the job that I'm currently working? The very first trip I took, I went to Georgia, and I stayed in a hotel suite at the Lowe's in Georgia, and I found a giant, fucking enormous package for a dildo behind the couch that I had to sleep on. Like, and I thought to myself, surely if they filmed a porno in here, they didn't do it on the pull-out couch, right? They would have done it on the regular couch, right? Yeah.
No,
I'm still dealing with that emotional trauma.
They did it on the couch. She foamed all over the couch cushions.
Anyway, the British OnlyFans model who had sex with 101 men in a single day faces a potential ban from Airbnb after she used the rental for the sexual stunt without informing the homeowner. Lily Phillips, 23, rented out a luxurious apartment in London's trendy Notting Hill neighborhood worth nearly $1.9 million in October to host her sexcapade and live streamed the session on her raunchy subscription-based social media page.
OnlyFans?
That's actually kind of interesting, right? Like the fact that she live streamed it. Look, if you did that to YouTube, I mean, you go straight to the top because ain't no fucking way you're not getting record levels of engagement just out of curiosity, people. And like people are like, whoa, there's a video on here trying to lie I'm having sex with 101 men in a single day. Oh, I gotta watch that. What's going on here? Whoa. But on OnlyFans, like, you're not getting paid by the minute of watch time. You're not getting ad revenue. Like, it's not even the point of doing it.
I bet she gained a lot of subscribers for that month.
Maybe. I don't know. Because I think you have to already be subscribed to even see it, right?
Yeah, she probably advertised her, like, there's an announcement beforehand.
The sex marathon appeared to go off without a hitch as the host of the Victorian house, which was converted into a gorgeous garden flat for Airbnb rentals, praised Phillips as a lovely guest who kept to all the house rules and a good communicator prior to arrival. However, once one of the property's hosts learned about the hours-long shagging session, they told the outlet that they didn't know anything about it until after the OnlyFans star had left. Apparently, I have a secondary article here with additional things. She also gave the apartment a 5-star review stating it was perfect. Here's your consolation prize. We've been made aware of this now. Unfortunately, we did not know anything about what she had done in the flat, and there was no sign of anything in the flat when she left. Not even the smell.
They did some super cleaning then.
Fuck, man.
Hold on. Whip out the blacklight, fellas.
Right?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, and this is the spot where Jorge got his back covered. We only found out a couple of days ago.
You can see his outline. You see outlines of feet that aren't glowing white in the carpet.
No, you can see the outlines of the slip and slide. We only found out a couple of days ago. We have no further comment. Additionally, while residents in the area didn't seem to notice anything peculiar going on.
They didn't notice 100 people going into the theater.
Right. Some reportedly expressed their discomfort with the situation once they heard of Lily Phillips' antics.
Imagine the neighbors right below them.
The flat happens to be in a quite prestigious area of London, popular among families with young children.
God.
The home rental platform's ground rules state that, quote, a stay experience or its surrounding property should not be used for the creation of commercial pornography, photos, or videos. Upon further review, and despite the host stating that she followed their house rules, Phillips violated several of Airbnb's policies. For one thing, the home rental platform does not allow sex work, including the creation of commercial pornography, photos, or videos, at their properties. Not to mention, inviting 100-plus men into the apartment probably violated the maximum guest rule. Phillips also seems to have violated the house rules on the maximum number of guests. Great, I'm glad I included that. Allowed by inviting over 100 people into the rental. Guests who repeatedly break standard house rules could be suspended or removed from Airbnb if the issues persist. However, her sex marathon did not seem to cause any commotion while happening inside the building, which has 6 apartments and is home to multiple young professionals. I'm shocked. I have lived here for over a year and have not seen many people coming in and out of the flat since I've been here. One of the tenants told the outlet. I knew it. They used the mustache thing. It was really just 10 guys, right? I had no idea. I hadn't heard anything about this. It's so crazy. The unnamed tenant said they didn't see or notice anything amiss during October, but thought it was super weird and didn't even know that was legal. I spoke to the owners before when I had a leak in the flat, and I've seen his family there before. They seem like a nice family. It's quiet around here, so I'm surprised to hear this happened here. In a documentary, the OnlyFans model broke down in tears discussing her experience. She insisted that she enjoyed the extreme stunt, but all that sex didn't make her feel good. Sometimes I feel so robotic. However, the adult content creator has recently declared that she plans to have sex with 1,000 men in one day. Phillips has claimed that she wants to take on a new challenge in January. In a post made on social media, she stated 1,000 men in 24 hours, male talent casting call, 18 plus only, location to be considered. Is that what this means? I dreamed it up with my assistant. I can't wait. It's very exciting. It will be a world record, a real challenge. The current world record is held by Lisa Sparks, an adult film star who bedded 919 men in one day at a sex industry event in Poland back in 2004. Well, guess what? She didn't get to set that record. Oh, hey, Lily Phillips is pregnant, right? Guess what? Another porn star. God damn it. Yeah, that bump is less than 4 months. She fucked 100 guys while pregnant. Is at least 4 months. Oh, shit. Yeah. What happened? That baby saw more incoming rockets than the Gaza Strip. All right, there we go. Goddamn. Bonnie Blue, known for sleeping with 1,057 men in under 24 hours, is reportedly pregnant as well. To which Greg said, I'm shocked that the girl who had intercourse with 1,000 men in one day is pregnant. To which this person must have misunderstood and thought he said, I'm not shocked. I am. You'd think she'd be on birth control. To which he said, birth control is 99.9% effective. That means one baby out of 1,000. Oh, and then that thing I randomly found while I was looking for the other diagrams. Lily Phillips breaks world record. Bonnie Blue dethroned. Wait, so Lily Phillips did it after Bonnie Blue? Because Bonnie Blue, wasn't she known for 1,050? I don't fucking know. They really having a civil whore. That was the joke. All right. Wow. They're having the whore Olympics. Wow. Okay. Anyway, we skipped these articles for 2 weeks straight. I'm glad that we finally got them done. Next weekend, I'm working Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The weekend after, I'm working Friday, Saturday. It ain't looking good for podcasts. Just a heads up. I would never rent a house out to Airbnb. She should be sued for the cost of the house for making it unlivable. Even if clean, the reputation could destroy the resale value. Yeah. Or could up the resale value to certain cucks, right? Like,
yeah, certain fans will pay a pretty penny.
the shit is being encouraged from public school to college as sex positivity. Aussie women, meaning Australian, I'm guessing, are attractive but can handle over 500 men. I need to avoid them at all costs. Good night, old man. All right. That's it. Thank you for being with us tonight. And end the stream. There you go.
No place to hide.
The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar!
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless night.
Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of furious time.